言葉繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね at it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over, and the flame that once had died? Awaken, will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough?
As we jump onto the rift for game 4, and let's see how this is gonna work.
I really wonder how aggressive the bot lane is going to be, because it has to be aggressive from both sides, but Rel is the champion that wants to be going all in, not even waiting for level 2 like Leona, for example. Starting from level 1, we have seen already those engages. And actually, last time we saw Rel on the bot lane with level 1 engage, it was, I think, only 31, and they died immediately, if I recall correctly. So maybe that's not the best example to use to tell you how Rel is supposed to work, but you get the point.
Yeah, kind of getting the idea here, but of course, a lot of it relies on the execution. I'm not going to double down on the only 31 because I do not remember for the love of God. But yes, I mean, sort of, you are kind of in the approximate routes here. Very interested to see how Liam.
Sorry, please continue.
No, but very interested to see how the mid lane matchup is going to work out. Lee Sang and Manny, of course, both very skilled and experienced mid laners here in Ultraliga. Kassadin, of course, making his first appearance, taking the Doran's shield as his first item because he knows that the trades for him in the beginning will be an absolute mess to try and work with. But in the later stages, this Kassadin might be an absolute wreck of a force. I have to be honest with you, whenever somebody says Kassadin, I just instantly remember No Man's from Worlds, back in the day when they were playing in Unicorns of Love. So I'm really eager to see how this Kassadin will be piloted by Lee Sang.
If he's going to live up to the name or not, we'll see about that. To be honest, bot lane so far promises to be the most explosive one. Okay, maybe with the exception of the top lane, if McCooney wants to utilize his champion to the fullest and be aggressive, and we know that Ariana does want to be aggressive regardless of the timing situations. He just wants to go all in, and for the majority of the time it works for him just wonderfully. But bot lane, just by its composition, wants to be fighting constantly. Common friends want to be slowing down Bank, using the fact that they are working with an engager support, knowing that an engager will be stronger at the early stages of the game, but your poke is going to be so much bigger, and very many times you can poke your opponent without getting anything back just because of the fact that they are lacking one range on their team.
Not also forgetting that Minimagic and Sven should be quite careful, because as soon as Minimagic is off the horse, he's already quite slow, and if Katra gets an opportunity to start shooting those arrows, it's going to slow him down even more, right? So in case there's going to be a fail engage, you might not get a chance to disengage whatsoever, because Miko and Katra will just rain you down with auto attacks.
Yeah, this is why we don't really see Rel being played so much these days, because she's a very all-in champion, just the all-in as possible. You go in and you hope that you survive and that you jumped in the correct place, you knocked somebody up, and that the AD carry is going to be at your back to do the rest of the work, because you're pretty much very vulnerable when you do so. And currently, it's really hard to pilot a champion like that, because the bot laners have a lot of damage, and Kerim might have a lot of damage too.
Look at that. Now onto Lee Sang, but Kerim is around. Lee Sang tries to do a little bit of damage, but both junglers are gonna respectfully nod towards each other and go their separate ways.
Now we're talking about the first dragon of the game that's going to spawn in less than a minute. It's going to be, by the way, the Chemtech dragon, a very nice to have. It looks like common friends could try to work around it, because they don't have prior in the mid lane, and they're not going to have it for at least 2 more levels on Lee Sang. However, they could try to accelerate things around the bot lane, especially with the help of Katra, with the fact that the poke from them will be very hard, and the fact that they can try to work around Minimagic should he misstep anywhere on the lane.
Exactly that, and let's see how the junglers are going to approach this game. We can see that Manny already has reset it, and Lee Sang is going to reset back to the lane as well. Craigslist now making his way towards the bot lane duo of King and F. doesn't really seem like they will be able to begin any kind of a fight, but he's still lurking there in the shadows. They're going to conceal the passive exchange between him and Minimagic. Of course, we have talked about that. Sejuani has much better time initiating those fights whenever she is having a melee support. Yeah, his recall has been delayed a little, but
Rudely interrupted.
Yes.
I'm just feeling bad for the support for a second. Give me a moment, you know. But it is good for common friends, because now they have the opportunity to push the wave, to shove it even further, and secure themselves a very nice and safe recall, which is exactly what they're going to be doing in a really good time, because the dragon is up, Kerim is on the bot side of the map, and you could be on time at the pit to have some action going.
Definitely so. Now Lee Sang hit his level 6, meaning that now he can rift his way into whatever place he wants. Spence didn't really lose that much off farm, since there's only 3 melee minions that has been hit by the turret, and the 3 ranged minions haven't been hit almost at all. McConaughey is going to press down the ward, and Manny, both Chrysler will be spotted out thanks to the blub, or the orb, or the blub with the orb.
However you want to call it. Though it's rather interesting to see Katra being rotated to the top side so early. It is not unusual to see the bot laners, especially the support, rotating there either when there is herald time or when you know that you want to press advantage on some lane. And it looks like common friends did want to go onto Ariana there, which is totally justified. This is the person in the enemy team that you want to be taken down in the early game. But because of that, they're losing a little bit of momentum around the bot lane. However, because there is no vision whatsoever for Alibank around the dragon, it's something you can still try to work around.
Judging by the pinks, though, they're looking to try and change it. Minimagic and Svens walking up to this entrance of the river. They will be, of course, spotted out with Chrysler and the rest of the team, but Manny is walking up here as well, making sure that the team is feeling as comfortable as possible in slaying their first Witcher contract, which is the Cantic Drake. Things going relatively smoothly now for AB, as KNF are still yet to make a move in a certain manner of it.
KNF want to make a move, but at the same time, they don't, if you know what I'm talking about. They have 2 weak sides, 2 lanes that really need to be scaling up. Yes, tell me.
Is that the yes but actually no angle you just pulled on me?
No.
But actually, yes. Got you there.
No, wait. Let's go back. Go back. What were you talking about? You were talking about common. Wait, forget that. Look at the damage from Manny. That injury is so painful though to Lee Sang. But Lee Sang is exactly what I wanted to talk about actually. Because common friends are working around 2 weak lanes at the moment. Well, 1 weak and 1 sort of, you know, somewhere in the middle because of the Cutter presence on the bot lane. And they have 1 strong side, which is not exactly strong siding that much at the moment, but he's not dying, so I guess it's good. They are playing the waiting game, or Kerim maybe not so much with his constant engages onto somebody, but they have a lot of scaling to hit for Lee Sang and for Miko especially. They're going to be unleashed so late in the game when the first items, the second and third ones hit, and when the first item for Lee Sang is finally fully stacked, of course talking about the Road of Ages. For Alia Bank, they have more opportunities in the early game. So I know that you're maybe surprised to not see KNF moving forward too much, but I am surprised to see Alia Bank not using what they have. They have a beautiful engage support. They have the control starting from level 6. Speaking of, thank you very much, Alia Bank.
Here comes the chain of corruption as Minimagic is now rushing as the cavalry here, but Miko now propping his ultimate as well. They're on the hunt, and it seems like the damage from Miko is already quite formidable. Lee Sang, of course, tried to move towards that side of the map. Can hop over the wall, of course, with their rift, but won't do that, and it seems like KNF are dropping the idea of having a fight. Maybe AB is going to have a fight here instead. The grand challenge has been accepted by McConaughey as he's taken a bit of damage, but Chrysler actually goes over the turret. He's going to get stunned, he's going to get killed, and that's the first blood.
Okay, can we call it a caster curse, or can we just say that apparently the teams are secretly listening to our conversations?
No, that's
here
a
in the
caster
cast?
curse, definitely.
Oh, okay, fine. We can do it this way too. But Aliabank apparently understood what was happening quite perfectly, exactly what I was talking about, and they made the move. But oh
And to
my
Sven's
god,
now.
damn.
Sven's instantly flashes away, and Minimagic is just happily galloping around the enemies and calling them chickens.
I'm not sure about the chicken spot though. Do you think it's chickens?
Oh, because they're chickens, because they didn't commit fully into the fight.
But chickens are good. Or maybe he's just trying to be nice to the opponents. Okay, then I like it. I'm sorry, I just really like chickens. Like, it's not an insult. I know
Anyway,
you
back
get
into
chickened
the
out,
game.
of course. Yeah, let's go back into the game. This is a weird discussion we're going into. 1-0 is the game, by the way, in the meantime, with one dragon in the pockets of Aliabank, and the second dragon is going to be a very juicy one to pick if they continue pressing advantage like they just did a little bit earlier.
Now Chrysler invades into the enemy jungle, trying to take as much camps from Ketim as possible. He is farming up rather nicer than Ketim himself. Has a kill on his hands too. Now maybe they're going to try to go onto Lee Sang, but it's very hard to catch Kassadin, who already has a Rift Walk. So it's a bit like catching smoke here.
That's a nice way to put it, but yeah, exactly that. Oh,
They managed to knock him up. They managed to find even a good scat of the week, and Lee Sang is burning. Unleashed power, and then Flash going to be used to. He's burning, but the gods will help and save him. Gets out on a slither of his HP.
It wasn't a shield! The little bit of shield was just the right amount to save him from Scout of the Week and to save him from the Ignite from Minimagic.
it was so perfect. It almost looked calculated, but kudos to Lee Sang. He doesn't have the flash, but he still lives, and that's what matters.
Thanks to that exchange, Aliabank will not get a little bit more of the time. But oh, look at that, Ketim now onto Minimagic. They're going to knock him up in the air quite a few times. Minimagic tries to get away, but here comes the slow that we have been talking about. Minimagic just knows and accepts his fate. Katra will throw down a crystal arrow, but it will not find the target. Now onto Lee Sang again, but the passive from Sejuani will not be stacked as the dragon now is about to appear. Minimagic only now will get resurrected. Therefore, it's hard to try and contest that Drake.
But it is still possible. Chrysler can go in. He has the smite available to him. Aliabank have enough people around him. What's most important, there was Herald all this time on Chrysler that he just released on the bot lane. So they can try to go in and contest and cannot realize it.
Yeah, seems like they do, and they're about to stop that. Herald Ketim continues to try to bring down this dragon. Before anything happens, somebody goes to go for the steal, but Ketim secures it. Gets out as soon as possible. Now Minimagic tries to initiate the fight. Chrysler is in the midst of an all-2. Ash already out. Lee Sang is going to rift his way off of this fight, and Svens will pick up the first kill for himself.
I have to say, I'm loving to see how Minimagic piloting this relic around those small fights that are happening here, especially in such a small place as the river next to the pit. He jumps in, he makes sure he secures as many people around him as possible to be slowed down, especially due to the fact that he's running with a glacial augment as his keystone. And he just allows the rest of the team to go in and try to secure kills for themselves. It's going to be a kill for Svens. A very nice kill distribution so far for the Aliabank, even though it's not too many kills to talk about. But, you know, one of them is in the AD carry who's already sitting at the Mythic, so it looks good.
Things do definitely look good. Aliabank is 2,000 in the lead, feeling rather comfortable in how this game is playing out for themselves, slowly but surely picking up the pace as pretty much all of the map right now is leading towards themselves. Looking at the way how they're establishing the control of the bot lane, KNF needs to understand this as a wake-up call if they want to try and change this state of affairs.
Yes. I have to agree with you on this one. If KNF just continue like that, just continue giving so many advantages to Aliabank, it's not going to look good to them. But they have the tools to try to turn this all around, and they have the time actually still on their hands, because yes, Aliabank are hard to deal with right now. They jump in onto it, they have a lot of control, but Common and Friends still can be the ones to be the first ones to jump in. They just need a little bit more time to get to their items, because look at that. Miko has been running around for the Kraken Slayer for quite some time already, which is going to be super important against Minimagic and Crazy. Chrysler. But now Lee Sang is finally running with the Road of Ages and he's starting to stack it up. So we just need to wait for a little bit further to see it fully stacked.
Sven's might be in troubles as we are jumping back into the game, but apparently not. It's just going to be the first turret for KNF, and that's about it.
Ooh, that's an exchange of the turrets, but first turret still was with common friends. Ariana.
McConaughey knows how to slice and dice his way out of the fight that he doesn't really want. He's decided not to accept the grand challenge, and Chrysler, in the meantime, has picked up another Herald for his team.
Ooh, so that's the second Herald, both in the hands of Alia Bank so far throughout the game, and they can push further and they can try to make the turrets go a little bit better to their advantage. If they manage to get out of here alive, yes they will. That was very weird. I didn't see the blasting cone.
I saw the blasting cone, but yeah, that's the thing. I saw the blasting cone, but I just saw how Chrysler just teleports over the wall. I know it's probably some kind of a visual glitch. I don't know how that happened here,
but it looked rather fun.
Yeah, it's funny to look at it.
Yeah.
Regardless of what is happening with Chrysler and his visual glitches, there's 3,000 gold, or 2,500 gold difference between the teams. Alia Bank is happily shaking their hands, as they might be even shaking more on Katra. Unleashed Power will not kill him, but will chip him away enough to force him to retreat. He will slam down a few wards and retreat hastily to the base.
Another interesting thing is actually happening with Chrysler apart from those visual glitches. It looks like he already built the Radiant Virtue for him, but the second item in his inventory is kind of interesting to me, and I'm trying to understand what exactly build he's trying to go into with Sejuani, but I will need some time to figure it out.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but Ketim now throws himself right into the fight. The passive is gonna prop out, and I'm not sure that there's anyone who can help him in that very unfortunate set of events, as he will be claimed by Chrysler. Is a third kill for Alia Bank, and KNF, they are facing more and more opposition, as the time is, yes, definitely playing for them. But if AB speed it up, then maybe they won't have the chance to see the brightness of the day.
Yeah, and definitely Alia Bank are doing absolutely everything in their power to speed the things up. They're very proactive on the map, taking down so many objectives. This usage of the Herald was absolutely gorgeous on the mid lane, taking down the outer turret, which is going to allow them more freedom of movement around the map, better access to the objectives. Speaking of, the Cloud Drake is next on the menu, going to spawn very soon, and AB are the first for the party.
Seems to be so. KNF doesn't really seem to be too eager to try to contest it. As you can see, Miko now returning back to the base to reset a little bit and pick up a few things for himself. Ketim doesn't have the passive, and he realizes that his team is not going to be able to help him too much. AB, though, not starting the Drake as just yet, or maybe they're starting it right now, realizing that KNF are not about to contest it and understand that they can take it freely and happily.
Speaking of realization, Abyssal Mask is what Chrysler is cooking. I finally understood what it is. Interesting, because they want to be playing around money and playing around his AP damage, which is already a really big one, but they want to accelerate it a little bit further.
Fair game to them, I say. As they are putting themselves in a position when they will have a lot of impact into those fights. And Ariana, of course, making sure that the side lanes feel as pressured as possible. Of course, Fiora being an absolute nightmare to deal with whenever there is a side lane to go to. Makoni tries to answer it, but it's very hard to answer the best duelist in the game.
But Lee Sang is also trying to be on the sidelines. At least we saw him there a little bit earlier. And Kassadin is also a really good champion to send to the sidelines, because his wave clear is rather good, and it should be enough to match the wave clear of Ariana. But should it be a 1-on-1 between the champions right now, I wouldn't have my bets on Lee Sang necessarily. He still needs to stack his Road of Ages.
Still needs to stack his Road of Ages, and still needs much more items in order to become fully online. Of course, afterwards, maybe that champion is going to be absolutely unstoppable, but for now, things are not just looking his way just yet. Nico trying his best to catch up with the tempo, now completes his second item, which is the Phantom Dancer. Will be able to have much more impact in those team fights when attacking Chrysler and Minimagic, but it's Manny and Svens you also have to do and worry about. Lee Sang will have a lot of responsibility on his shoulders.
I love how Makoni was trying to stop Oriana from taking down the turret, but Oriana just paid absolutely zero attention to the attempts of Makoni, and even the crystal arrow flew by and didn't catch anybody because Oriana is apparently unstoppable in his demise. Another interesting thing is that if you look in the inventories of both teams, I would say AD carries are the only ones who have it more or less equal between them. Aliobank seem to be leading in terms of the items, and the lead is not very big. Like, the lead is not really big anywhere for Aliobank, but if you sum up all the little leads they're having throughout the map, and in numbers and in damage, they are in a good position right now, but they need to continue pushing for the momentum.
It is definitely a strong position that they are feeling, and it is the driver's seat. They're dictating pretty much everything that happens on the map. However, we have been talking about that time is playing against them, and KNF really need to find a way how can they just hold on to their dear life in order to see the moment when their carry champions will be able to do so much more damage. Crystal Arrow is going to connect Chains of Corruption onto Lee Sang. Lee Sang exactly showcasing right now he's not yet able to have a fight. Instantly turned around by Svensson Chrysler, and kill has been picked up.
And I have to admit that this showcases that you were right about Sven's ability to disengage on the Varus using his Chains of Corruption. It is not...
Hold that thought, Catra. Flashes over the wall. Unleashed power will not kill him, but it will chip him enough to not come back into the fight. Or maybe he will. He's playing with fire here a little.
Has no Crystal Arrow, but will have it very soon, and there's a teleport coming in. But AB are so quick at taking down the Baron.
They are. Here comes Ariana. Now on to Ketim. Ketim will try to heal himself up, even press up the ultimate, but it won't be even a bit of a difference. Scatter the Weak will stop both Makoni and Catra as another teleport is coming in. Now it's Lee Sang, and he's on the chase. Onto Svens. He'll cleanse it instantly as Lee Sang rift walking his way right into the enemy, trying to catch up with Manny. Manages to do so, but Scatter the Weak will be exactly the thing to disengage. And again, he fails, and again, he doesn't find anything. Makoni is here to try to challenge his mistake, and Miko is firing away to Grace. Now hops back in, knows that he has the help of his teammate as Manny teleports it into the back lane of the enemy. It's almost a clean ace for AB as the Slay down the KNF take the Baron, and they're ready to push.
Manny, the unsung hero of this whole exchange between the teams, but that was so greatly executed by Aliobank team. KNF really tried to go in, and it was a dire situation for them. They had to act somehow because they were falling behind, and if the Baron fell into the hands of Aliobank, which is exactly what happened, they would find themselves in a really weird position where they desperately need to protect their base, and because of that, they cannot leave the said base, and they cannot go and contest objectives for anything on the map anymore. And right now, they will have to deal with exactly that. But because of that, they decided to go into a fight while being so far behind in terms of damage and pretty much everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not 100% sure, but apparently we're having very heavy technical difficulties. We'll see if that will be resolved as soon as possible, but things are just not looking well for us.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're very sorry for the inconvenience, but apparently there are some technical or really hard difficulties going on in there. In the meantime, Aliobank, as we were having said difficulties, are pushing in the mid and the bot lane. I believe some kind of a kill has been picked up as well, as now they're turning their eyes towards the third Drake of the game, the Cloud one, and that will set them onto the Soul Point.
A very nice soul point for them to have, to be honest, and just in general, a really good soul to have. You always are happy with the Cloud Dragon terrain. Because if you're leading in the game, it allows you to move through the enemy jungle so much quicker and set up very interesting angle to catch them completely off guard, which is what LA Bank are totally able to do right now. They're 9-2, they're leading really heavily. You will need to calculate the difference in gold between them, please. But in terms of items, all the major items for LA Bank have been picked already. Well, for Common and Friends, we just hit some of those milestones, especially for Lee Sang, so now the waiting game is definitely on for them.
I'm gonna take a second, very quick one again, just in case if someone was still reloading the page and didn't really understand what happened. We've experienced some little technical difficulties, but now everything should be back in and online. But exactly as you have said, and that's something that is making me a bit more interested in how the next team fight is going to go. The milestone for Lee Sang of those 2 items has been finally hit. In the meantime, he's still trying to push in through the bot lane, doing a little bit of that split pushing. Second item has been picked for Makoni as well, so now he should be able to have more impact in those exchanges. But given the momentum from Alio Bank team, it is hard for me to imagine how things are going to go. Chain of Corruption into the Crystal Arrow as well. Look at Makoni's HP bar. He's just shredding through. Svens will use his summoner spells because he got scared here for a second, but it won't even make a difference as now they jump on top of Miko. Ketim tries to save him, but what it is saving him from, as his HP bar is also just vanishing, evaporating in the real air. As AB, full HP, full force, full power, ready to siege.
The decisiveness from Alia Bank and the way how nicely they're grouping up, because their main strength is in the team fights. They have beautiful setup together with Minimagic, Svens and Crazily going in, plus the power from Manny, who is absolutely on top of his power at the moment with 3 beautiful items, plus the Dark Seal in his inventory. He is completely unleashed, as nice as it actually sounds for Syndra. Alia Bank know very well they're winning the team fights right now. Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, I actually got it.
I can sometimes. I'm happy. Yay. But look at that, the Baron is going to be up in just 30 and something seconds. And while it's going to be up, I really need you to do the thing for me and please calculate the goal difference between the teams.
9,700.
Oh, that's a nice one. 27 minutes in the game. Thank you very much, by the way. That's a really big difference to have between them. And it's going to be extremely hard for Common Friends to jump out of this situation. Because you can see in the inventories where the gold is going towards. You can see in the gold bounties as well from Alia Bank. However, it also means that one good team fight won by Common Friends, and ideally followed up by an objective, would set them on a nice path to jump back into the game. They would collect the bounties from the enemy team, they would collect the bounties from the objective steal if they're quick enough, and they could actually establish the dominance around the map if they continue doing so, which means that the fight for the Baron will be the fight to watch in this game.
It is definitely the most crucial one, but how hard it is for KNF to try and do something. Yes, we have talked about the 2 items, but look at the bot lane. Ariana pushing in through the bot lane. He's going to go towards that inhibitor. Makoni is yet to finish his items, but hold that thought gets him onto Manny. Lee Sang, they might have found it as Manny falls. Minimagic is in the midst of it all. Lee Sang thwarts his way out as soon as possible. Svens is firing away, but you have to teleport back in. Your Nexus turrets are about to fall, guys. Nico firing away. Svens going golden. Chrysler doing whatever he can. The stun, the damage. Katra saves the day. Now Lee Sang continues to work. Makoni now defends the base against Ariana. Now has no HP, but no HP. Is it on Makoni as the turret is about to fall? Ariana is about to backdoor this game. Lee Sang cannot return to the base. Tries to teleport back in. It's just a little bit more. You have to prevent the teleport. You couldn't. Lee Sang, you might be the hero, but look at his HP bar. It is falling. Ariana is just too strong at the moment. Lee Sang tries to go back in. Gets in. Goes there. They take it. Alios seal the win in a spectacular fashion.
When did we stop doing it?
When you move,
When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I won! I did it! I won the LEC! Finally, after all of these years! If it wasn't for my Malzahar in Game 5, I wouldn't be here! But I am! And I won! So screw you to all the haters!
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and stand again.
Who are the Barons? From around the world, they've come to the pit to invest their narratives and give their buff to aspiring teams in their fight for the winter title. Big Spender Ender is an entrepreneur behind media powerhouse Definitely Not Cringe, and has come to the LEC to scout up-and-coming talent for potential content. From the land known for their mid laners in Bolsa, Denmark's Mr. Worldwide Goldberg has an international portfolio to bring the super to aspiring super teams.
You're fired.
Needing no introduction, Shox. Through her words and reputation alone, teams are made and broken. It all starts with success, and success is about growing your investment.
You will have those numbers up, or it is the end of the line for you!
Who will earn the Baron's buff? It's time to find out as we enter the Baron Pit. G2 are facing some old friends in the next 2 games, and they're looking to take the narrative into their own hands.
Greetings, Barons. My name is Romain, in-game name Romain. I work with Isma, in-game name Isma, Dylan, in-game name Dylan, Rodrigo, in-game name Rodrigo, and Raf, in-game name Raf. We gathered together a team of incredible people. Broken Blade, Yike, Caps, Hansama, and Mickey. You've seen them working already, quite sometimes. I need your help. In our quest to create the best competitive and performing ecosystem around them, I am looking for a really specific place. This place which is not really at work, but not really for fun, but they still speak about League of Legends while being together. This place is actually where you bums are at right now. I need your analyst desk. I am requesting your help to get it. In exchange, I'm offering you something incredible. The souls of the G2 2019 people. We already collected Wonder last week in a great battle. We should, unless things happen, collect Yonkos today. And by the end of Monday evening, we should also have perks. What do you think?
Ambitious.
That is ambitious. So what you're saying is you'll beat both of those teams today and tomorrow, and in exchange, you want to just have our desk for an entire segment?
Yeah. The 5 players next to one another, Dylan Falco as the main host. I think that will be the perfect opportunity for them to have fun while still being serious.
Personally speaking, as a Thresh main myself, I am really intrigued by the idea of these souls. How do we get the Caps and Mickey souls, though?
This one we're still figuring out. I'm trying to negotiate with them to cut a finger, but we can also do with some hair. Caps is famous for shaving his hair for whatever reason.
We shouldn't go into physical ailments. Perhaps it should be more of like the goals they can reach in game, because I said ambitious, but on the other hand, they started 3-0. We were comparing them to 2092. It might not be that hard for them to get the skulls.
Yeah, I think 2 wins is enough. So here's what I'll do, is I'll come in and I'll say, you want to collect the souls of your players, right? I think I need you to get 6 kills on Yankos at least, and also another 6 kills on Perks at least. And I also need you to win the 2 games. That's a little bit more of a fair deal that I could put myself in the line for.
If you allow me to have the rest of the staff behind them during the analyst desk, dressed as bodyguard, we have a deal.
I can get behind bodyguards.
I'm just saying, right? We have a great looking desk. You guys look absolutely amazing. And quite frankly speaking, You look great. But can we expect the same thing from the players?
Absolutely. Come on, have you looked at them? I understand deep down right now you're scared. Because you know, the moment Dylan and Broken Blade will sit there, they will be incredible. And maybe they will steal your job.
Right.
But I'm asking you to do it for the sake of LEC and for the sake of Europe.
Yes, but Sir Romain, how do you expect us to go in this? You know, you're a very nice guy, let me just say that. But yesterday, it was a no-show. You weren't even on the Rift versus SK. Your draft was just, you can name all the coaching staff and everyone that helps, but that doesn't inspire confidence in the panel.
We have an average of 80% win rate on Scrimt. That means if you play 10 games, you're going to lose 2. We have 9 games in the beginning of Winter Split. It was expected to lose at least 1.
How was the Scrim results back before the World Final in 2019?
Yeah, what were those looking like?
Do you remember?
I mean, 3 of them were fired, so...
Okay.
Fair. Those
fair.
souls are going to be collecting.
Yeah, fair enough.
Should make it
I like
easier.
it.
Fair enough. Okay.
Here's the thing, though. You did lose to SK yesterday. But before that loss, I was all aboard the G2 hype train. I said they were the best early game in Europe. I said it was 2019 G2 all over again. What changes are you going to make after yesterday to make sure you don't lose again? Because honestly, I wasn't a fan of the draft yesterday.
I believe we got outclassed by SK, which played really, really well as soon as minute 1. And then we did our best. We couldn't catch back. I think more than us failing, it was SK playing really well yesterday.
I like that. You know, respectful in loss of the opponents and ready for a new leaf. I'm feeling good about this.
And the thing is, like, usually we would argue to, like, each one of us would get a segment, but because they're all coming in, I think we all need to be in on this deal. So are we thinking 6 kills on both the former G2 players?
Yeah,
and Ryan?
together or each 6?
Each 6.
Each 6.
On their own, so 12 kills at least total.
That's fair.
I'm in with that.
Those terms okay for you?
Deal.
All right.
All right.
Deal.
Come give us a handshake.
Yeah.
You've got yourself a deal.
Well done. Hey. Good job, guys.
I believe we got a great deal. I'm looking forward for Cap skilling perks and Yak destroying some Yankos.
Cadril and Dracos hope the Barons can help with saving a falling Titan. But will the Barons buy into their plan?
Ladies and gentlemen, Kings! Hello, Barons. I'm Dracos.
I'm Cadril.
And we're here today on behalf of Fnatic.
UK org.
Right. Who now, more than ever, need your help. This is one of the most historic orgs in the LEC. Listen, we have written songs about them, and now we really, really need them to perform.
So today we ask you for total and absolute caster bias. In exchange, we will provide you with a Fnatic Miracle Run.
Imagine now, Fnatic could show the league a complete 180 turnaround from one of the most historic orgs. All we need you to do is ignore all of their mistakes, questionable drafts, horrible plays and bad calls, and just call them good instead.
And of course, they could use a really good UK player.
Absolutely. But no, that was part of the pitch.
Hold on now, because they make a lot of mistakes, and you're telling me we just have to ignore all of them?
Well, I'm just saying that every cloud has a silver lining. So maybe if you're inclined to say that Reckless absolutely sprinted it, you could instead say, wow, he's so handsome.
Yeah.
How much have you won actually in this season already? How much have you won?
Well, it's not about the wins.
Are we including scrims or no?
No.
No scrims.
Okay, because the ratio doesn't get better if we do that.
If you lose, you improve. It's just a classic pro player.
Yeah,
slogan.
but it's a sunken cost
Lose,
fallacy
improve.
at some point, guys.
How many teams have we seen sandbag the first few weeks and then just make an insane blast off straight
Yeah,
to
but there
playoffs?
used to be 9 weeks.
Yes.
I like the intensity of it, though.
I think our boys are feeling pretty good about their ability to turn this one on its head if they can get the positive reinforcement necessary from their favorite casters, analysts, and hosts.
Right, I'm sorry, I have to ask, because I'm currently looking at the statistic of this team so far, and looking at the schedule, you're only 1 game away from Astralis. What is the risk of me sounding like an idiot if I'm biased towards Fnatic?
Well, we don't have to. That's already happened.
Let's not get bogged down with schedule. Let's listen to this song. You ready? F is for friends who do stuff together. N is for anyone.
That's not
C
how you
is for
spell
championships,
anyone.
and we're gonna get done because we are the only one. F and C.
Okay, I think there's an issue here we need to confer because we're already a little bit Fnatic biased.
Well, no, we're not. No.
Oh, okay.
No,
It's not an issue.
That's not an issue.
It's not an
If I
issue.
could just confer with my
Okay.
colleague for 1 moment.
All right.
Can you stop singing songs?
I'm sorry.
Stop talking about.
I think they like this song.
They maybe did. They like stop telling them that they need a UK player.
Why not? Could sub in. Could UK word.
Okay, please, just you can say anything you want. Please do not say anything about being a UK player.
All right, we do need to move this along. So basically, I have a few concerns I've listed out here.
Is it needing a UK player?
No.
Okay. First of all, the bot lane, right? Like I could get.
It's fine. Listen. I know you have so many questions, but Mark spent all night last night working with an incredible graphic designer to show you a vision of what the future could look like with Fnatic on top. And here it is.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Are you serious?
I mean, he does make a good
Mark. Why are you ruining this for them?
Actually, British.
You're wasting our time.
Barons,
Okay?
I'm really sorry. Please, no, it's a really good pitch. It's a little bit of bias, and then Miracle Run and Fnatic.
Songs.
Also, would you come in as a jungler or what is this?
I can do anything.
Oh my
Says
God.
multi-role
No,
talent in the caption.
Look,
the entire thing every time, Mark.
I'm sorry, Dracos, come back. What if you represent another team? I don't know if the Barons saw the value in Fnatic bias, but I hope they see the value of a UK player.
Why are you like this?
Finn and Astralis are looking to turn things around after a tough week 1 and hope that the Barons can offer a little push.
Okay.
Hi Barons, my name is Finn Viestal, the top laner for Astralis, and I'm here to sell you one thing and one thing only. A miracle run rivaling only the Schalke one from 2020. Legendary run by Gilius, Abedage, Odamne, but we have something better. Astralis, 0-4 start. I know, it looks grim. I know it. I know it the most out of anyone. But we have twice as many Champions Q games as the second most team, 100 to 50. We have an incredible work ethic with me, 113, Dodger, the top side, incredibly, improving every single day and just getting better and better by time. And I promise you, if we get this one win today, we're gonna make it into a complete miracle run and surprise everyone.
Wow. I gotta say, I'm enamored by your pitch and your enthusiasm, but enthusiasm, of course, doesn't really win the game. But what are you asking for us then?
I'm glad you asked. I was just about to get that. It's just one teeny tiny little bit of detail that I want, and that's a monologue against XL Esports. Nothing personal, of course, but XL is a very important match for us, and we really need to beat them. So what I'll tell you is, if we beat BDS today, I want one monologue, and I want it to be good. I want it to be masterful, and I want it to completely knock out XL Esports.
Oh, I'm assuming you would want me to do the monologue?
Well, what do you think?
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
Think a little bit, please.
The thing is, although some dark forces are at play, I usually root them in some sort of possibility. You know, back with Fnatic, they were on the brink of already losing. Their drafts were about to be figured out. I sensed that. When it comes to your case, G2 yesterday, typical. They dropped these games that they shouldn't. You gotta give me something. What is it that's gonna make you beat XL? What do you think you have over them?
We have one thing that they don't, and that is a Kled. Kled, 75% win rate by Finn in major regions, solo killing world champions left, right, and center as well. They have no chance. When we bring this out, they will be helpless.
Right, so I hear a lot of ambitions from the top side, but when I look at the numbers, when I look at the gameplay, Finn, Astralis is struggling a little bit from mid, jungle, and top side, and bot lane's doing well. How is that being solved into today's games then?
I'm glad you asked. 113 and the Jordan are working tirelessly, 26 hours a day. They've got the mindset of a champion. They will not stop until they reach the top.
All right, so talk to me about that work during the week. You guys went 0-3 last weekend. What were like the main focuses in scrims leading into the games this weekend?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because our scrims have been really good. Beating every top team at least one time in scrims. Even the legendary G2. Ramon said 80% win rate. Against Astralis, I want him to check those numbers last week.
Oh.
That's surprising.
Oh!
Okay.
I will tell you that Astralis in scrims are beating everyone. And once that translates to stage, we will show you guys.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm kind of in for it, but I'm actually not here tomorrow to do the monologue about Excel. I do have an up-and-coming litigator investor, Lore. She could take that over from me, and she's very talented. And I tell you that. She is the most talented.
I hear you. Lore's fantastic, but yesterday I absolutely killed G2 with a monologue with them up against SK, and what happened to them was embarrassing afterwards. And I've got to say, looking at your schedule already, like you played Vitality, G2, Mad Lions, those were some tough teams that you ended up losing to. I think going against some of the weaker competition perhaps in the league, I could get on board. So I would love to give you a monologue and set up this miracle run if you take down BDS today.
Listen, Finn, these guys, they don't know what they're talking about. I am fully on board with you. And trust me, these guys, they don't know you like I do. Do you think they've ever heard the name Blomster, Finn, before? Do you think they know you played on Ninjas in Pajamas?
Yeah,
do you think they know you played the Nordics?
We actually do our
we
prep.
were in this league.
Yeah,
when you
we
started
were there when you were still learning how to walk.
That was European Masters back then, though. I'm talking about my turf. I'm talking about regionality. I'm talking about I know where you come from. So I want to do your monologue. I have roots to your team specifically. If there's anyone who should do this, I think it should be me, and I'm on board with you.
Well, Finn, you've got 3 offers. GB, Lore is the understudy, or the G2 Killers Ender right here. What's it going to be?
So my mom told me never to argue with a Danish person, so Goldberg, you're out of the picture. Ender, I love your cast. I love your ideas, but I will have a counter pitch. I will take your monologue and an appearance on Between Two Iverns, and you have a deal.
Yeah, you've got a deal. I'd love to bring you on to Between Two Iverns. I think you'd be great there. Looking forward to see you crushing BDS today. It's going to be great.
Love your work, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to see the Kled and tell Junghoon about the Zoe support too. Okay?
I got you, man.
Bust it out.
I think that went great. I think they were all sold by my pitch. I think I did fantastic. Now, looking forward to our game against BDS. I think it's going to go great. See you in a minute.
And here we are, BDS, rolling into the studio. Tandem bikes are difficult. How did the 5th member of the team get here?
That's a good question. I think we're about to find out because everyone's wondering where they are. They don't seem to care. No jungler. They're going 4v5 today.
4v5, which might aid Finn's bid for a little bit of a monologue.
Oh, there wasn't even like an ending as to where their jungler was. They just lost it.
I see him now. Why he wasn't on the bike, we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
We'll find out.
He's looking at us now, back to us, kind of like wondering what the hell we're talking about.
Hope you all enjoyed your brief reality TV break.
Yeah. We're extending our skill sets
yes. And you might not see a UK player on stage in this league ever again, but you do see a UK caster, so that's something.
A couple UK casters.
Couple UK casters. We're just stacking them up, collecting them like Pokemon. This is an interesting game. This is actually a big game. Now, usually when you look at Astralis and BDS, obviously, BDS coming out swinging. Don't always expect this from them, but taking down Fnatic yesterday, Fnatic really struggling. Astralis feels like potentially one of their last chances to get a win on the board. You saw Finn, you saw with positivity and optimism about this team being able to turn it around, make a Schalke-esque miracle run. Well, if they want to make that run, it feels like it most certainly has to start today. Again, battle for top 8. Top 8 is everything. Both these teams expected to be fighting for those slots.
Yeah, Astralis need this win. They're 0-4 right now. And if they want to join the race, I think the next in line is XL and Fnatic on 1 win. They're guaranteed a win this weekend because they play against each other later today. And then it's on 2 wins where BDS is lying next to teams like Heretics and Koi and SK. I think we'll get into draft very, very shortly.
We are in draft.
We are in draft. So Caitlyn first pick coming out for Astralis. Varus taken away, Lucian taken away, Yuumi taken away. We'll see what they answer it with here on the red side. But Maokai and Sejuani are down, junglers are down. Could look for a Zeri lane or something along those lines, or an Ashe Heimerdinger or anything to push, really.
Yeah, and I will say, despite Astralis losing yesterday, they had one shining light, and it was the bottom side there. Kabi and Junghoon playing incredibly well individually in that lane phase. So setting them up for success with his first pick, Caitlyn here. Jhin now locked in. This could be a support. This could be an AD. That is the absolute horror that is 13.1. If a champion has any CC in their kit, they count as a support now.
Is it an AD carry? It could be played on both roles in support, in AD and support. We've seen even back to 2016 or 17 MF support, the beginning of the end, where now we've got Ashe, Jhin, Caitlyn, Kalista. So it's going to be Jhin, Heimerdinger bot. Jarvan instantly responded by 113 to lock them down. We'll see if they go for the Lux or if they want to go Caitlyn, Karma, something to try to push this Heimerdinger back in. And would be surprised if, oh yeah, Ashe support, another fantastic one.
Matches.
We'll see what they go for on 3 here. I think a jungler would make a lot of sense to match this Jarvan. Jarvan we don't see very much in recent patches. We saw him a little bit towards Worlds, but very good into immobile carries, just lacks a lot of damage. You know, Wukong can just get the job done a lot easier and a lot better in terms of shutting down immobile carries, whereas Jarvan just kind of EQs in ults, stopwatches, and then hopefully the team can follow up.
Yeah, I think obviously the big nice thing about Jarvan is he feels like he just can't be stopped. Wukong sometimes a little bit more reliant on the flanks, but Jarvan is always going to get in there. How effective it will be is, of course, going to be a bigger question as we look across the game. Curious how this bot lane is going to work out. Crownie and Labrov, some pretty up and down laning phases. Labrov's first time performance was rough up against Trimby. Second time around yesterday against Fnatic was looking really good. Hope to see that same level that he showed against Fnatic today against Kabi and Junghoon, especially since they were on the tear. As we now see some top lane bans taken off the board. The Fiora matched now by an Olaf.
Yeah.
Maybe we get the Darius ban too.
I think we will. I wonder if a Galio ban is good here for BDS. Some Galio Jarvan action going on onto the Jhin will be really difficult for him to play against. But the Gnar ban coming in, if Darius gets banned away, I just think K'Sante is incredibly strong here on 4, and it does. So I wonder if they will just pick up the K'Sante, or what kind of champion they'll go for. Any kind of skirmisher that can follow up with the Wukong would be great. We've seen yesterday, you know, Wukong, Gwen, Akali comp from XL, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Struggles against scaling. They've gone for the Jax here. Astralis can match with scaling and go for Azir and take K'Sante themselves, or they can go for a different direction, just full dive. They can pick something like the Galio, the Camille of the world. It would be very difficult to Jax into lane phase, but anything that could dive onto the backline looks like their plan.
And if you missed yesterday, kind of one of the big lessons we saw in Pick Ban yesterday is that the team that drafts the better team fighting scaling composition does seem to reign supreme. So would love to see Astralis pick up the Azir here if that's something that Dayor feels comfortable on. Of course, if you don't grab it here, you risk giving it away to the opposite side, but there is a ton of pick potential already with the Ashe, the J4, and the Caitlyn, so just going to try to add more there. Yep. The barrel of Astralis, picking up the Syndra.
Sylas is quite nice into Ashe. I don't know if it's very good into the rest of the champions that Astralis have in terms of taking away the ultimates. You know, Sylas into Maokai or Sejuani, Ashe. These ultimates that they can be used for big team fights is the best kind of direction to go in. Could just match you with Azir here, pick a mage of his own here, Nuke, but he's going to go for the Sylas anyway. Very skirmish heavy, 3 melee champions top side. They're going to be diving in skirmish heavy towards the front line of Astralis, but Astralis have a very simple front to back. Jarvan's going to be diving in as well. Going to be very messy around the front line. See how much Dayor can get done with the stuns, and Kobe, Yonghun, Crownie, and Labrov peeling for themselves and keeping range.
Now, pressure, I think, on 113 to really find his way into the back line to make sure Crownie and Labrov can't just sit comfortably back there. But it's always difficult to know if the call is to dive enemy backline or to protect your own. When I see Sylas, Jackson, Wukong, it's going to be difficult. If they are ever able to flank, if BDS can get that proactive vision set up and find an angle on Nakabe or Jonghoon or even Dayor, really hard to play out these fights. That said, getting past Caitlyn traps, getting past a volley from Ashe as any of these champions is a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, chokes are going to be very hard for BDS to run through. You talk about the traps, talk about the volleys, even the Syndra stun can just leave Qs on the floor in case they walk up, just throw the E out. But yeah, if BDS can stick on top of the carries, it's lights out for the Caitlyn and Ashe. So they need to be very, very careful. We'll see how they use the Jarvan. Like you said, can be used for peel, can be used for diving in. But very important game for both these teams. If BDS get a win here, that'll put them at 3 wins. And they're currently tied with 4 teams in 4th place. 3 wins is the realm of Mad Lions in G2.
Yeah.
And in a single round robin, getting these early wins is absolutely everything. There's no insurance later on in the split.
Absolutely is not. Credit to BDS for finding that win yesterday. This is the one they absolutely have to win, neck and neck with one of their expected competitors, but surprising performances so far. Have to make sure that they stay a step ahead of Astralis here this time around. Astralis again, already desperation times, desperation games. Just 1.5 weeks into a 3-week season.
Yeah, just about ready to get into game. For the first game of the day, it's BDS versus Astralis. Little bit of level 1 action going on here. 5-man bots from both sides. Shio has snuck his way into the enemy red buff. 113 can drop the flag to get vision. They want to fight over the Heimerdinger towers, I think.
Come on, do what you won't.
Put one over the wall to get vision.
Minions have spawned.
Afraid to Scar award it. We'll just walk away here.
Look at Shio. He's put a ward on red and he's sitting in a bush. He's just hiding in the enemy jungle. The Wukong is waiting.
This is so
Is he going to walk out and just steal the Jarvan's red buff?
Is he just going to walk in and just slap the... I mean, Jarvan level 1 is awful.
Oh my god, he's committed now. Who's going to win this fight? If Shio can just take it away from him in his face, it's over for the Jarvan.
All right, Shio.
This is one of those moments where if Shio messes this up, his game is...
No one spoil it. Audience, shh, we gotta be very quiet, Okay. He's gonna smite it, flash it, he smites it, he gets it. Oh, 113! Running for his life, Shio! He was so patient, and the patience pays off. That could have been embarrassing, but he gets the buff. And now 113 is in hell. 113's life is miserable. This is not gonna be a good time. Whoop. Does get a little back day or there, but it's just 2 level 1s.
Yeah. Does get the big raptor, but doesn't level up. I mean, he must have had a bit of a heart attack there, 113, just casually taking his red, and all of a sudden a Wukong comes out from behind. Didn't expect that whatsoever. So now it's going to put him on the back foot. Maybe he gets leveled up off the small wolves, or he's going to do wolves by the looks of it. His clear will be hurt, and of course level 2 Jarvan is so powerful at early ganks. That's been negated now because they all know he's up towards the top side. So yeah, the 2 small wolves got him over to level 2. And Nuke is now looking for 113, who is quite low on HP.
Oh man, sweep in. Nice sidestep for 113, good patience.
And there's a ward placed by Adam as well.
Okay, and I just have to call it out. You're going to hear about it a lot this season, but this man is either addicted to emotes or has his right click bound to the stupid... Look at it!
It's non-stop.
That is emote APM! He's played in this league for like 4 games.
I wonder what he has it bound to. My guess would be like...
It cannot be the emote button. He cannot be pushing it every time.
I think it's probably bound to one of his mouse buttons on the left or right, so as he's holding it, he just presses it in. But as he clears his camps, he's just spamming emotes. Normally you do it to show off a little bit to the enemy.
That's why I'm pretty sure it's bound to like right click or left click. It has to be.
It's so obnoxious, isn't it?
Because he doesn't even know if the camera's on him. He's just emoting to himself.
And I heard that his emote wheel, is he just going to emote while he bases? I wonder.
No.
I heard that his whole emote wheel is the exact same emote. It's just one.
I mean, respectable. That man is really committed to that one particular Ari facial expression.
Maybe it changes every week.
It could be. We'll have to keep track.
We'll keep track of the 113 emotes every single week, see what he comes up with every time. But I mean, respect. If you emote while you're dying, you emote while you're getting a kill, unfazed.
Yeah. I can't decide if it's more or less impressive if it's bound to a mouse. You know what I mean? I feel like if it's more deliberate, maybe.
Every single right click.
Yeah, it could be good.
Just ganking mid, unleashing emotes while you're waiting in a bush.
Well, we can take a break from our discussion on emote philosophy to cast this game of League of Legends. And right now, not a lot happening. Small advantages. 113 while he was shut down early and is certainly pretty far behind in CS. He's made his level 3 safely. And so far, his bot lane is still doing their thing in complete isolation. So it's not a bad look for Astralis in this early game. Similar to what we saw against Vitality yesterday, they were also able to build a pretty strong early lead. Question is, what is the mid game going to look like?
They're just...
There it is. What?
They're just
it's the wink. This man can't... He needs to also wink if he's going to commit this hard to the emote.
I wonder if they have emotes on, you know. Some pro players just turn it off so they don't have to deal with the taunting. But some pro players have ticks in a way that as you're playing the game, you're spamming a button. So for me, I like spam caps lock. Some people spam the enter key. Hang on a second, Finn might...
No, just a little bit of...
have some spare time in the graveyard, but he's going to level up. That'll help him out a little bit. There is a pro player who, every time they die, would change mouse settings and things like this. So, I mean, no matter what it is, someone always has that thing that they do during the game.
All right, I did not know that. You spam you just hit caps lock for no reason while you play?
I just spam it. Tap, caps lock, spam while I'm laning. I don't know.
That's so weird.
It's just something to keep
Someone watching this is going to think that's part of the reason why you're a pro and be like, guys, I just have to spam caps.
Like when you see like Faker settings, you're like, I'm just going to take all his settings.
That's classic.
And I'll play like
that. That's the no shame, I'm bad, and I'm praying that something will save me. Adam, absolutely just walloping Finn here in the top lane right now, building a small CS advantage for himself. Overall, though, Astralis still holding onto the gold lead a lot because of the pressure advantage they have right now from Kabe and Jonghoon in the bottom lane. Shio and Labrav, though, looking to get frisky here, laying down a bit of vision on the bottom side. Hawkshot, though, always makes these plays really difficult, as every 60 seconds you basically just have free vision across most of the map.
Yeah, deep wards just to track 113 as much as possible. Not too far behind, only one camp down right now. I mean, he did only lose the red, managed to pick up the Raptors towards the end of it, and he's full cleared the rest of his camps. Now coming out of base, we'll see what he can get done. No boots just yet. Ideally want to rush those boots on Jarvan or something along those lines. Depends whether he's playing with magical footwear. Adam looking for a trade on top. TP's back from both these top laners. Bot lane pushes basically everything right now. So Astralis really favored the Caitlyn Ashe getting the upper hand on the Jhin Heimerdinger, keeping them on the tower. I kind of worry for BDS. I'm a bit of a Jhin hater. Every time I see this champion against one frontline, let alone two now with the Jarvan, it just doesn't do any damage.
Just a little fist bump on that. Agreed. He's only got 4 bullets. Every other champion has unlimited. Just seems like a bad deal. To oversimplify it in a way that's completely unprofessional. But yeah, I'm not thrilled by it. It'll be interesting to see if Crownie does still opt to go for Ravenous Hydra. That was his previous build on the Jhin, the first game that he played it. Can help sustain a lot more of the push here. But Jonghoon opting for the Ghost in this game, something I didn't initially notice, but does make a sense when you look at the amount of kind of skill shots that could get landed in this lane that could decide it.
Yeah, needs to continuously run away. I think that bot tower has lost 2 plates in the last 7 minutes in just pure 2v2. So 113 trying to cover it as much as possible. Mercury treads early pick up for Nuke to make sure he can roam around from mid faster and avoid a lot of the Syndra damage. Top in isolation is winning for BDS. Bot side is where everyone's focusing. The whole meta right now is just about bot side, I feel like. Bot push into Drake, bot push into first base, bot push into plates.
It's funny too because top laners are finally fighting and killing each other, but the meta just means that they just don't matter. So like we actually have a reason to watch top now because you have a lot of these crazy explosive trades, but ultimately they could also just be playing tanks. They matter just the same amount as they did in previous metas.
Yeah, the exciting part of this matchup is when the Cassante knocks the Jax into tower, just wants to hold the wave as close to his tower as possible. As Astralis start up the Dragon, not a lot of vision to work with. BDS can see exactly what's happening.
Careful here.
Shio's on the way and he's level 6. This could be a disaster.
Flash out to safety, Jonghoon, good move, man. Again, Stolen Jarvan can do this. Is wow,
it's horrible for Astralis. I think BDS can just take this in their face. The problem they have is 113 is level 5.
Getting laid down.
Unless Kobe can do magic here. Maybe 113 can steal it and flash out. That would be a great outcome here for Astralis.
Oh, that was awkward. Flash in, flag, and drag back out to safety, but that was really just a stare down. Some small abilities being traded left and right, but Kabe now going to be in no man's land. He's locked up. Instant flash out, clean flash over the wall. Credit to Kabe for escaping on that one, but Astralis kind of spectators to BDS taking that dragon. Weren't able to do a whole lot there.
So 4 summoners blown on the side of Astralis in terms of flashes. Finn losing out on that 1v1 to Adam. Actually, I think Adam was incredibly low as well. Both of them had to flash in that exchange. But Caitlyn, Ashe, no flash. It's going to be really, really vulnerable. Jhin level 6, Heimerdinger level 6, no cleanse. It's going to be tough, so a lot of setup and focus will be down there for BDS. 113 is going to have to cover them, but Herald's just spawned. That throws a small spanner in the works in the sense that I think Shio can be the one to go towards Herald. His bot lane has flash up, so he can play a little bit more aggressive and away from them. They should be safe in isolation. And against the Jarvan level 6, it's just come through.
See what he can get done with it. It's going to be difficult, of course. Really wants to focus playing around bottom side because of the immobile champions present there. Locking down Sylas, locking down Wukong or Jax is going to be very difficult. Because really, you're going to look dumb if you Jarvan ult someone, winky face Ahri at them, and they just walk out of your ultimate. You know, a little casual Sylas dash through. So you really got to go bot lane to make sure the winky face has maximum effect.
I was confused for a second when he said walk out. I was like, well, how
well, it's kind of a, he scoots out. Yeah, it's kind of just a little sidestep.
Little sidestep out. Yeah, Adam, Nuke, and Shio are basically unultable for a 1-3. So that's why I think this top side 3v3 is not really in their favor, but Shio doesn't have the Cyclone yet. He used it around the Dragon. See if they want the fight anyway.
Getting pulled back. It's just a smite fight, and Shio wins those. This is so rough for Astralis right now. 113 now running. Maybe can just look to ult a few members for extra damage, but First Blood now going down. Astralis' top side absolutely falling apart, but BDS doing such a good job of punishing the only weak point on the entire map of them right now is that bottom lane where Kabe and Jonghoon are pulling wildly ahead.
So it's been 3 smite fights, Red, Dragon, and Herald. Shio's won all 3 of them. Kobe and Jonghoon, yeah, they should be able to pick up this tower, so at least the gold will stay somewhat even as Kobe tries his best alongside Jonghoon to find a way to carry this game for his team. 10-minute bot tower. Not too bad. LeBron flash
locked down,
forwards.
trying to go for the chain CC, and they're going to make it work, but there's no more tower to back them up. Nuke now on the way in, but Crowny's going to be in trouble. 4-shot now going through. That's big, big damage. 4 bullets, more than enough to get the job done. Jonghoon wants to get a little bit more, but the Ashe is going to finish him. Should fall here. That's a stun. Nuke now going to follow up. Should just hold on to the Ashe arrow, grab the kill. Can make another play to follow. And BDS tying up the gold score. That bot lane devastation not going to be able to continue any further.
Yeah. Oh, the arrow from bots.
Arrow from downtown. Now 1 spin coming in from the Wukong. Good damage. 2nd spin now going to come out. Dayor not able to finish the job. Shio healing up, and BDS 4-1 now in the kill score.
That was insane by Nuke. Ganks bot, takes the Ashe arrow, kills Jonghoon, and then fires in mid, so Shio can gank mid while he's not there. A lot of impact from the Sylas already. Roaming around the map, Dayor's not really been able to find any roams of his own other than moving towards that Herald, which they just lost. Isolation, top lane's going in their favor too. It's only bot, like I said. Here, Labrov flash stunning because Kobe has no sums. Kobe has no damage left, so he just tries to ult before he dies, but the 4th shot comes out. Jonghoon picks up the kill to make it a 1-for-1, but no mid push to the side of Astralis means that no one's coming to help. Nuke gets the kill, and I'm sure we'll see this beautiful arrow here in just a second. As Adam just killed Finn off screen. Solo lane's going pretty well for BDS. I saw Kobe sigh there, just kind of rolling his hands through his hair like, I'm at 1.3k gold up, just took their bot tower, but my whole team is struggling.
The Xayah game, yesterday's game, today's game. Kobe is trying so hard to carry this team, but topside is collapsing, and it was yesterday that Finn kind of just walked into mid lane and got solo killed by Perks. Today he got solo killed in the top lane, and this is a very intense matchup. Don't get me wrong, Jax versus Cassandre is very hard, but getting solo killed is never good.
Yeah. It's a struggle here for Astralis. Is this going to be the 1v1? It is. So what does Finn do here? Walks up for a plate, it looks like. Just disrespect. Adam just all into him after going a bit too deep. The ult comes through, but he ults him into tower and then takes a shot. Yeah, not great. Adam just gets the kill.
Just saying, the BDS emotes hitting a little harder than the Astralis emotes right now.
They are. Adam off to a 1,000 gold lead right now. Same story for jungle. Rod of Ages picked up for Nuke on the Sylas. We'll see him become stronger and stronger as the game progresses. And we'll keep our eye on what he can do. He's moving towards bot right now. He's actually turned into a water bottle as well by the looks of the camera. So he will be flowing like water up and down this river with the tier 2 boots and the Rod of Ages. Fight in mid.
See what else they can get
Flash
here.
away. Dayor.
Jarvan ult stolen. And this is so difficult for Astralis to play out. They have a bit of a range advantage here. They play slow.
Yeah, Dragon's up. It's just Kobe. It's Kobe versus the world. He's got Jonghoon next to him, a little bit of peel around him, some burst. Will it be enough to weather the storm? I think they're just going to have to give this Dragon by the looks of it. Everyone's recalling. BDS can just start it up once they clear out these wards. Herald mid. It's probably running out. 30 seconds left on the plate, so I want to make sure they can get a crash. But that's 2 Dragons. We'll see what soul it is. Astralis going to struggle even harder to look for any kind of fight because their mid game is weaker than BDS's. You know, the Cassandre, Jarvan, Syndra being behind up against champions like Sylas, Wukong, they're just going to get run over in fights. There's not much they can do. So they need to find some kind of pick or hope that Kobe can dish out as much damage as possible.
Maybe they can kill this before it hits the tower, and they will. Yeah. That's pretty good. Denying the Herald at least a little bit of a silver lining there on this cloud. 1k gold lead for BDS, 2 Drakes backing them up as well. Astralis has grabbed a tower in the bottom lane, but you can see Nuke already pushing in on the bottom side. He's got the rest of his team starting to collapse as well. Looks like they are willing to go for the dive here, but I think more likely than not, Astralis just will not contest this.
Yeah, Dayor's coming down. Arrow top lands onto Adam from Jonghoon. All in from Finn. Here comes Jonghoon on the side as well.
Adam now getting pulled back. Stun gonna fall away. Finn on the chase. All out, gonna flash in here.
He has no ward though, I think, so he doesn't have anything to jump to.
Adam is gonna get caught out here. Are they gonna give the kill over to Kabe? They will. I like that. Even more money into the back pocket of the Caitlyn. This is the one reliable carry that your team needs.
He got the full tower though, so you can see the gold swing now 1.6 in the favor of Jax. They got bot tower as well. Both side lane towers have fallen on the side of Astralis, but it's Kobe who has to carry this game now. Almost 2,000 gold lead for him. It's going to have to be the Kobe show.
But you can see on the gold chart here on the side presented by Santander, it is Kabe versus almost the entire BDS team there at the top. So it is a tall task. It is a tough task. Has the space, has the traps that the team can peel for him. Give their lives to keep the Caitlyn healthy. Maybe, just maybe, they can get something done. But definitely a very rough start for Astralis, especially when their most promising games we've seen so far have usually been in the early game where they've found leads. Their mid game has been pretty sloppy across the season, and they're going to need to clean it up quick if they want to get anything done here against BDS.
They definitely are. Their grouping mid is 5 here, just arming for this mid-tier one. We'll see if they can pick it up. Trap line is down. Arrow is going to land. If they can get a trap onto him, maybe the chain CC is enough, but I don't think so. Here comes the Jinult.
Shio now moving in. That's the Wukong all hitting multiple members. They are already taken out. Easy start to the fight from BDS. Adam essentially untouched. Jonghoon has to flash out the safety. Nuke now coming in as well. So hard for Kabi to even step up an auto attack here. 113 going over the wall, committing onto Adam, but there's just no play to be made. Buys a bit of space for his support, so a single easy kill in favor of BDS.
Charlotte's a bit of a questionable call. I think just grouping 5 minutes, trying to get the tower down is a bit rushed. Maybe they thought they could just get it and get out, but they're up against Wukong Sylas, and he was coming from bot, so they're going to get collapsed on. Jinult will chase him down as well. So Dayor falls once again. Going to have to start playing more for side waves here. But look at bot. Bot situation right now is horrible for the side of Astralis. Oh, I'll close that as we're going into a replay. Astralis trying to get this tower. I think they thought they could pick it up and then get out. Maybe the arrow's there just to buy time. They've got a couple creeps to play with, but yeah, Wukong comes over the side. TP comes in from Sylas behind them, the Jinult to chase. And there's no real turn. 113 can't ult in here. There's going to be no follow-up. They just have to kite back and try to escape.
Very difficult situation. I think 113 trying to anticipate where the Wukong was going to go with the EQ. Not sure what he was doing in that circumstance, but Dayor obviously easy pickings. And it's only going to get easier again as the top side gets further and further ahead in gold. If you're the Syndra, you're stuck in a really horrible situation, which is you can build a defensive item, in which case you're never going to kill them, but you'll live a little bit longer. Or you can build a damage item, which means maybe you'll kill them, but you're definitely going to die in the fight if you do.
Sounds like a lose-lose really for Dayor, doesn't it?
Being behind as a, more mid-game focused mage. I think Syndra obviously 68 stacks, getting closer to 120. Eventually she'll be pretty relevant, but we're going to be waiting a while.
Gonna be a bit of a stun bot, is what you're telling me.
Yeah.
Just use the ult, press E with the extra the yards spread and try to hit as many of these melee champs as BDS as possible. I don't think BDS will mind that Crownie's behind. Obviously it's not ideal, but his job isn't to dish out auto attacks and look for kills. His job is just to root whoever the top side's first target is and then ult from a distance to try to follow up and execute kills.
And also it's important to note that he is behind relative to Kabe, but relative to Dayor, he's really not. And now Shio gonna grab Dayor.
He's 1v2ing them. He's 1v2ing the mid jungle of Astralis, and he's winning.
He took those emotes personally. Out here for a bit of vengeance. Curtain call coming in. One shot gonna get dodged. 113 trying to make it away. Jungle trying to block. Ankle was a little off there. A bit more damage, and he could have been taken down. But BDS moving into break open bot lane.
Yeah, it's gonna fall this tower when the Herald crashes onto it. Demolish proc as well. Crownie again. There's a. Did LeBron just kills Jonghoon with Crownie's W?
Mark, this game is just falling apart.
Yeah. Kobe's just looking around him, but there's just fire everywhere. You know that little dog in the house with the fire all around him saying, this is fine?
This is fine.
That's Kobe right now, just clearing mid waves, looking around, just saying, guys, can we just try and hold on to something? Don't push waves past towers, just try to slow this game down. But this will be sole points for BDS. TP top from Dayor, maybe they can find a top tier one, but Adam's matching. I don't think they can dive the Jacks either. So their only play is just group mids. And push and look for vision, really.
I want to give credit to BDS, and especially Shio, for the very creative level 1, for taking the buff away from 113, interrupting the early Jarvan pathing to make sure he couldn't press a lead. But also on the side of Astralis, there have been so many unforced errors. That dragon was super random. That first Herald take, playing around that objective, really didn't have the tools to do it. They chose to take it anyway. This has just been chaos and a lot of individual failings across the board. Finn getting solo killed in the top lane, Dayor getting caught out left and right thus far. It is such a difficult game for Astralis, and again, a game that they really needed to win. This could have been the turnaround. BDS was supposed to be the team that was neck and neck with them when it came to fighting for top 8, but that is just not the case in this match today.
So here's the replay. Stun comes in from Lebrov. Ult W, massive burst with the Ignite 2 towers and the Jin W to root. Great play, great catch, but yeah, a lot of faults from Astralis, you have to say, but great capitalization by BDS. Good macro so far. Good Herald and bot to get the bot tier 2. Arrow's gonna miss there. Nice try to land onto Crownie. But they're collapsing in their responses have been quick, and that's exactly what they need to do. They look for 113 here. Has the ult, no E on
coming out. Nuke just moving in pretty furiously here. Curtain call already coming in. The follow immediately from Adam. Love the play. The 3-member combo there. The Sylas, the Jax, and the Jin just doing work.
It's going to be a Baron. It's just gone. There's no jungler. I mean, you can, as Astralis here, you can say we have to contest because what else can you do? You know, there's no other objective to play for. You may as well try something. They don't have a smite. Maybe Kobe can get a couple of autos in to chunk them out, but it's going down so quick. Nuke can zone them away. Can even try to flank them here, look for a fight, but yeah, there's no real response here available for Astralis. The top side is just collapsed. It's like in Jenga, you know, when you're trying to get that one piece and you think you go for the risk, you start the dragon, you think, if I can just get this one piece, I can win. And yeah, the whole tower falls. No flash on 113, no E either, so Nuke can ult through the stun, flash out, and then Adam can be the one to go in again. Shio not even needed. The Wukong is incredibly strong and will do even more damage to the backline. Arrow hits onto Adam, but how can they ever go in? It's not just that they're too far behind, but they just don't have any follow-up to this Jarvan.
They don't have anything. And that is the struggle. They need time. They need a lot of time if they want to come back into this game. But with the lead that this top side has, it's just going to be so difficult to play out any fight at all. And now Crowny, who, yes, is still a little bit behind the Caitlyn, is still a massive threat to every other member of the team. So if you've ever wanted to see a player 1v9, that is what Kabe will need to do to win this game.
He's 1v15 at this point. He's so far behind on this team. Mid-tier 1 is the only thing left standing, and that's where Kobe's been standing the whole game. 1-1-3, no
Jungle
flash.
does not belong to him. He will cancel his ultimate. He's now trying to run out to safety. A little bit extra healing coming in from the Radiant Virtue will keep him standing strong.
Yep, bot push coming in for Crowny. What they're saying here is we're going to threaten your tier 3 bot. If you do not respond and clear these waves, then it will fall, and we'll take your inhibitor. And if Astralis do respond, like Kobe will do, they'll lose their mid tower. So he has to be careful here, actually, Kobe. If they had a ward over that wall a little bit earlier, Shio could have jumped over. Tower is really low. Crowny, see if he decides to step up.
And Kabe doesn't have cleanse. You know what I mean? This is just going to be, if anything hits him, especially now that Lebrov has Rylai's, he will die in the fight.
Yeah,
the follow-up is way too easy for the Wukong and Jax and the Silas.
She's surprised. BDS aren't even going mid. They're just forcing this bot tier 3.
Arrow coming out. Making sure to zone Astralis away as they break down that bottom tower.
Ah, here we go. Here's the final rotation to mid to get this tier 1, and once this mid tier 1's down, you just unlock the rest of the map. 50 seconds left on this Baron. One wave here to play on, another one coming out of base. That'll be the second wave they can play on. And then the buff will probably fall off. So we'll see if they can get the siege in. I mean, Astralis' wave clear isn't too bad. Syndra, Caitlyn, Ashe, they can start throwing spells at the wave. BDS have to respect. It's only 22, 23 minutes into the game. They can't look for any overforce of dives. There's no tier 2s to play for, so I think other than mid, they can't really go to sides. And I think once they realize they can't get this tower, they'll just back away and wait for this dragon in 50 seconds.
At this stage of the game,
it's tough.
Astralis have to dig deep. They have to dig into some layer of themselves that no one has ever seen before.
They need to ascend.
Or maybe from any League of Legends players seen before, because this is incredibly one-sided. 8K. We have an Ocean Soul around the corner, as if being a Syndra one-shotting any of these champions wasn't hard enough. There's an Ocean Soul waiting, and you have to feel that one is going to go straight into the waiting arms of BDS. Astralis, any lost team fight is probably a lost game. Whereas BDS could probably lose 2 or 3 back-to-back before they have to worry about anything.
Well, respect to Astralis. They know if they lose this dragon, the game's over. And the game is kind of over anyway, but at least try something.
Here comes Adam on the backside. They managed to knock him back, but they leap right back into the stun anyway. Adam getting pulled away. Adam getting cut down. Do they have enough damage to finish off the Jax? Jax is going to get taken out. Combat the backside still remaining untouched. That Jarvan ult could be big. Shield locked on a trap. That's massive. They moved into the choke against Kabe. It might just be enough for them to find the fight. Astralis, how are you getting this done? Nuke now healing up. Fit now leaping forward, trying to pull him back. Jonathan doing just a bit of damage. What you'd expect from a support Ashe? No! The Kingmaker not up in time, and that means Kabe running now. Finn trying to do as much as he can. Crowny now moving back in. It is just support Ashe. BDS are simply too strong. A valiant effort from Astralis, but in the end, BDS will take the fight.
They're just way too far behind. The team fight was pretty well played by Astralis. I think Adam going a little bit too deep there. Very overconfident. Astralis all grouped up, tried their best. That was their last stand. They're going to lose this dragon. Respawns will come in, and then BDS will probably take one more Baron and end the game and push into Astralis' base. But there was signs of life. Maybe if Kobe can get an Infinity Edge before they can look for that siege, then they can look for a similar kind of fight. He wasn't really the one getting involved in it. It was Finn actually finding the majority of those kills for the team alongside Jonghoon. Arrow will land onto Adam. See how much follow-up there will be. He has flash up now.
Should just be easy for him to
TP
make it out of
behind
that
coming
one.
in from
EQ.
Finn.
Is he going to flash ult him? He doesn't even have ult yet. Finn wants to fully commit.
What is jump?
The slow is going to be big here. Another counter-strike now coming out. Heimerdinger waiting over the wall.
Stun.
Oh, this is going to be big. They're going to try and turn and burn. Big stun. Chio now moving to the backside, waiting as long as he possibly can. 3 seconds on his ultimate, but he's already at half health. Ocean Soul, though, is so broken. It is just healing him up so incredibly much. Jungho, Dayor on the backside. Kabi's not even in the area. Kabi's just farming bot. There is no fight here, Astralis. They try to take it anyway. They will now finally disengage. BDS, 5 members strong, barreling down the mid lane, looking to end this game.
No front line left for Astralis other than 113. If he goes in, BDS have enough damage to just shred straight through him. Kobe's here. He can put some traps down. Baron buff. Baron spawning, rather, in 40 seconds to get the Baron buff, which is what they need to siege these tier 3s. Kobe can wave clear through the normal creeps pretty easily. He is still pretty strong. I mean, he's the only member that's strong, but he can clear these waves, so it's not over just yet. Arrow, these are the picks they need to look for. Astralis need to just throw out an arrow, maybe hit a target, 4-man that target, get the kill, and then get back in time to defend their base. But it's going to have to happen so many different times. A lot of flashes burned from BDS, though they have nothing left in terms of escaping with summoner spells. So this is the pick. Finn TP's in. Nice cancel on the jump there to stop him from getting away. Then he flashes, Dayor lands the stun, but Labrov's over the wall, giving a jump to Adam. And then Shio is the one who tags in to push Astralis back.
Yep. Easy follow-up here as well, because you can see Kabe on the backside, or in the bot lane, rather. Meanwhile, picture in the bottom left-hand corner, you can see the Baron now being started. Most likely finished as well. Only the flash and the Ash really stopping this play from getting any worse. As it'll be an easy Baron to BDS.
And here comes the siege through top. Wave push out from Astralis in bot or mid. You have to expect try to get any waves out, but looks like they're just recalling for now. Does Kobe have IE in base? He does. 3-item Caitlyn. 26 minutes in. Not bad. We'll see what he can get done. Even in gold with Crowny, who's obviously got a lot of global gold from the Barons and the towers and such. 1-4, Adam pushing in mid. Trap line is in mid as well, so top will be a bit difficult to hold. Double cannon minion, Jin'll to push them back.
Dayor, no flash. Dayor is going to die. Yep. Goodbye to Dayor. Manages to get the ult off. Shio going golden. 1-3 not taking too much damage. Tanky boy, that's going to be a shutdown.
A lot of damage from that Caitlyn. Managed to get the kill.
Yep, nope. Get anything else done. They should just be able to break from the base. Finn waiting off to the side. 1-for-1.
Yeah, 4v4. No Wukong means Kobe has more space to work with, but he doesn't have Gale Force or Flash. Really immobile. If Nuke can get on top of him with that Jarvan, he might just die. So top in him falls. They're going to wait for Shio. And if you want the final copium take of how Astralis can win this game, it's probably Elder Dragon. I mean, the amount of games I've seen just disappear in the blink of an eye from one team building it all up on an Elder is unbelievable. But I don't think BDS will let them get to that point.
I will say, if I were a scriptwriter, 113 finally emoting after stealing an Elder Dragon,
Chef's Kiss.
Would be Chef's Kiss.
Maybe he has a Chef's Kiss emote in there somewhere.
Because
I think there is one.
I'm going to be honest right now. The Winky emo is starting to feel like a crying emote, but like with the smiling mask on.
It does.
You know what I mean?
Suffering through the pain.
There it is. But the knock-up, hey, little glimmer of
Still
hope here.
emoting.
LeBron, very squishy boy. They don't have enough damage to kill him, though, so he's going to walk away. That is one big B turret.
That is a very big B turret.
These skins are so funny. Like, again, every time we see a funny skin in pro play, I'm like, yes.
I still can't believe it's called Heimerstinger. Not Beamer Dinger.
Yeah,
like, that's outrageous.
I brought it up.
I'm actually going to write an email after this game.
Thank you. Yes. Start a petition.
I'm going to start a petition.
Don't actually start a petition.
Jin'll. Full shot misses. Only 50 seconds left on this Nash. They have a top wave. They have a mid wave and a bot wave coming in. Actually, they're going to ignore the bot wave. They just want to siege mid. I think Jax can tank these traps with his E.
Kabe has heal now. I imagine he does have Gale Force. Good arrow to lock him down. The mark
this
coming
could be
out
good for Astralis.
They're shutting through Adam. 113 still standing for now. It's a bit of a messy fight overall. Duke is just going to immediately dash out of that one. Finn buying as much base as he can. BDS backing off, and Astralis now holding the line.
Wow, so this trap line actually doing work. Adam can't really escape. The second the arrow landed, they have the Syndra stun. Kobe can get the kill with the trap following up on the CC. So it's Kobe who's holding the line, getting quite strong, getting towards the late game Caitlyn. 1 minute on the Elder. That's Astralis' chance. They can steal that, you know. Like you said, 113 just drops the emote as he escapes the pit with the dragon. You know, you might have got the dragon, the red buff, and the herald, but he's pulled out the game-winning play.
I'm just saying, the Kabe narrative arc feeling pretty strong right now. You know,
storyline.
BDS, their gold lead will blot out the sun. Kabe fighting in the shades. Very 300 moment here. The rest of his team is catching up slowly but surely. Maybe the 5-man unit could be the difference here. Shio waiting in the darkness, trying to find a bit of an angle. Might be forced to just ult to get out of this one. The rest of the team now retreating. LeBron over the wall could be big. 1-1-3 now dashing out to safety. Dayor doing what he can in the mid lane just to clear the wave. BDS trying to get priority control over the Elder Dragon. 30 seconds. Looks like Astralis are full committing to this pick here. Nice flash to extend that just to make sure they get the knock up on a Nuke, but Nuke just gonna flash right back out to safety. Ocean Drake gonna make sure that he's not too hurt.
They found an avenue. They've got a wave through bot that they can play in. Dayor has TP to join the team. Now the face checking begins. This is where it becomes a little bit difficult. They're gonna get backed against the wall here. This really is the 300. This is their last stand.
Here we go. Protect the president. Oh, they are not protecting the president. The president is in the back line. He's just getting one shot. No! Astralis. That was their hope. Dayor, can he be the difference maker? 1-1-3 still standing, but no. That is it. When Copy dies, Astralis dies with him. BDS might take another 30 seconds, but this is their game. It has been domination from start to finish. A creative level 1 from Shio and every single lane but bot winning out for Crownie. Using that utility helped bring the game home.
Here comes a TP from Nuke. He's just going to base TP into the base of Astralis and end this one here. Finn will fall. Flashes away, but I think there's...
Oh, little dashy.
Okay. This is one of those situations where you're screaming at your team not to end the game so you can get the kill first. Will they get the kill before they end the game?
End the game. No, they're
Are they going to wait?
Are they going to wait?
They are waiting.
They are waiting.
No, okay, this is just
There you
brutal,
go.
isn't it? Okay, well, you've got about 5 seconds to get Finn.
Applause for Finn's KDA. Finn's KDA taking one for the team here.
Is he dead?
There it is.
And now they'll end the game.
BDS, big win. Astralis, heartbreaker to go down to 0-5, but BDS clearly deserving the win from start to finish. 3-2 now their scoreline.
Simple and easy. Just win through top side. Bot lane was struggling in the 2v2. A lot of vision placed down there from BDS. 1-1-3 was matching a lot of it as well, trying to get some pressure down there. But yeah, just straight through top. Adam had a fantastic game. Yeah, I think Nuke was roaming around the map, and once he got 2 or 3 kills rolling, he was unstoppable. And Shio just out-smiting, out-classing the side of 1-1-3. Just meant that they could just play through top, and yeah, the skirmishes were just so in their favor in the mid game.
Yeah, and this game was incredibly one-sided. Again, credit to the bottom lane. They were given priority picks. They leveraged them to build a big gold lead. Unfortunately for them, the rest of the map did collapse, and it was creative pathing from Shio. It was BDS playing pretty clean. Now, there were some hiccups, but I think that when you look at a late game with that kind of gold lead, I can't really hold it against BDS for maybe getting a little over-eager on some of the plays. At the end of the day, they were still the ones coming out on top. And sadly, on the opposite side for Astralis, we're approaching desperation times. 0-5 going down to 0-6 feels like a death sentence. But you never know here in the LEC. Crazier things have happened, even if it's not going to start today.
Yeah, I think the sweet spot for top 8 is probably 4 wins. I don't know the exact math on that, but if you're trying to scrape 7th or 6th, so they basically need to win every other game from now on, which will be tough. They've got XL tomorrow, SK next week, so yeah, those are teams around the area that they're in, so if they can win those games, there is hope, but we'll see. BDS, though, 3 wins, tied with G2 and Mad now. If they lose a game, then they're in the top of the table.
Certainly would be the case. Crazy from BDS here. An excellent week thus far. 2-0 on the week. Adam, Shio, Nuke, your options for who you want. I don't know.
I think Nuke's arrow kind of sealed it for me. You know, that's like a
good
montage.
But also Shio was like the one who followed up on the kill, and he did a level 1, and that was really
but
good.
you followed up on the kill because he did it in the first place.
Adam got a solo bolo.
You know, it's like me in Apex when I get the first frag, then you start following in.
No, I don't think that's
my Horizon ult, and then you're the one. You know,
we're getting a little off topic here, but we'd have to check the VODs on that one. I think that's a little bit of
VAR.
Yeah, we'd have to check back on that one. Anyway, focusing in on this game, it was across the board a team effort, and I think that, you know, again, well played to BDS as a whole. Found the upset yesterday.
Yep.
Today, taking down someone that was initially expected to be a close competitor. And I have a feeling if they can keep this pace up that they're going to be the kind of team that we have to elevate when we start writing these preseason tier lists. Because this was not a team that we really had on our radar to be a big threat out the gate. We thought, hey, maybe down the road, they'd be able to grow, they'd be able to show us more. But from what we've seen this week, they're growing pretty quickly.
Yeah, and their schedule is Mad Lions tomorrow, I believe, and then it's G2 next week. So their schedule will get a little tougher as the weeks go on into our final round robin next weekend.
Yeah.
The last third of the regular split before we go towards the group stage.
But if you ultimately set the goal at making it to top 8, these are the games that really matter. Beating your direct competitors. Beating G2, it's nice. We saw it from SK yesterday, and that's going to be a huge boon for the team as we move later into the season. But as long as you're beating your direct competitors, you can get that spot in top 8. You have a chance to go even further in best of 3, and I think that's what matters the most. For now, though, we are standing by with Lore and the assistant coach of BDS.
Thank you, guys, and Striker. Thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Congrats on the amazing start for BDS so far. Tell me about the level 1. We're going to watch the replay here. It was beautifully thought, I feel, especially against one of your former players, 113. Tell me about how you planned for this one, the invade. We didn't see this one yet, but yeah, tell me about planning for this one. He's going there now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, basically,
you guys discussed.
We knew that they were going to probably, with this draft, go as 5 bots, right? So we just call for the match after the draft, and then since we know that they like to start on red side, Shio has this idea of just sneaking in. It's something that he likes to do.
All right.
And he did it well. I think also it's a good call against Jarvan because...
You can't do much.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, and now it's hell for 113 in the jungle. Everybody keeps on wondering why he keeps on spamming emotes, and I know he was one of your players last year with K-Corp, so please give me some insight on this.
I mean, it's just a habit that he has. He's not
Okay.
really thinking about it. It's just binded on one of his keys and he just spams everything. So.
All right, just a matter of habit. But now we'll have the answer on this. Focusing a bit more on BDS, amazing start against for you guys so far. I want to know a bit more about the work you've been doing, you and GoToOne, the head coach, to set up this team so perfectly so far, especially focusing on the rest of the schedule, Mad Lions, G2 and Vitality.
I mean, yeah, we've been working so far, I think, quite well as a staff. After week 1, we had some adjustment to make because it's first time that we work together. There is also main Q, so this helps because he was there last year for BDS. And we are getting there, you know, we are trying to find each other place, but I think it's going in the right direction so far. And for Mad and everyone that we are going to play next week, it will be for sure tough matches, but we are not shy from those teams. I think we are a good team. I think we have really good individual players, and we'll just try our best.
All right, well, looking forward to what else we can see from BDS. Thank you, Striker. Hopefully we can catch with GoToOne next time. I'll let you join your team now when we will be done tossing, and we'll take a short break now. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with Vitality and SK Gaming. Stay tuned.
My name is Thomas Fuku. I'm ex-Kick. I'm playing ADC for SK Gaming, and I'm 19 years old. I started playing League at 9 years old. I think I got Master for the first time at 12, something like that, and I got Challenger at 15. Competitive, I started Summer Split 2020 in LDLC, and I played for 5 splits now, and now I'm in LEC. My playstyle, I would describe it like aggressive, but I'm trying to become a bit more smart about my gameplay, because the people here punish you way faster and way harder than in IRL, so I got to be smart. My favorite champion of all time is Draven. I was watching actually Tyler 1 and then Hans Hammer. I would say Aphelios, that's the champ I'm known for, kinda. I want to play against Hans Hammer, because when I was like 14, 15, I wanted to be like him, because he got Challenger at 14 as well, and he was very good, and he was French and Draven main, etc. So yeah, I just want to play against G2 and Hans. I have interest outside of League. I would say it's like watching anime, reading mangas, sometimes drawing, but it's very rare, and gymming.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
Hello guys and welcome back. Yesterday, SK Gaming brought out the Elise to secure a victory over G2. Now, to showcase how the champion works, I have two examples here to run through. The first one, we're going to start with a clickbait title, so I've chosen a T1 clip because I know we all care about that. Now, for Elise to probably work, there's two things you really want. Well, one thing is a bot lane that gets priority. The other one is you want to have the Elise pathing bot side. Now, the reason why this is so good is usually due to the fact that with a stacked up wave, and when Elise comes down to dive, you can just press the repel button when you're diving, and it's super easy to pull it off. As we roll up the clip, you can see there's a lot of different things they've already prepared for themselves. They have the vision control already given, so they know if enemy jungler is moving down as well. As you can currently see, bot lane is getting that control we're talking about at the same time as well. And as soon as they spot the opponent jungler, well, Faker is going to assume that he needs to come down as well to give that extra support. Now, as we finally find them here, I don't really care what happens in this play, because once again, it's quite simple. It's the Elise. You pull up the gank. What you really just want here is the tracking of no with more members coming down, the fact you can have your mid laner come down as well, and just pull out the dive. And as we fast forward, you can see they go for it, they get a few kills, they get the first blood, 2-4-1 comes through in the end. Now we're going to take a look at the superiority. We're going to take a look at SK instead. And what SK pulled off yesterday is pretty much the same. You have that bot lane with bot lane priority that allows you to pull in with the lane. You have a jungler pathing down towards the bot side. So you pretty much got all your check marks there for how you want to play the Elise. Now, there's actually going to happen something really cool here from the side of Makun. He's currently on vision. He's going to walk this way to pretend like he's walking into the enemy jungle. But what you actually see is that he's going to path down towards the bot lane again to kind of fake the enemy in terms of where he's coming in from. In the end, I do believe they will spot him before coming in on a ward that will be placed down in River, as you can see in a second there. But at this point, it's already too late. Jankos, if we take a look at the minimap, you can see he's actually on the opposite side of the map. And this means that SK just gets full leeway to play around the bot side once again. Now, Elise, remember, super strong power pick. What's this right here? You're in towards the enemy turret. You have a stack wave coming in. You have the Elise. You have an isolated bot lane. What's going to happen? Once again, we don't care. We know exactly what happens with the Elise. They're going to get the 2 kills instead with Mickey still stuck under the turret. And once again, T1, they had a member die. SK didn't lose a single member. So I'm just saying, looking pretty good.
I love that.
The better team, in my
Literally
opinion.
the better team indeed. Thank you so much for that, GB. At least it's a pick that we used to see all the time. I personally think it's really cool, and she's still as good as ever at tower diving.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, though, how in this iteration of the meta, we're seeing Elisa's path bot side a whole lot more. Because you think about, like, old metas, it would be like you're Elise Renekton, you're always pathing to dive the top lane. But I think this is a direct correlation to the meta of bot lane champions, right? Back in the day, you had your Nautilus, your Refreshes down at support. Now, so much more of these range supports makes it much easier to punish them under tower.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this comes down to how support items function right now. It's so easy for the Heimerdingers, for the Ashes, for all of these people who really just wants the bot lane priority early, get the vision advantage, and then starts rotating around the map. It's way easier playing around your bot lane than it is with your top lane, especially since you can secure the Drake and move up to Herald afterwards.
And SK did that masterfully yesterday versus G2. The question is, can they do it again this time versus Vitality? They had a game plan, and Markoon was on fire. He was everywhere he needed to be. Now he's up versus both. So the question is, will there be a similar game plan? And how, I won't say, yeah, you know, it was easy for them yesterday to do it.
They had pretty easy.
They had G2's cards.
I do think they're playing against a different style of jungler, though, right? Yike was much more about going for the invade, even in that clip. He's invading the top side of the map. Bo has been much more about finding the early game ganks. You can see he's been playing a lot of the champions. Even the Graves, he was finding a level 2 gank. So for someone like Markoon, this is where you have the option. Because I think in the previous game against Yike, his first idea with the Elise was, I'm going to go invade and try to fight the enemy Graves in his jungle. When Graves wasn't there, the dive is a great option for him as well. He talked a little bit about that on the desk yesterday. But against a more active ganking jungler, you can try to match the early ganking, or you can pick something like the Graves and try to accelerate in the farm department.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to watch the jungle matchup specifically. And reason for that is also, if you only looked at the game yesterday isolated, Bo on the Maokai, it actually took a really long time for him to get it going. And it looked dire for Vitality versus Astralis in the beginning. That's a fact that can't really be denied. Whereas Markoon yesterday, once again, isolated, right? he had a great showing on the Elise. He was the one getting the ball rolling. And that was very reminiscent of what he did in summer when he was on the volleyball the entire time. Remember, that's how he really got his claim to fame. The fact that he was down in bot side diving all the time, getting the lead going.
Yeah, indeed. And when we look at kind of the context of then, a lot of times the volleyball wouldn't get banned out because there were a lot of other targets on that lineup as well. We'll have to see if Vitality is willing to leave that ball rolling. I think maybe they're just going to say, no, we'll take it for ourselves or we're ban it away. We do not want to deal with it.
Yeah, I think one thing that worked really well for Bo was the Vi in the game up against the Mad Lions. Like the Vi with the Azir in mid lane for Perks like worked so flawlessly. And I'm just thinking to myself, like these characters with really high like range to gap close and get on you, like the Vi, seemed super effective because Bo as a player is a guy that can just see fights, know he's going to win and take them. So having something that can close the gap so hard, like the Vi, can be super effective. Wukong as well, perhaps some of the big champions like the Sejuani and the Maokai get banned.
Yeah, 100%. And I like the callback to the mid lane synergy coming through with Bo and Perks yesterday. I think Perk actually showed up a lot, especially in this game yesterday when he was playing. And a person that showed up even more was Certus when he was playing his game yesterday. It made it really easy for them to play just due to the fact that Caps was always pushed under his turret. Certus was always the guy allowing that to be mid lane priority. So even if we go back to the clip and we watch a jungler who wants to play for the bot side, you never had to worry about any mid laner moving as well. So it's going to be curious to see if we can see the same kind of form show up today, because we heard SK talking. They needed to get rid of the nerfs. So it's just like, we need to treat it as a scrim game, right?
And it seems like they did maybe yesterday. Hopefully they can tank a lot of confidence from that one in this race for getting to the top 8 for SK. Will Vitality remain undefeated, or can SK upset another top team? Cadel and Dracos, over to you.
It's an excellent question, Shocks. We're excited to find out here. We've already got SK here on stage waiting for Vitality to join them. Moments away, hopefully, from Champ Select. Knock on wood.
Need to go backstage and do your pre-game rituals.
Yep. Oh, they shout.
Yeah, they shout, make lots of noise, get themselves amped up. Do you want to know a funny story?
Yeah.
So I used to play with a top laner called Expect.
Yes.
His pre-game ritual was to grab an entire can of Red Bull, down the whole thing in 5 seconds.
Did it give him wings with 3 eyes?
Close. Walks on stage, sits down, and then complains that he's sick for 5 minutes in draft. And then he plays like a monster in game. But that happens every single game once he destroyed the Red Bull can. So every single time he was just saying, I'm so sick, I don't know if we can play this game, maybe you have to sub me out. And he was actually being serious. So yeah, everyone has some interesting pre-game rituals. I know Perks, back when I was a pro, I'd always find him in the cafeteria having green tea.
Green tea?
Green tea is his ritual.
I saw Jankos walking through the hallways with like 3 waffles in his hands, trying to explain to me that the waffles were really tasty.
Okay.
So that might have been his pre-game ritual.
Just like an absolute like carbs coma.
Yeah.
Midway through the game.
Yeah. I like food is a good pre-game, I feel
Yeah.
like. And what I will say, to support Goldberg's point from earlier, is that whatever Certus did for pregame yesterday, he should do again today. Because this man, absolute monster.
Yeah.
You can see full confidence on stage today. I don't know what he's talking about, but he's looking happy while he does it.
He's using a lot of words that are inappropriate for broadcast, trying to gas his team up.
Got it. He's saying Yumi.
Yep.
He's saying Heimerdinger support. This was bad words.
How dare he? So, big ban phase. Jack's taken away from the side of Vitality. I wonder if there's an Elise ban on the cards for Vitality. With blue side, you can target ban a little bit. But we'll see. Taking away some of the bot lane picks, no surprise. I think the drafts are on 13-1. I don't want to say obvious, but jungle bot is basically where you lean towards unless things like Ryze are open, Jax are open, maybe early rotation Cassante. But it's mostly just Maokai, Sejuani, and then bot lane picks. Lucian, Nami still up, Yumi still up.
Yeah, bot lane feels pretty wide open, although as we say it, Lucian is going to get taken off the board. See how SK want to respond. And a big part of SK's win yesterday against G2 was Markoon in the early game. Creative pathing, really shutting down the enemy bot lane. And then able to snowball otherwhere. So, ooh, okay. Interestingly, the Zeri still up and available. There it is. That was a weak boo. Did we like Yumi? Are there Yumi fans in the house?
There is
wow,
one
okay,
Yumi
well,
fan.
You know what? Respect you. That is, in fact...
I can see him, but he's in the back screaming, oh, there's a guy with a sign saying, I love Yumi.
Well, that is...
We'll see if he gets out of the studio alive.
That is a based take.
That is a based take.
There it is. Truly unconventional.
Unconventional indeed. And we might get some unconventional picks here of a Zeri takeaway from the Yumi. And then a Sivir, and then maybe a Zeri Lulu. Sejuani Maokai's up. I think Maokai would be a steal here for SK.
But I will say
work, though.
That I do... As much as I don't love these bot lane matchups, I really prefer for any European team, take the nameplates off, late game scaling. And, you know, whatever Sivir versus Zeri combo you're going to have, we can go late with that.
Or Kai'Sa Xayah.
I mean, obviously I would prefer that, but like...
Kai'Sa Xayah is pretty fun to watch.
Kai'Sa Xayah is fun to watch.
So they've gone for the Elise again here, SK. Worked for them last time yesterday. A lot of bot dives going on against G2. Incredible win for them. Now up against Vitality, who's the other undefeated team. We'll see if they can keep their streak of defeating undefeateds, the Titans. I think Sivir here, yeah, no-brainer. For Vitality, it's just kind of a case of what jungler they want to go for. Is it going to be an aggressive jungler for Bo? Graves is taken away. Makes it a bit more complicated. Vi can work into the Zeri very well. A bit more of a skirmish-heavy champ rather than something like the Sejuani or Maokai, who's more of a beefy frontline. While the Maokai can be more of a poke champ as well, depending on how you build it.
Debating here. Maokai will be the lock-in, so going to match the jungle there. I do like having the Maokai, just the additional information it can provide for you. Obviously, the team fight power, but in the early game, Elise going to do a lot of work here. Have to imagine that the Lulu gets locked here for the side of SK. Now, last time around, I believe the Lulu was banned. They went for the Renata in the bot lane for DOS, and it did look good. So maybe they're feeling like they can let this go through, that they don't need to pick a support here, but that would be very surprising, and it is just going to be the Lulu. Okay.
Jungle bot lane, yeah. Bread and butter of the patch. Now it just gets down to who gets K'Sante in his ear, because I feel like we saw that mistake happen a few times yesterday of like, I'm going to play Akali. I'm going to play Sylas. I'm going to play something more skirmish heavy. And then the Azir just kind of hits you with 3 items, and you're like, wow, that was a mistake.
This is good. I'm glad I made this decision to try to outskill this guy who just has
You can
clearly
just sit there
stronger
auto-attacking me from a different screen. Jace taken away from Vitality. Don't want to give them any Jace shenanigans with the Maokai poke. Makes it really hard to walk into River.
Additionally, I think banning Jace away from, I think so far one of the best performing top laners in the league, and Photon makes a lot of sense if that is something that he wanted to pick up. One of the players who certainly could bust it out. The Azir already taken off the board, so maybe we just get rid of all of the scaling in the mid lane, and we get to see some really fun skirmish heavy psycho picks.
The LCK was playing Irelia. Closer and Chovy were pulling that out. AP jungler, AD mid. But then you realize it's one of those games where it's like, I'm Irelia, I have 200 CS, I'm 0-0-0, I'm going to go in a team fight. Wow, Maokai just pressed W on me, I can't move. So we'll see if they go down that route. Mages, I mean, Syndra's up, Renekton's up, which pairs really well with the Elise on top side. Set is something we've seen from T1. Goober was breaking down a Telestrator where they were playing the Elise set.
Gnar blind, that's my guess.
Gnar blind. I like it.
blind.
See if they go for it. Renekton, Gnar, any kind of AD top would work. Could also just take away the Syndra from perks. Many options here for SK. Comfort is key in terms of solo lanes. Kassadin is something I'd be a bit wary of.
Yep.
So if they pick Renekton here and then they pick a mage mid,
right.
I think Kassadin has an angle somewhere in this draft, so they need to be careful both sides.
Waiting the options now. Okay, so the Renekton is definitely a solid blind pick. What is the option going to be here for Photon?
Give me Jax is banned. Could go for something a bit skill matchup like the Fiora. I think Neon's taunting. Oh no, he's actually going to go for the Ornn.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
full team fight for Vitality.
This is what peak European League of Legends looks like right here. I want you to look at that comp on the left and understand that this is the EU special.
Ooh, Tristana mids. Okay.
Tristana and Sivir.
That is, yeah, that denies any kind of Kassadin pick. Syndra is probably the best response here. Any kind of mage that can stop the Tristana in her tracks. Syndra is one of the best. LeBlanc can kind of work, but you get pushed in. Ari also in a similar boat, but Syndra has a little bit more skirmish power next to the Elise. But yeah, Tristana with Maokai and Ornn, Yuumi, you already have 3 semi-AP champs there. Double AD carry, front to back. Vitality's comes very obvious. SK's similar front to back, but a lot more skirmish heavy. Less frontline, more single target damage. So if they can burn through Bo or get on top of perks with a stun from the Elise or the Renekton or the Syndra, then getting down those carries, Vitality lose a lot of damage.
And I really like that they've managed to secure themselves the Elise Renekton combo. A lot of potential dives right here, hoping that they can find more creative paths in the early game to look to snowball this one, because looking at Vitality's composition, if we go late, ease of execution is heavily in favor of Vitality. They can push R on like 3 of their champions and have a pretty clear path to winning a team fight. A little bit more difficult for SK, especially if they are even into the game, are going to need to rely more on Renekton flanking or the Elise flanking, which will be much harder in a potentially even game state.
Definitely will be, so we'll see what can happen. I think it's definitely in the ball's in SK's field here for the first 15-20 minutes of the game to make something happen. Vitality can use their Tristana to move around the map, so we'll see if Bo path towards Perks, try to get Syndra's flash a little bit early on to relieve a little bit of pressure for him to actually help his team and cover those Elise dives. But yeah, Vitality undefeated. Bo, he's 14, 15-0 right now in major leagues. Who will hand him his first loss? It would be
Marcoon, took down a young rookie yesterday. Can he take down another new name in the LEC? Riding on this game. Let's find out. It is time for Vitality versus SK.
So first strike Maokai, no phase rush. So I expect Bo to go towards the Demonic Embrace Leandri's build. Just be a full poke champion. Hail of Blades for Perks. I wonder if he has Demolish or anything along those lines. Normally you saw Tristana mid being picked into Twisted Fate because of the amount of push potential that Tristana can have. Photon actually getting collapsed on here. He's going to have to flash, I think.
Nice early advantage for the side of SK. Taking away the Orange Flash can make this lane so much more oppressive in favor of the Renekton, especially when we look ahead towards potential dives from the Elise if she does want to opt to start on the bottom side. Now, good heads-up play from Neon and Kaiser in response. They are moving into that bot side jungle, placing a late ward to make sure that they can track where the Elise does start. Again, if she starts bottom, you can expect her to potentially be diving top, and the opposite if she starts the top side.
Absolutely right. Really good sandwich there from SK. 3 men through top, down into the river brush where they expect Photon to be standing. That's level 1 scouting. One of your coaches is just watching all of their games and sees that he has a habit of standing in the exact same spot every game, and then you can take advantage of that, capitalize on it. We'll see if Marcoon does something similar to what he did yesterday, where he can do something like, red here into Raptors and then Krugs, early top dive, Photon no flash, then base and go bot side. But top lane is not really the most important role to get ahead here. The Ornn will still buy Ruby Crystals and still stand in your face and be tanky. Renekton being ahead won't save you the game. It's the Zeri Lulu that needs to be ahead. The reason bot lane is so powerful is because they can dictate the pace of the game. They can, push out, get the tower, help you throw Drakes. They can lane swap around the map, start forcing 2v1s and such. So SK getting the upper hand in the early trade. Lulu really powerful on these level 1s.
Certainly, with the passive, really starts to feel like she essentially has 2 abilities, level 1 compared to the Yuumi, who it's going to feel a little bit lackluster at this stage of the game, even with the extra summoner spell. But obviously the cooldown on that's so significant that short of an all-in, it's not going to be great. Race to level 2 here now as Neon rapidly clearing this wave. XK going to take over. Das not going to get level 2.
Oftentimes when you get level 2 first in a Lulu Yuumi lane, what you see sometimes happen is the Lulu takes W and then just flash W's the Yuumi, and maybe they can get an all in there. But yeah, Das didn't get the level up and didn't have vision either. Photon irrelevant, lots of trades. So Marcoon has done the 3 camps and he's moved into top side. He's going to find Bo here.
Bo's going to be in trouble here. This is going to be difficult. Marcoon now looking to lock him down. Leaps up, comes right back down. Bo moving back into the camp, flashing out safety. Marcoon just going to run him down on an absolute tear here in the early game. 2 games back to back, finding these big advantages in Perks. Now trying to trade back a bit of damage, going down onto Certus. Zone him out of that one, but excellent start for SK.
Perks had to flash too. The Syndra stun was about to hit him. If that landed, then Marcoon could follow up the cocoon and he would get chunked out and have to TP back already. Really good pathing from Marcoon on this Elise. Punishes Bo on his clear. Doesn't take away any camps, so Bo should be able to pick those up. The smite did come down, but the wolf didn't die. So first blood to him. And he knows that Bo has to go back towards those top camps. Now, what does Marcoon do with this? Does he instantly run bot and look for a dive on the next wave? Neon and Kaiser very low. Or does he start to clear his camps? Let's keep an eye on the Elise. Looks like he's just running straight towards the bot side. Scuttle Crab's up.
Does look like he... Not sure if he got spotted by that ward there in the end, but we'll take out the crab and it'll just be a trade for both junglers. But now calls on the bottom side. If you're in-house, you can hear the SK players shouting, looking for this opportunity. Stunned is going to connect on the Kaiser. That is one dead cat! Neon potentially the next one on the list. Marcoon debating if they can go for the dive here. Ignite ticking, but he's just going to jump back to the wave. And again, incredibly dominant early game start from SK Gaming on the back of Marcoon's Elise.
And they're having so much fun. You can hear them laughing through these soundproof headsets that we're even using. So they're laughing really hard, really good calls coming in, and that's the flash polymorph I was talking about on the Yuumi if she oversteps. Chain CC was there. Bo gonna clear out his blue buff now, try to get some information as to where Marcoon will be in the next couple of minutes. They know he's bot side for now, but they want to spot him as he moves back towards this top side. Could look for Irrelevant if he wraps around, but Photon is quite low. Irrelevant's half HP. See how the wave state is. Do they have the damage to kill the Renekton is the question. Level 3 Maokai, level up here for the Renekton. I think Bo is unsure.
I mean, Photon's low on mana. They don't have an Ignite to stop the healing.
Don't know if they have
Level
the
5,
damage.
3 points in Q. This really shouldn't be possible. Can just dash through Bo here. Good Q though from Bo. That's going to be big. Maybe they can turn this one back. Flash out to safety from Relevant. It looks like they will have the damage in the end. Well played by Bo. Beautiful arcane smash.
Yeah, really, really good. Stops the Renekton from getting the E through him and then looking to be able to flash E out. So they did have the damage. Early kill over to Bo, but again, it's not really about the Maokai, the Renekton, the Ornn. It's about getting bot lane ahead, I think, or getting carries ahead. No flash on Perks. Certus, does he have the cooldown on his QE? Gonna miss the Q. Nice dodge by Perks.
Anticipating sidestep here, and again, the name of the game for Vitality is scaling. Easy to see when you have double 80 carries on your lineup. The fact that they're starting this far behind, though, in the early game is a bit disastrous, but again, it's going to be about Marcoon further snowballing these advantages, or bot lane further snowballing their advantages.
Yep. Nice hold on the wave there by DOS. Make sure his 80 carry can get a small CS lead. And actually, the kill going over to Bo does help, of course, because he will go the AP build.
Yeah, the sooner you get Demonic Embrace, the sooner you really just start to take over the enemy jungle with this Maokai. So much information from those saplings, and they do so much damage against champions who really aren't going to build defensive stats in mid and jungle. It becomes so hard to roam to make any kind of proactive plays yourself.
Ooh, that pink ward is doing work. They didn't check the bush. I think Marcoon placed that before he based. So a lot of information as to where Bo is. They know he's on Krugs. Irrelevant can play as aggressive as he wants. Ooh, he might find Neon here. No flash.
Area. Ooh. A little bit wide on that one. Maybe anticipating some more forward stepping there from Neon.
Yeah, I mean, he was predicting his movement, but Neon pinked and then turned around instantly, so it looked a little bit silly there from Marcoon. Bot crabs up. That's what both these junglers are trying to contest. Marcoon has dropped a lot of camps to keep the pace up of the game. He has a lot of bot push, and Bo is in the river, but he doesn't have any mid push to collapse onto this Maokai. Bo has the smite, so does Marcoon. We'll see who gets the crab on the minimap, but there's a fight in bots right now, trying to zone Neon back from these creeps.
It's a kick stepping forward. Damage not quite going to connect there. The Ultra Shock laser not going through the wall. Is level 6 is there for both top laners, but a fight could be breaking out on the bottom side. Bo with the XP advantage. Moving in to start this Drake, though, is a bit risky. Marcoon only level 4.
He tried to repel over the wall to start the dragon by avoiding the scuttle, but there's a ward in the pit, so now they know Elise has no repel, and they show on the crab ward anyway. There's a chance for Vitality to collapse here if their bot lane can arrive. Looks like they just want to push out the wave and base. Bo could steal it with a sapling maybe, but I doubt that'll happen.
Just wait. Good patience from Marcoon. Let's sapling connect, and then it goes for the smite. So at the end of the day, SK grabbing the objective, further extending that early lead, but DOS, I like it. It's a little psycho, playing with fire here, but we'll stop both bases, and X-Kick now level 6 means Neon and Kaiser have to be very careful.
They do. No flash on Neon just yet. They have barrier, heal, exhaust, so they have a lot of peel defensive tools. Maybe they feel confident enough to step up. See if they can get that wave on the tower there. Herald spawning in 15 seconds. These double pinks from SK here, just doing so much work on the entrances. Ward over the wall as well. Feels like it's quite hard for Bo to be unspotted, but I think he is at the moment. Looking around the mid lane. Doesn't have the ultimate. Does have the flash, twisted advance. Certs has flash to match though.
Again from Perks, damage in, is just going to try to lock him out. He's been brought back under tower. Marcoon's going to go wide on the Cocoon, and that's going to be big. Now it's going to be one at least taken down. Perks now looking for the reset. Will leap right back over the wall. DOS in the area as well. There's just no way. DOS going to take him out. 2 for 1 in favor of SK here eventually. Yeah. No. There it is.
He's gone. So 2 kills over force from Vitality. SK are just running away with this early game. They're going to get a Herald off the back of this as well. So early Dragon. Early kills on the Elise. 2-0-2. Marcoon leading the charge for SK as he did yesterday. And that's a flash down on the Maokai as well. That's the problem with flash Wing someone with flash up. They can just take you under the tower with them.
Yeah.
Normally you just want to get the ult out first to get their flash and then go. Oh, it's like Bo is just walking in here.
Level 6.
Can he get there in time?
Unconcerned. Can just start to throw out the ultimate. They might not be able to grab the Herald, but they're going to at least be able to grab a kill. Ulti coming in from Photon. Just going to get a bit of poke down onto Relevant.
Marcoon dead.
Ult.
Nice stunts. Neon spell shielded it. Has the
Goes
Raptor.
Up, back to the Raptors. Neon now flashing forward. He desperately wants to shut down an extra 150 gold in his pocket. It goes over to the Yuumi, but he's not complaining.
Good response from Vitality. Bo's kind of aware of how long it'll take for SK to take that Herald down, knowing that he can punish them on the exit route because there's no flash on the Elise. DOS, not much he can do, trying to zone away Bo, but he has flash up, yes, but there's too much CC. Can't get far enough away to merit using the flash. Perks is going to be in time for bot wave. Neon takes over mid, so small lane swaps coming in from Vitality. And SK's early game has been strong, but Vitality are still up in gold.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think impressive that they are able to build an advantage when they were so far behind early on. Bo really staying, keeping his eyes on the prize, farming out, contesting those objectives, grabbing those kills. It's going to be interesting to see now what they actually get done here on the side of SK, how they can try to gain control of this game once again.
I think the thing that stings the most here is SK didn't get the Herald buff. If they had that, bot tower would be down on the next wave with Marcoon coming down and Perkz having to base. So they can't crack open the game. That would have been a huge gold swing if they could have just taken that tower, put in the Zeri mid, leave Syndra bot with TP, but that's not available now that the buff wasn't picked up. Maybe a plate here for Certus. Perkz still yet to base, has the Hex Drinker first item. I mean, against at least Syndra it makes sense. Makes it very hard to look for dives.
Yeah, 100 zeroing Perkz is going to be very, very difficult. He's more than happy to just keep farming up. Range advantage only going to get more in his favor as the levels start to come through. Certus though getting some good poke down here. Has not used the ultimate either. Overall, Vitality doing well to even out what was a pretty difficult early game. Again, credit to Marcoon for finding 2 games back-to-back, these early advantages for the Elise, but the mid-game, late games where Vitality get really scary. Just a trade of abilities here, both throwing out the ultimate trade for the Cocoon of Marcoon.
Just keeping my eyes on bot, watching Exakick and DOS, their movement around this tri-bush. They're just keeping the waves on the tower and constantly hovering. It makes it so hard for Bo to even walk into this river. They're just sitting on this ping cord, so Vitality are just constantly saying, bot lane's missing, you need to be really careful. And maybe they can find them. Gonna step up and clear wards here. Q out there to see if they can hear the sounds of someone being there. And like you said, nice backstep. Maybe they can land a Cocoon on the Yuumi. No, dodges away.
Wide. This is where it starts to get difficult. Marcoon has to be careful. He's going to eat into the air and just go right back down on the minion line on the retreat.
On the way comes Certus to help them if they overextend. The whole idea is keeping this bot push and keeping that pink ward alive. That gives them access to mid first and also allows them to start Drake in the next 40 seconds. Certus lands the
actually
stun.
in trouble. Big ulti now coming out. Perkz leaping out to safety. Hexdringer keeping him standing, but Certus now should have total control of this wave. That said, TP up and available for Perkz.
Yep, has the TP. Should be able to get back into the lane in time. We'll lose a creep for it. Doesn't have to burn a summoner, but Syndra's going to do more and more damage. No ability power on Certus just yet. It's only sorcerer shoes, so once he gets towards that Lost Chapter, that Ludens is going to hurt even more as Perkz tries to build towards his Mythic, expecting a Kraken Slayer here. A lot of pressure relieved bot there, though, because Certus has no more spells and has to base, which means it turns into a 3v3, so Vitality can actually start fighting back. No more numbers disadvantage, but Dragon spawning in 5 seconds' time. No Syndra ultimate. Marcoon's given up. A little bit of the bot lane access. Bo will get this Dragon, you have to imagine, as Exakick and DOS have also recalled.
Now it seems like Bo will be able to match the opposition in terms of grabbing a single Drake here. Find out what Rift it's going to be, what Soul will be on the line for both of these teams. Infernal could be a... not Infernal, but Ocean will be a big deal in a game like this.
Hextech would be the strongest one.
And
it's going to be Cloud.
Cloud, nice.
Shout out to Atlas, shout out to the LCK.
Yep.
Their favorite. So now we've got a bit of a shift in the lanes. Bot lane's gone towards mid. Both solo lanes are bots without TP. And Marcoon is now taking away camps on the top side. Of course, he hears the Dragon die. He needs to get something in return, even if it's small. It's going to be a Gromp. Here comes a force in mid.
In. Flash out from DOS. Good awareness.
Yeah, good flash. That root lands. He's near Chain CC and die. Saver ult used. No Yuumi ult used yet, though, so they can look for a replay when Bo revisits mid on next wave. Perkz jumping forward, trying to get some trade on. Nice bone plating rune there from Certus, helping him out when the Tristana does look for those all-ins.
You can see, though, that it's a little bit difficult for the Syndra. You obviously want to use the Scatter the Weak for the trade for the additional damage, but ideally you're using it to interrupt the rocket jump of the Tristana.
Mythics haven't been built just yet, but there's the Blade picked up for Irrelevant, which means against the Ornn he'll have a little bit more pressure. But the Ornn in teamfights is going to be an absolute monster against champions like Syndra. It's going to be very hard for her to weave through the fights. And the Maokai saplings are going to do more and more and more damage. Of course, you put points in Q early, but then as the game progresses, you can start putting points in E, get towards Liandry's, and then start controlling this river. Plate over to Photon as they swap Certus top.
Moving him down. I guess concerned about the kill pressure from Perkz there. Not entirely sure, but ultimately gonna just try to find the lane setup that they are the most comfortable with here.
Yeah, 45 seconds on Herald. And I think the reason they're doing this is Irrelevant has TP.
Yep.
Certus doesn't. Herald's up.
Makes sense.
We need to make a 5v5 happen. And looks like he'll get a bot tower on the reset anyway. So first brick over to the Renekton.
But the gold, I mean, dead even. We're on 15 minutes in. It's 4 kills to 4. It's 1 Drake to 1. The tower, the only thing separating them, but all of these towers are going to get lower.
It's going to come down to one explosive fight around the Dragon or a Herald. There's a Night Harvester for the Elise. Soon we'll see the item being picked up by Syndra, whether it's Ludens or Leandries or whatever it may be. And once those mythics are complete, I think that's when SK should feel very confident, start forcing.
Tense game
Bo's going in here.
Getting pulled back over the wall. Marcoon going a little bit wide down the Cocoon. You have to feel that he could have waited for that one. Bo getting sped up and zoomed out to safety.
Little bit quick on the trigger there, I think. SK. It's not going to hurt too much though, because the Herald is up. Can push Perks back. Bo doesn't have the ultimate now. And now they can look to force this Herald. You have to imagine after Certus pushes out top, X-Kicks lost access to his ult too. This is where the fight will happen. Does SK give it up or do they fight it? Irrelevant spacing. He has no TP left, so it looks like SK is saying, we don't have the position for this. We don't have the position to take this fight.
It's hard. I mean, you're looking at Photon at level 11. 2 ranks in the Ornn ultimate up and available for this fight. I don't know how much easier it gets if we go later into the game for the side of SK. The Ornn items are going to start to come through pretty soon here after this exchange. SK finally ready to contest, but Demonic Embrace Maokai, isn't that fun and interactive?
Oh, it's reset, and Irrelevant actually ran from base back here. It's just Marcoon's taking so much damage from all this poke. Needs to heal up on maybe red buff, just pick up that buff, and then get the regen from it, and then maybe just buy time. Ornn items slowly coming in. Photon's trying to craft up some more items before this fight. Doesn't have access to the upgrades yet. Pushing top from Perks, Irrelevant's matching. Midwave's constantly in SK's favor.
Neon doing what he can to clear this wave out. SK just trying to leverage his priority to start to poke their head into the jungle, or rather into the river. Spot out this Herald.
Meanwhile, Perks is dead.
Perks just going to get isolated and taken down by Irrelevant. That's just a straight up solo kill. Marcoon comes, but he's not even on the assist board.
What happened in top? I mean, Perks doesn't have any real armor to fight against the Renekton, but he's used his flash. Irrelevant has as well. Maybe he was greeting for the tower or something along those lines, and then...
Yeah, does get the tower.
Irrelevant got the gap closed. Gale Force picked up for Perks, bit of a mobility. Doesn't really... I guess he doesn't really need Kraken, perhaps, against SK. Doesn't really have any front line, but does more damage overall. Herald over to SK. They can use that mid to crack open the tower, give them access to the next dragon. Looking forward to seeing that replay as to what actually happened to Perks there, because obviously when he falls, the whole Herald play just falls apart as well.
Yeah.
Around a minute or two spent from both sides trying to set that up, look for something. Dragon's up soon, of course. So we'll see SK move towards bot side. There's the Leandries for Certus.
That's going to be big in the fights to come. Extra damage, especially against those beefier targets.
Wow. Just ease through a creep. Perks must not have W then. They must have used W a little bit earlier on, the rocket jump. Relevant just ease through a creep. Flash stuns him and he flashes it as well there. Perks, but yeah, second E comes in. Blade of the Ring King Renekton. So much damage. We'll get close to that Prowler's Claw, so even more damage and gap close coming in soon.
Yeah.
Midwave contest, Perks on the way.
Seeing what they can get done here. Neon obviously incredible wave clear at this stage of the game. X-Kick doing what he can to fire back. Vitality full control over the objective. In the straight 5v5, you have to feel like Vitality are favored. Again, if SK can find flanks, if they can find angles, maybe they can get something done here. But with Relevant, no flash, no ultimate, no TP, and moving towards the top side, I think they are just going to concede this Cloud Drake.
They are. Looks like they're going to Herald mid, you have to imagine here. With all of them being the bot side river, they can just pressure mid. See how Vitality responds. They could just look for a Maokai ult here. Perks TP is up in 5. That will be their angle for a fight. Or they can just go mid to top here, SK. There's the Maokai ult,
there.
But yeah, there's not much of a fight to be had here. They're too far now. SK can just rotate towards top, take top tier 1. And that's the advantage of not fighting that Drake. They can look for towers. Perks matches with a bot tower. So SK needs to now be careful of the replay from Vitality, where they can just start forcing mid. Certus might have to TP back here, but he's running bot. Exakic's alone mid. Looks like he'll be able to hold on as the rest of Vitality scatter towards the side lanes.
Perks now. Looks like for now he's just going to look to contest blue buff. Did not want to collapse mid there. Always risky with a Tristana in the side lane to push too aggressively. Champion just shreds through towers so quickly. But will be grabbed by Perks.
Did he just ult it? Yeah, he did. Maybe really scared of the Syndra Wing it. That's the biggest threat there.
Maybe he just really didn't want the blue buff to touch him.
Just really didn't like it.
Yeah, just not a fan.
Just wanted to throw the ultimate. It gets red as well, so it's almost like an Ivern bow right now. Just trying to give buffs to his... Did he give him the Krugs too? Oh, good guy bow.
And, you know, caster narrative. Perks, former 80 carry.
True.
80 carry battle between Neon and Perks. See who will come out on top.
Are we going to get a game where it's like Akshan top, Tristana mid, Kalista Caitlyn bot?
No.
Just 4 marksmen?
Please, no.
As the game just gets deeper and deeper into these 80 carry pools, like Ezreal jungle throwback.
To be fair, if you can build a team with the Shy and Carry on it, I'll give you that team composition.
I think the Shy and Carry on the same team would probably have pulled that out already, actually. 5 marksmen.
Everything's a flex.
Get Perks in there as well in mid. Who's going where?
To be honest, I mean, the game has slowed down a lot. I feel like we were at a pretty breakneck speed when Markoon was in control in the early game, but now both sides trading some kills, trading some objectives, but neither side looking to overcommit. So we're not really getting these big breakout fights. That said, pick on the side lane potentially here is Photon, flashing out to safety. Doesn't even need to go unstoppable quite yet, just buffers the stun on the E.
Got his flash, but they showed 2 tops, so now Vitality can run mid, but Exakick just popping emotes, knowing he already got the wave. There's no way they can get this tower. Perk's gonna recall and has TP. Certus will catch bot wave. I think the biggest benefit that Vitality has right now is the CS difference in mid. It's 50, yes, but it's also the experience difference. Certus is over a level down on this Tristana, so should be able to control the side wave. Still no flash on this Ornn, but no flash on the Renekton either.
Irrelevant, it's gonna get knocked up. He should just be chain CC. There's just not enough healing in the game to keep that Crocodile standing.
Do they look for a play here? They have TP on the Ornn. SK is trying to push them back to deny them any kind of Baron start here. But double AD carry on Nash can burn straight through it. There's the TP from Photon right behind them, but he has no ult, so it's a bit awkward.
Yeah.
See if he can force a flash match from Certus.
TP back in response. Photon taking a decent amount of damage in the exchange. Certus now TPing into the mid lane as you called out, Cadril.
Feels a bit wasted. Maybe he thought, oh, hang on a second, maybe it's not.
And then they're trying to lock down Exakick. He's immediately going to get ulted by the Lulu, but the exhaust on the Certus stops the ulti from finishing off any member of Vitality. Photon now walking away to safety. Perks with a quick knock back and leap out.
Relevant has TP as well. There's wards all around them. Here comes the TP on a pink. I think Bo should spot that out soon.
Irrelevant now coming in.
He's gonna die.
Irrelevant leaping over the wall. He's just gonna one-shot the tree, and now he gets him. Prowler's Clock used, but Irrelevant finding the kill. SK can just set their sights on Baron if they want to. A lot of low health bars, but they've got enough front line to maybe attempt this.
They can. They can go towards this Nash. Irrelevant can tank it. Honeyfruit to keep them topped up. No ultimates on Vitality. Flashes on the carries. Photon's incredibly low though, and he's their front line. Certus needs to save his stun as long as possible. Make sure he uses it very well. He does land it onto Perks. Good stun.
Cocoon, beautiful there. Perks, Hexdrinker Shield's gonna fall away in just a second.
Oh, they're all so low.
There's no way they can do this. They have to concede this. SK grabbing the Baron. And again, we have to give credit to this team. It was controlled. They put it together so well. And when you look at the standings, this might not be what you expect from this lineup going toe-to-toe with the Vitality, who were on the road to being undefeated at the end of this week.
Yeah, fantastic game from them so far. A couple of hiccups here and there, but they're ahead. Certus has recovered a lot of that experience deficit. And it's Markoon who's been the driving factor, but Vitality over-forcing here a bit. They get the kill top, then they TP behind, don't really achieve anything. They try to flash in, they don't achieve anything. Irrelevant then respawns and TPs in. Bit of disrespect from Vitality perhaps, and then in a 4v5 situation with Ornn being this low on HP, it's really hard for them to walk up, and now SK trying to press that advantage forward. See if they can look for any tier 2s here. Dragon's up in 15 seconds, but only the second Drake for them. They ideally want to crack open these tier 2s. Mid and bot looks like their focus.
Yeah, Perks has to be careful here. Obviously, you can buffer just about anything with that rocket jump, but if you miss it or multiple pieces of CC come
Here comes
through,
a fight.
it can be difficult. Both these tank ultimates coming out. Now, instead of going for the members in the pinch, he's going for Certus on the backside. That's going to be Bo now taking down Exakick, looking to pop off here. Yumiel, just as a tool to disengage.
Wow. So, maybe Bo was expecting the Ornn to land on the 2 that were rooted, but instead it went through mid, and then Bo went in and died. Nice Cocoon to land on from Markoon onto Bo. Now they'll get bot tier 2. I don't think they can push for tier 3. We'll have to see. They have a small wave. Dragon's up. That could be the easy exit objective. There's no point of going to it straight away when you have Baron. You want to use that as an exit objective. So they are going to go for this tower. See if they can wave clear here. They have Sivir Tristana, but how can they step up? Looks like they'll get the majority of the wave, and then SK will say, okay, well, we tried. There was no harm in trying, and now we'll go towards this Dragon.
Happy to grab the Drake. Have to be careful, though. On the side of Vitality, Irrelevant is a very, very scary champion at this point in the game.
So, BDS sitting at 3 wins right now near the top of the table. SK, if they win this game, will sit at 3 wins as well. We're looking at it.
You know what I'm seeing right now?
XL and
all
Fnatic
of
at the bottom.
Early season predictions, or 90% of them, were just completely wrong.
Let's look at this Ornn here. If it could land on the Elise and the Zeri, maybe that's where Bo thought the turn would be. But instead it went towards Certus. So, bit of misalignment there. They get the tower, then they go towards bot. Irrelevant already has a wave. and then they get 3 objectives. 2 towers. Oh, hang on a second, Perks.
Just going to do so much damage here. There's really just nowhere for Perks to go. Flash out to safety. Relevant backing away, holding on to his flash. I think just happy to be up the flash for the coming fight, which does make sense.
Holds the flash. You're completely right. Could have got that kill quite easily. Flash also, he was dead, but he wants to save it. He knows it'll be more important later on. There's nothing to play for right now. Their Baron buffs off in 10. Certus has a top wave going in, but SK is a bit too far away to collapse and take that final tier 2. So now it's just going to be a bit of a waiting game for SK. Hold vision. Don't let Vitality walk into river. Don't let them get vision. Don't let them set up with saplings and then look for this next Baron.
But this is the kind of advantage that SK had to build. Because again, if we came into 25 minutes with dead, even compositions, this game would have been so hard. But because they have advantage, because they have priority in so many of these lanes, they can set up vision first. They can find flank. They can poke out some of these members. If it was on the other foot and Vitality was just dropping saplings and setting vision down around dragons, there would just be no way for SK to approach these fights. So it is massive for them and their hopes in this game that they've been able to build the lead that they have.
Certainly is. It'll slow down a bit now, though. X-Kick just got the Infinity Edge. 3 items Zeri, really, really strong next to the Lulu. Spiking incredibly hard. Neon's quite far away from that Infinity Edge. But the Ornn items are coming in. The Sivir is already upgraded. See how many more Photon can get before before SK start pressing their advantage. They can still play for this top tier 2. They just need to play it very well, where Renekton pushes out the next bot wave, moves mid, catches the next mid wave, they collapse with Zeri top, and it's just a 4-man shift up. Perks has TP though.
Yeah. Down on bot side should be easy for Vitality to just match here and contest. Irrelevant, uncontested on the bot lane for now.
A bit difficult. 280 carries, a lot of wave clear.
And in this, we are now in the waiting game portion, and this is, again, we talked about it in draft. I don't want to oversell it here, but if we go late enough, you have to favor the Ornn. That said, SK aren't at that point yet. They're still holding on to their gold advantage.
But to be honest, when Irrelevant gets GA, I think he's just more useful in the Ornn until 2 or 3 more items come in. The GA just buying so much time, and he's getting closer and closer towards it.
I think the thing is that once Elise and Syndra have kind of thrown their combos out, if Ornn wants to hit them, that's great. But I don't think he's ever hitting the Zeri, and he's certainly not hitting the Renekton, and that is a big problem. The Maokai ult and the Ornn ult are going to feel great if they're in a pinch, if they're locked down by someone else, but they're so telegraphed, and they're so slow compared to a lot of other engage abilities that you're just never going to hit the Zeri who has Ghost, who has ulti, who's just so damn fast.
And Bo can never really use W on him because he's playing this AP build, doesn't have phase rush to get out, doesn't have any tanky item, just gets melted straight away with barely any resistances, but Neon has Infinity Edge. Kaiser just picked up Mikhail's. So now, are we going to see Misfits Neon connect to this game? The Sivir we saw in the playoffs last year that almost got Misfits to Worlds alongside VTO, just incredibly consistent, matching Exakick's items, if not slightly ahead because of that Ornn upgrade. Let's see what he can get done. Irrelevant still has that flash that he saved. Baron's up in 20 seconds. SK will start pushing in mid and bot, pushing in top by Certus, getting all the vision down around Vitality's blue side jungle. And now Vitality have to find a way in, sweep it out, be really careful on face checks though. One Cocoon, one Syndra stun. That target's dead.
Yep. The good news is if they walk in to anything other than 5 members, the Ornn is tanky enough to at least face check a lot of what SK can bring to the table, but the map is so incredibly dark at this stage.
Saplings can check. They're going to go through mid. Don't even want to go through their own jungle. Don't want to face check those bushes. They just want to crash the waves. Look at the damage that Sapling did. That's DOS's HP bar, but X-Kick just ults.
Just getting run down here. Again, he's so squishy because of this AP build. Yes, the Saplings hit like a truck, but is it going to be enough? X-Kick now leaping out over the wall. That's all the mobility gone, but no one's going to get hit by the Ornn ultimate. Irrelevant right into the backline. He's shredding through Vitality. One member taken out. The GA now coming out. Maybe this is their opportunity to reset the fight. Neon, the ulti, already utilized. DOS so low, almost sniped over the wall. It's a close exchange. Both 80 carries still standing. They still have that beefy front line waiting in front of them. SK, how aggressive are they feeling? Do they really think they can start this Baron?
They need to lifesteal, reset, buy time. DOS needs to go back to base, get more wards, get his health bar back up. Certus finds Photon.
Excellent, excellent ulti.
And that's the time window they need. Now they can reset. They have enough time to work with. X-Kick lives through Perks' burst, and now they can start up the Baron. The red buff on the Zeri will heal her up. And this mid push from Vitality, it looked good initially, but both falls. Irrelevant just instantly one-shot straight through that Maokai. And it's the Guardian Angel that makes it so SK can win that fight and afford to go for that aggressive play. They will respond with a Dragon here, but we can see the damage Neon can do. Irrelevant steps up too far forward, that Sivir just melts through you. They're going to lose a top tier 2 here. SK still yet to base. Certus can recall and TP back in if he wants to.
Perk's going to do what he can to hold the wave here, but just not a lot of room for him to maneuver. We'll have to concede the tier 2. Getting Cloud does put them up to Soul Point, and those ultis are crucial in the big team fights. But you saw in the last game, or in the previous fight, if it's hard for either the Ornn or the Maokai to really be the primary initiator with just their ultimates.
Yep. I wonder what SK can actually get done with this Baron. I'm not sure if they can crack an inhibitor unless Vitality make a mistake. All they're going to have to do is sit in their base and just throw saplings over the wall and just clear the waves with Sivir. But here's the fight again. Bo, the Cocoon, I think X-Kick thought that Cocoon would land, so that's why he instantly pre-ults thinking he can burst him down. The damage on dots from the saplings is just so much. The Yuumi ult, Neon has to flash away here thinking that Irrelevant's going to Prowler's Claw on him, but he goes for Bo instead. And no spell shield, no flash, no barrier. Neon just plays it really slow. Fight in River though. Maybe Vitality found a pick.
Marcoon caught out. This could be big. Surtus waiting off to the side. It's a big stun. It's huge. The fight going. Irrelevant still has flash. Irrelevant. Maybe he can leap his way to the back line. Execute untouched. It's huge. The Crocodile. He holds on to the flash for so long across so many fights, but he will find Perks when it counts. And Execute now on cleanup duty as Photon has to run for the hills. SK, they took down G2 yesterday, and they're on the path to take down Vitality right here.
That is game over in the River there. SK collapsed instantly on Vitality's play. They could have just sat in base and tried to hold the line and scale up a little bit more, but they looked for the pick. Marcoon buys enough time. The collapse comes through, and that's SK 2-0 so far this weekend. G2 and Vitality undefeated coming in. SK handing them their first loss.
SK knocking down G2, knocking down Vitality, and that man on your screen right now, Irrelevant, deserves so much love. A beautiful Renekton performance, and I thought he didn't even use the flash. He was just holding it. He's like double lift saving it for next game, but he actually wins things, Mark. It's incredible.
It is, and our league is also incredible. What's going on? SK just taking down the top teams, BDS finding upsets too. The standings are all shaken up.
And credit to SK.
Yeah.
I felt like based on what we saw yesterday that every single team that was going to win today would kind of just outscale or stomp in the early game, and SK refused to be outscaled. They outplayed across so many different moments in the game. Marcoon again, don't think he's getting Elise again, believe it or not, based on the last two performances. And really just a team-wide effort. Yesterday, it really felt like, you know, Surtus was the one who stepped up alongside Marcoon. Today, Irrelevant, Exekick also just playing fantastically. So SK more and more starting to feel like the whole package, at least for this weekend. We'll see what happens in the weeks to come, but an incredible day, an incredible 2 days now for SK.
Definitely has been. Found the formula that works for them, and that's what the best of ones are all about. The first round is all about, well, I say first round, there's only one round now, but it's all about finding a formula for success, whether that's scaling, whether that's heavy early game, anything that can get you these wins on the board to get you to the next round is just so crucial. And now SK sitting at 3, one more win, just kind of soft locks them into top 8. I don't want to say the numbers because of course there can be tiebreakers and such. But yeah, SK and BDS flying.
I'm speechless, to be honest. It's incredible 2 days for SK. BDS as well. I think defying so many of our expectations thus far, and I honestly love to see it. Challenge those expectations, show the world that you've got more, and today SK showed us.
Yeah.
But player of the game at LEC on Twitter, Irrelevant, Marcoon, Exekick are your options.
I think Marcoon had an insane early game. Just outclassing Bo, finding plays for his team, and although the gold was even, it was Marcoon finding those plays to keep them in an even state, being able to get that mid game and skirmish around those objectives.
Exekick, great fights.
Yep.
Irrelevant, hero performance on the Renekton. Absolutely unplayable for whatever 80 carry happened to wander close enough to him to do anything. So no doubt it was a team effort, but for now, we're going to head over to lore and hear from Surtus, the man in the mid lane.
Thank you, guys. Surtus for his very first on-stage LEC interview. Thank you for joining me today. I want to talk about the non-Yuumi agreement on Twitter. You were mentioning that you knew they were going to first pick the champion?
Yes, I mean, we have high prio on the champ, and I think they also have high prio on the champ. So, and Yuumi is still broken. That's why we kind of knew they will first pick it.
I hope the cat goes away soon, and I think the audience thinks the same. Surtus. Thank you, guys. I'm really happy to talk to you today because we had this conversation last year about your improvements and everything. How much stronger do you feel this time with SK compared to your first year in the LEC?
I'm definitely much more confident.
It shows.
Also with my new roster, I think I have really good teammates, especially it showed today. I didn't do that much. And yeah, I'm really happy so far.
Getting carried today, let's say?
Yes, I did my job in the last fight. I just flash ulted the ADC and he died.
Joking, of course. But yeah, you guys have been doing an amazing job so far. And talking to Exakik and the rest of the team backstage, it feels like playing more loose and relaxed. Joking a bit is really playing well for you. Can you tell me about the whole mood within SK and how much you guys trust each other to display this kind of performance on stage?
Yeah, I mean, our scrim results were really decent. But then when we went into the first week, we felt like really nervous. And we just tried for the second week to be calm, be relaxed, confident, play like it's a scrim game. And so far it shows we bet G2 and Vitality.
Yeah, G2, Vitality, Koi tomorrow. We'll talk about this one a bit later. I had a quick question about the draft. We saw Perk picking Tristana blind this time. What do you think of the champion and the choice he made here?
I mean, the champ is pretty strong in lane.
Yeah.
But I think you get outscaled in the current meta. And yeah, that's why I don't think it's that good at the moment.
At all, because I think it's the first competitive Tristana in major regions, so you don't expect we'll see the champion again.
No, I will not expect it.
All right. Well, enough about the meta. Let's focus on tomorrow. G2 down, Vitality down today, the two undefeated teams so far. What do you have cooking for Koi tomorrow?
I mean, we will be prepared. We will be much more confident than Koi. I think like yesterday they lost to Heretics. And yeah, I'm just excited. Can't wait to play against them.
Yeah, it's been an amazing week for you guys so far. We'll see if it continues against Koi tomorrow. So just thank you so much for this interview. We will see you for the last game and we're going to take a short break now. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes for Team Heretics versus G2 Esports. Yonkers versus his former team. Stay tuned.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still? The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
G2, I think G2's strength, so it's hard to say because they changed everyone besides Caps right now, actually BB. I think their strongest point this year will be probably the strongest lanes in Europe. I think they probably have like the best lanes in every single like aspect. So I think beating them will probably mean a better team play. I think this team will most likely struggle around not really moving around the map, but just like team decisions and how they have to play around each other, because all of them want to carry in a way, all of them have a lot of egos. So I think beating them is just having like a stable early game and pulling the trigger when it's the right time. For me, it was not my decision to leave G2, right? It was their decision kind of to change junglers, and I feel like it makes sense, right? Because in the end, after so many years in G2 esports, I never won Worlds. And I feel like for them to win everything, they want to try something else. And for me, it's either retirement and streaming, which I was choosing from, or still trying my strength in a different team. And I feel like if I were to retire, I wouldn't probably come back like WLE just did. So I wanted to still play. I still feel like I have a lot to show and a lot of good things to bring to a new team, especially. So I'm trying my hardest.
And we're certainly happy that Jankos chose to continue playing his legend in his own right, looking for his next chapter, while on the other side, Yike is looking for his first chapter with G2. Now, G2 versus Heretics, a bit of a
grudge match
between Jankos and Yike. Overall, though, Heretics yesterday had an exceptional showing versus their Spanish rivals in Koi, and G2 Esports was set aside by SK. So different motivations coming in here, of course. Heretics looking to keep the streak going, G2 looking to bounce back.
Yeah, 100%. I think G2 was kind of limited by their own draft as well, but the SK obviously played phenomenal, and I think coming into this matchup from the Team Heretics perspective, well, Jankos was very much one of the pinpoints as well in their victory yesterday on the Graves. While Malrang was kind of out jungling himself, he still got a lead on one of these junglers, and I think it's amazing to see that Jankos is not just going to be on dog junglers all the time. He's actually going to be on junglers where he wants to get the impact himself.
And looking at that, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say it's interesting when you look at his time on G2 then as well, because forever he was the guy that was like, as he said, best lanes in Europe. So I don't really have to be like the focal point. I'm gonna use my pressure to gank those lanes, get them even further ahead. And I think the evolution looking at G2 coming into this year was use our best lanes in Europe, and now we're gonna use those to get our jungler ahead, which is completely turning their old identity on its head.
Yeah, and I think that really brings in a discussion of style as well. We've seen a flexible style come through from Jankos, where we've seen both the carry, but also the kind of junglers that needs to facilitate the lanes. Whereas from the side of Yike, we've seen jungler that's full-blown carry. I think a lot of this comes down to the fact, with what Jankos said, if you have the best laners in the league in every single lane, you can allow yourselves to be a carry jungler because you don't need to facilitate them. They will facilitate you. Well, on Jankos' side, I think he brings the flexibility. He's not always going to have the winning lane. We've seen that from the bot lane as well, but he will have that flexibility to allow himself to play for these lane, to have a flexible style if he needs to be the carry or if he needs to be the facilitator.
And to take that into account, yeah, especially looking at the game yesterday, they bullied Malrang kind of out of his jungle and from his camps together with Evie, because Evie's been so strong on that Cassante. Jankos on Graves just went in and looked for him, and then they always had the upper hand when it came to the skirmishes. And that was a plan crafted, it seems, specifically for that. So
absolutely. I mean, Evie has been absolutely insane, and this was the first game I think that he hasn't gotten a solo kill. I saw Coach Peter making a tweet about that, which is so sad. But this guy, and like the fearlessness he has in team fights, always looking for another angle, and I still don't think that every player has figured out what the limits are on this Cassante champion, especially in team fights. You can see him catching players completely off guard.
Yeah, and now I've seen a lot of Cassantes being played in our league. I can say without a doubt that Evie is the best one that's playing them. I think only rival potentially Biodo in his first game against G2 as well. But what an insane beast he's been this champion. I know it's super broken, but he's the one consistently making it look like this. So great performance from Evie so far, and I feel like this is one of the champions you just cannot allow him to get. Somebody's got to ban it now.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, wow, is he getting it again? He had so many cheers, by the way, from the audience, and I'm sure he heard it and also gave them a thumbs up to thank them for that. The Cassante on Evie, super strong, probably won't see it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know. People haven't been
it's true, actually.
So I hope we get to see it. But I
hope not. I'm tired of this.
I love it. It's great. I'm the biggest, the hype man for it. I love that he's evolved. It's not just a thumbs up. You always know you're going to get a punch picture right before the game.
Absolutely.
Punch with your thumbs up.
When it comes to Heretics, yesterday I think was a huge game for them, obviously because of the growing rivalry, but also the fact that they didn't have a great week one, only were able to get one win, a lot of confidence. So if they can keep going on that, they can take a serious step towards that top 8. On the other hand, we have G2, and I know we are used to saying, oh, G2, they drop a game here and there, but I think for a budgeting roster like this, you still have to be realistic and think that could have been a knock to some of these players' confidence, right? So what is their focus coming into this game, specifically looking at Yike and the jungle?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first focus is looking at yesterday and taking, I believe, the Akali. Didn't really love the ideas that came in with the draft, but actually, if it was possible to get the jungle stats back on screen, I think that would be a great way to show it over. Basically, what I want to talk about is like how much time Yike spends in the enemy jungle compared to Jankos. And Jankos is a player that you just know is probably going to be playing more around his lanes or around his own jungle, and that's something that Yike can take advantage of. So when it comes to the draft, getting priority lanes for G2 is the building block upon which to build their game plan.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it comes down to as well, who is better in these lanes? Because I think if you had the better bot lane on Heretics, I think you could allow yourself to be the great as well on Jankos once again. The problem I see with that is that if you go for the carry jungler on Jankos, your bot lane might fall behind, because I think that Hans Summer and Mickey will be the better bot lane. I think they will be the one getting the priority, and that will allow Yike to play. So personally speaking, from my opinion, I think Jankos is not directly forced, but I would think the best thing he could do to benefit the team is that he becomes the facilitator. He helps them get ahead with the lanes, because I think it's needed against G2.
How did it work yesterday? Because obviously they were up against a phenomenal bot lane, right? But I didn't necessarily see that much down there.
Yeah, I think that's very true. I think it came down to the fact that, in my opinion, I still agree with the playstyle that I set out earlier. But of course, if you can go even and you go for the carry jungler, you can make it work, because you outscale what the enemy will go for, and it's going to be the great adaptation. Especially if you see an Elise come in the early game, you already know what the game plan is going to be. Elise used to be the kind of champion where you said, okay, Renekton on Elise, dive top lane. Now it's become the champion where it's like, we have Elise, you know we're going to stack a wave, you know we're going to come down to the bot lane, and that makes a very telling early game plan that you can draft around, or not necessarily draft around, but play around, and I think they did that yesterday.
Yeah, and I think like the way a G2 would maybe react to that, right, would be, again, Mickey looking for an early all-in in the lane. That's been a consistent thing for them. Jungler sort of pathing towards that lane as well. Like, hey, if the enemy team wants to build up, stack a wave and dive, because that's how Elise is most effectively going to find her ganks, don't actually let them get prio on wave 1, because you can't build the stack wave and look for the dive if you're losing the wave 1 push.
Yeah, I mean, it could even be the fact that you want to go for Elise on Heretics. I didn't actually consider this option myself, but, you know, Jack Spectre in the RLs used to be known for, well, the guy that wanted to take impact in his own lane. He wanted to be the one dictating it. He's not really been allowed to come into that playstyle himself. And as he said himself, there's a lot of nerfs going down to it. It's a big step coming down from the RLs into the LEC. But if you wanted to get, up to the LEC. But if you wanted to give him something back from where he usually came from, that was like the Draven, right? That was the Kalista. That was these kind of champions that would get agency for themselves and get that impact down there.
Yeah, he's evolving very much so. He's also spoken to that, saying it isn't necessarily how I used to play in the ERLs because of the changing situation. So we'll see how they approach this here. As we can see, the players, they were going into their huddle, so now they're sitting back down. We have a little bit of a delay because we were swapping out hardware on stage with the league officials investigating. So unlucky. I jinxed it, actually. I was like on Reddit, and I was like, I'm so happy we hit like our good transition times. And I was talking to the people over there, and then someone was like, did you curse it? I was like, no. Yes, I did.
It starts
with me.
With a Reddit comment.
Again, I know. However, bringing it back to this conversation, we have a little bit of a grudge match as well.
Grudge match!
It's really interesting in our new format, knowing that this is kind of the last of the 4 games that you're going to play before you get into that next phase. And I think both Heretics and G2 are expecting to not just make it to the next stage, but to the playoffs when we get into those best of 5s, right?
Yeah, I think preseason expectations are interesting, right? Because G2, I think it was always going to be like very high with this roster, and after Yikes week 1, it's like, okay, cool, they're going deep. We can feel like kind of confident about that. I think so.
Yeah.
Like especially like I watched all of Euphoria, so I know all about preseason expectations. You can trust me on that one. Dracos and Pedro do a great job over on that.
It's very true.
But I think the conversation around Heretics was the polar opposite, where it's like, oh, this looks like a building program, right? It's Peter Dunn coming in with a like rookie bot lane in Jack Spectra. Ebby, we'll see how he comes in the mix. Ruby, some lesser known quantities, even though they've been in the scene for so long, specifically talking about Ruby, but to see them already finding some success early shows that, hey, this could be a split one threat.
I'll be honest, my expectation was that, right, if they can make top 6, that's kind of a good start for Heretics with the building blocks that they have. What I necessarily didn't anticipate was not only the fact that Heretics has started doing better than I expected, I also expected better from some other teams, which is then, you know, mismatching this balance that you'll probably have. And that's really all you need in these best of one scenarios. G2 was kind of, you know, a good example of that yesterday too. So for Team Heretics, I think you just continue and take whatever games you can in these best of ones. You know you have the raw talent for it. And the one thing that has been the thing that's holding you back a bit has been the team play. It has been when it came to the greater macro decisions. So I think for them, if they can also just keep it simple and not make it too messy, well, that's a brilliant start because they have the raw skill. We've seen it multiple times. You just need to not drop the ball when you finally get into the mid to late game.
And make the adjustments. And we called out yesterday in our stat segment, we looked at the early deaths that Heretics had last week and the fact that they had the right idea, but then the execution wasn't there or the timing was off. They already did so much better yesterday. And we hear from everyone, the trust in Peter Dunn and the coaching team is sky high. So that makes me very hopeful for this lineup.
Yeah, and the important thing with the early deaths is looking at it, it wasn't like a bunch of isolated deaths. They were kind of middle of the pack from ISO deaths. It was the team fights that they ended up losing early.
And we're ready to get into the cast, so quick shot and Dagda, take it away.
Thank you so much, Shucks, and the rest of the analyst desk. Welcome to the cast desk. My name is Quickshot. I'm joined by Dagda, and we are moments away from Heretics taking on G2 Esports. So with the draft on the horizon, I immediately want to ask, will Ebby get K'Sante for the 5th time this winter?
I want it so bad. I've become a massive fan of this K'Sante pick from him, especially as they said yesterday, the first time he hadn't picked up a solo kill on all 4 of the games so far. Like, it has been so impressive to see what someone like Ebby can do when he gets his handles on this pick, when he goes in aggressive, and when he's able to set up his team so well for that success.
I mean, turn your attention to G2 Esports, bouncing back from that loss yesterday, playing against Jankos as well. We imagine Jankos is going to be very, very fired up. With the draft about to start, what sort of champions are you anticipating? We've seen a little bit of changes coming into week 2 from week 1, but those high priority picks still on the cards. The Maokais, the Yumis, the Caitlins.
I mean, the Heimerdinger as well, right? We saw what Mickey and Hansama were able to do when they got their hands on that. So probably not going to see that one come through. But already, as we load into the draft, the Caitlyn's gone, the Yumi's gone. I imagine we will see Maokai taken off the board on the opposite side for G2. But, I mean, with the Ashe gone as well, Varus does become quite high priority here as well.
It does indeed. Of course, with that Maokai now removed from the pool, what direction will we see these teams going? In terms of that Maokai, it's only been Jankos with 1 game played so far here in Winter. And for Mickey, as well as Mercer, 4 games played, a different champion every single time.
Yeah, and I think that's the kind of story for a lot of these teams is, look, there's a lot of kind of flexibility you can go for on the bot side of the map, but when it comes back towards jungle, we're seeing like the Wukongs, the Vi's, Maokai's, then kind of Sejuani. And I mean, for Jankos, he's kind of been the guy who is that facilitator in that jungle role, but he did end up whacking out the Graves there the other day and had a fairly significant job, or did a fairly good job on it, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them kind of open up for Jankos to be a secondary carry when it works.
Especially if Jankos is feeling it. Team Heretics managed to pick up that win yesterday. Very hard fought. Taking a lot of time here on this first pick. And in terms of some of the available champions, Lucian still up, that Zeri still up as well.
So this is something that Kadriel actually brought up on his cast the other day, was we are seeing a lot of Eastern teams pick the Nami first if you want to go for the Lucian Nami, because there is always the option here for Mickey X to try and take that Nami away and make it a little bit more uncomfortable here for the Lucian in that bottom side of the map, but it looks like they aren't going to. Instead, I mean, they're going to go aggressive. Are we going to get that Draven again for Hansan?
Ooh, does he feel it? I mean, Nautilus is Mickey's 5th most played champion, 62% win rate, and it's going to be the blind Jax from Broken Blade right now, throwing down that gauntlet, daring Ebby to run something into it. I think Broken Blade will relish the challenge of going up against Ebby's K'Sante if they decide to lock it in.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly. I feel like you take your jungler here, although it feels like both teams aren't certain what way they want to go. Wukong, incredibly strong for Jankos if he wants to. At least also if you want to try and go for, hey, look, we're going to spike around this early game with the Lucian Nami, look to set up tower dives off that bot lane pressure. May not be the worst thing in the world, but you know there's going to be a hell of a lot of early aggression when the Nautilus is locked into the other side. That's a kill lane that G2 are setting up.
And of course, this Lucian Nami duo has the ability to completely take over lane. Jack Spectre and Mercer going to stare down the barrel of Hansama and Mickey, dare them to fight. We'll see what the answer will be from Hansama. Team Heretics now, do they lock in that jungler? Do they lock in a reply to top? And it's going to be a Jankos classic. The Elise is now secure.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about, right? They want to try and play around this bot side, make sure that they can use the early pressure Elise offers to play heavily around this bot side, but we called it already. Go on. There it is.
Okay, this is awesome. But this also means there's going to be a lot of lanes to focus on. Jankos on that Elise will have gank ability once we see the solo lane secured for Heretics. Nautilus Draven into Lucian Nami. Hit one of those skill shots and somebody's going to die.
I think the big question, though, is what does Yike want to take into that bot side? Because you need something that can go aggressive against the Elise. And we're kind of going, okay, well, you know, Wukong can't really match her in these early stages. He wants to try and hit level 6. I mean, you've already got the things like the Maokai taken off the board, so it feels like you're kind of going into, you know, sideways territory here where Jarvan, but also Jarvan doesn't really do great against Elise. So I'm really curious to see exactly what's going to come out here for the jungler for G2.
I mean, of course, that Viego is still available for now. Sejuani removed from the pool. The reason I mention the Viego, it is Yike's most played champion. And on the other side, Jankos' second most played champion is Elise. Of the 800 professional games he's played, 85 of them are on Elise. He's got a 60% win ratio. It's a champion that we haven't seen him pilot in a while. The last ban there from G2 is going to be Azir, so really limiting Ruby's effective champion pool for now.
Yeah, I think the Vi would be another good one to try and hit on here when you're looking at Heretics. I think the fact that you've already got the Sejuani gone, you don't really want that point-and-click CC for something like a Lucian, especially when you are playing this short range, but it looks like instead they are going to go towards the Viego. I mean, Yike has gone towards more carry-oriented junglers across the board, so not fully surprised to see it, but I think this does leave Yike open to kind of flex his muscles a little bit and see what else he wants to try and bring into the jungle here, because I want something that can just go for broke on this bot side, go hell for leather, and just match all the aggression that we're going to get from Heretics.
Well, he's only played the Graves and the Kindred this winter. And will we get the Bel'Veth hovering for now? That looks like it will be locked in. Okay, what do you make of this? It is hell for leather, but not the way we're anticipating it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely another carry coming out for him. I don't think he'll be able to match a lot of the early pressure that this Elise is bringing to the table. But, I mean, as you start to go into the game, right, you end up with at least someone where, on Heretic side, very short-range composition, you should be able to get good value out of this Bel'Veth in these team fights, especially with the point-and-click CC Nautilus brings. You've got good engage, and, I mean, Eddie's just going to go for it again. 5 for 5 with the Cassante.
Why not? With that cocoon available from Jankos' Elise, a little bit more power to potentially be the recipient of some ganks. I think I'm very intrigued to see how this jungle matchup will play out, because not only is Jankos going to be coming up against his former team, but the Bel'Veth really wants to prioritize those early Rift Heralds and really wants to get control of that river. Will G2 be able to set it up in time? Lock-in, lost now for Caps. He's going to be playing into Ruby's Victor.
Yeah, and this is where I'm trying to figure out, like, what do you want to bring to the table? Because you're up against the double AP mid-jungle, which oftentimes can kind of lend itself to some funky picks, and we've seen Caps bring out some stuff, but going to go with the Twisted Fate here. So we wanted to get the jungler to be able to match a lot of this aggression on bot side, but it's actually going to be Caps who's going for the Twisted Fate to try and bring that pressure down to the bot lane. So I think for Yike, he's going to have to play heavily around Caps in this early stage, make sure that he's able to get in a position where he can actually leave this lane against the Victor and try and play around this bottom side.
I really like that expectation setting. We'll be able to track that in-game, how and where Yike decides to path. Similarly, what can Jankos do? Because he's got 2 lanes with some CC, a lot of damage to work around. So a lot of tools, a lot of potential action in the early game. One quick stat for you. Yike all-time on Bel'Veth is 9 wins and 1 loss.
So not a bad stat to bring to the table, and especially for Jankos. I want to see now if he can try and add a second loss to that, because one of the big things we saw from Marcoon yesterday with SK was, hey, let's try and split the map. Let's try and disrupt bot lane. We got to see if Jankos can do it here as well.
Can he get inside the heads of G2? Disrupt that scaling powerhouse of the Jax, of the Bel'Veth. Similarly, on the other side, going to be looking at Cap's Twisted Fate. Get control of that middle lane and try to apply pressure everywhere else. You've had a couple of upsets yesterday and today. Will Heretics continue the trend? That's the question, Dagda. They've got the tools. Do they have the skills today?
I mean, it is definitely tough going up against G2, but, I mean, they showed yesterday gods can bleed. We'll have to see if we can have it again.
Well, which one will be bleeding today? We're about to hit Summoner's Rift for Team Heretics taking on G2 Esports. Oh, we're not there yet. Okay, we're almost ready. It's just a moment or two away as the players are now loading into the game. I'm just waiting for the cue. Where's the music? Where's the music? Now we're ready for Heretics versus G2. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Defensive starts for now. No shenanigans afoot. I want to ask you to expand on this jungle matchup that we have on our hands and potentially look at where both Yike and Jankos are going to start. Can we draw any conclusions and see what direction they're going? I think both of their respective champions have the ability to completely dominate and take over the game if they manage to get rolling and get accelerated.
Yeah, I think it's in two very different ways though, right? We want the Elites to get going in the early game, whereas when you look towards the Bel'Veth, it's, hey, look, we've got a good late game scaling carry on our hands, so let's see if we can get her there, play towards these early Rift Heralds so we get the Void Remora. But I think the big question mark for me here is how does Jankos play this out? Because I think something that Marcoon did very cleverly yesterday was split the map against Yike. Yike has pretty much every single game gone for one of these invades where he tries to go in level 2, level 3 and disrupt his opposition, and it's why he has one of the highest counter jungling rates in the league. But when you look across at Marcoon, he kind of exploited that. He was like, cool, I'm just going to immediately go into the other side of the jungle and try and split the map as flash forward.
Now, that's the engage already, dagged up. Flash forward from Mickey. Gets the bop, gets the dredge line, and Jack Spectra's down to 200 hit points. He's still got 2 potions to work with. I think the cleanse was used in that previous engage, so that should be on cooldown as all of a sudden Mickey's just waiting. Hex Flash is charging up, will land the Q, manages to lock down Mercer. Hans Summer is bullying this bottom lane, and it is a tough lane to play into.
Yeah, I love the fact that you're seeing these early summoners blown to try and find these advantages, right? Especially as a Draven, you want to make sure you're making it as uncomfortable as possible. Even the fact that you have the Bel'Veth coming down in the spot side of the map as well, you want to make sure that you're setting up these plays for Yike and making it uncomfortable for Heretics to help out Jankos.
All right, look at the pathing right now. Both junglers starting on the top half of the map, making their way down. Yike is about to clear out his blue buff, and it looks like Jankos sitting inside the Krugs. How long does Mickey and Hans Summer stick around? Now, Hex Flash is available for Mickey. Flash Exhaust still up for Hans Summer. And I'm just keeping my eyes on that mini-map, waiting to see if either jungler pounce. While that's going on, Broken Blade is pushing in the top lane and Ruby's pushing mid, but Dagda, Jankos will step over this ward, spotted out immediately.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of helpful for Yike as well, because he just wants to try and finish his full clear, reset and get back onto the map. So knowing that Jankos is now drifting across towards his top side, you can even count the amount of CS he has with the 16 divided by 4. He's done 4 camps, so it means you have a good idea here as Yike as to what exactly this pathing was, and knows that he's going to be heading back up towards that top end, so he doesn't have to actually stick around too long to help out a bot lane.
Yeah, of course. Talking about that top lane, Leap comes out from Broken Blade, chunking and bullying Ebby for now. Both junglers still in this bottom quadrant. That dredge line threaded through the minions. Jack Spectra forced to flash away. First blood secured by Hans Summer and G2. Now they turn the damage onto Jankos, and Yike is in the wings. If they stick around, do they fancy themselves a dive going forward? Mickey's stepping out and looking for a target, trying to use that toad for body block, but Jankos is down. Yike gets himself one. Turning attention to Mercer and Dagda. I think this is a dead fish. No, backing up because the tower managed to tag onto Yike.
I mean, the sushi is still in trouble. It will fall, it will get rolled, but Mickey will roll over with it as well. Another kill going across. G2 will help out a little, but I mean, this is just awful for Heretics. This is the one lane you didn't want going over towards G2.
And we've seen Hans Summer get fed early on Draven already this winter. I wonder, I'm trying to understand. It looked to me like Jack Spectra was stepping forward into the wave. Let's take a look at this as Mickey manages to find a fantastic dredge line.
Yeah, I mean, that dredge line was absolutely incredible, and I mean, it sets up perfectly there. I think he thought he was safe, but I mean, lawless hook magic, right? We've all kind of seen what that thing can do. And now Yike just takes it as an opportunity. He was on the scuttle, easy collapse here into bot side. They focus out the jungler, and once that's gone, I mean, what do you do here is this Nami. You've got no health, you've got no mana, and you've got nowhere to go.
I really like the just communication and coordination in terms of the dive. Wait for that minion wave. Obviously in the numbers advantage, it was relatively easy to execute, as we're getting a double replay here. Excuse us for a moment or two.
That creep didn't stand a chance.
No, it didn't, as we are having a little bit of struggles with the HUD there. But 5 minutes in, 2,000 gold up, and 1,500 of that is already in Hans Sommer's back pocket. Heretics cannot afford to let Hans Sommer continue that steamroll. They have to try play a little bit more defensive and hope that Jankos, Ruby, and maybe Ebby can try to balance it out.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic know all about it, right? Where Hans Sommer set the record for the earliest Mythic in LEC history. And, I mean, he wants to try and see if he can keep that record going with this Draven. But Heretics looking to try and respond. They're moving in towards this mid lane, but I don't think they can really do anything. I mean, yes, you can move over towards Dragon if you want to, but Caps is safely underneath this tower. And, I mean, G2 are in position, so trying to set up maybe for a pick onto Yike, but it just seems a bit of an odd one.
Yeah, opportunistic play doesn't pay off. Yike definitely did not path in a direction that he was under any threat, and now with the backup of Mickey stepping forward into Jankos' jungle, we'll try to clear out some of those little raptors and again keep threatening, keep implying the pressure so that both Jack Spectra and Mercer have to be aware, and similarly, Jankos has to respond. We're setting up for another 3v3.
Yeah, Mickey setting up behind here, but even if Jankos is just here to dissuade the dive, you're still losing a camp, right? So G2 are still winning, and as an Elise, you don't want to be on the defensive footing in these scenarios. You're the one that wants to be the aggressor, and G2 are taking the entire wind out of the sails of Heretics right now.
Of course, Jankos' ability to impact the lanes significantly reduced, but I think for the side of G2 and Yike, we're seeing that same trend continue, where Yike does play very forward, does play significantly more in the enemy's jungle. You can see that counter jungle percentage at the bottom of the screen, first versus Jankos' fifth. And I think for Yike, this is just a great start, and even better, limiting the impact that Elise can have.
Yeah, and I think it kind of tells the story of these two jungles, right? When you look at Jankos, he's kind of been the babysitter, right? In a lot of situations, he's the one that's reading the map, reading his opponent to be in a position where he can deny dives, he can deny setup when you've got a good wave state on the opposition side. And that is exactly what we saw here, right? Getting down to that bottom side, preventing another dive coming through from G2. But for Yike, he's been stepping up to be that big carry. This is now the fifth pick that he's brought out to the table as well. The Velvet is looking good at the moment with a kill, with a 10 CS lead. Yike wants to be a carry and get in the face of the enemy jungler to steal away those camps.
And he's got the abilities to do so. We haven't really looked at the other lanes because of all the action in the bottom lane, but Abby's got himself a small CS advantage, the only member of Heretics currently leading their opposition, but there is a significant wave that Broken Blade can clear out and potentially close that gap. We're dead even in the mid lane, but Caps is level 7. So with the advantage in this bottom lane and the Destiny available, there it is, being channeled, immediately arrives. That was a great bubble coming out from Jack Spectra with the help of the towers. Not going to be able to find anything. The minions have been cleared out though. Jack Spectra, no flash, no cleanse, no ultimate, and he is in trouble. While that's going on, there's another fight in the top lane. Ebby manages to get the kill onto Broken Blade. All of a sudden, Jankos trying to take out Yike. He's got the hit points, and with the spinning axes, Hans Sommer should be able to pick up another 2-0-2. Make that 3-0-2 in the bottom lane, and here comes Ruby. A new challenger appears. How effective can he be? No flashes available. The dredge line was fantastic. The Chaos Storm ticking away, but then the spinning axes
It's happening again!
decimates.
It's happening again! Quick shot! Hans Sommer is massive on this Draven, and G2 are so good at playing around this Draven every time it's been locked in. 4 kills now. The Rod of Ages completed for Caps off that reset as well. G2 are firmly in the driving seat.
Oh man, it's all at the tip of the spear with Hans Sommer. Emby's now in trouble. No flash available to him. No ult either. And with 2 members chasing him down, Jankos will not be able to connect that cocoon. It was just dodged away from. Rift Herald is up and available to G2 fancy a shot. 4,500 gold lead. They are obliterating that bottom lane. Kraken Slayer already completed, as well as those Berserker's Greaves. And once G2 decide to either apply pressure for the tower, the plates, or the next dragon, they can start moving Hans Sommer and Mickey around and just take complete control of Summer's Rift.
And the thing is, you're not even winning out on that top side of the map either, right? Like Jack Spectra and Mercer struggling. We've been highlighting Ebby as this amazing Cassante the entire way through, but I mean, he's 1 and 2 now. He's yes, got a bit of a CS lead for himself, but that gold is favoring Broken Blade, and with this Jax getting to that late game scaling is the core of this build, and he's going to be a monster when it gets to that stage.
Look at the damage. Dredgeline once again connects onto Mercer. He's down to 500 hit points. Whirling Death doesn't secure it for now. He's going to try heal himself back up with that ebb and flow. Jankos looking for an opportunity, but there's simply not enough damage, and I think he'll get melted before he can get in without perfect CC. And again, this Elise continually hovering around that bottom lane, down nearly 2,000 gold over Yikes Belveth, who's just picked up that Kraken Slayer as well.
And you notice that there's no overextension from G2 on these plays, right? Because all they want to do is try and blow summoner spells, blow health bars, start to chip away at the turret, because they know Caps' destiny is about to come back up. They want to make sure they will always outnumber Heretics on this bottom side of the map, alongside the big gold advantage that they have. So now that Caps is able to shove in that mid, look where he's roaming to. Immediately pulling down towards the bot side, so they can set up plays if anyone from Heretics shows up underneath this tower.
He's got that teleport available as well as the Destiny available to him. Yike will find Mercer for a little bit of chip damage. There's not enough support to fully commit for that one. I mean, let's turn our attention now to these next objectives. A minute to go before the dragon is up, as Ruby has been caught out. Destiny arrives, Yike is on a rampage.
So, for objectives, it's very good if you have your mid lane. That definitely helps out as Heretics trying to make a play on the bot side here, but just going to tickle the back of Mickey X. I mean, I don't know how Heretics are supposed to try and respond to this when Caps now gets full push in mid. You can already see that river is littered with red wards. You're going to have this Herald put down as well. The Void Remora are here as well, which means that this is going to take a lot of damage off this turret.
I mean, it has to be flawlessly executed from Heretics. The Cocoon does land. Yike has a 2-level advantage over Jankos as the gold card buys some time. Here comes Jack Spectra. Yike stays alive. That Royal Maelstrom doing so much work. Finally shut down. Some gold going into that Lucian's back pocket. But while that is going on, down in the bottom lane, pressure as that tower is being sieged. Mickey with the Hex Flash. He's channeling. Pops over and doesn't throw the Q for now. Instead, just going to be happy to apply pressure, take more of these plates, and at least a small piece of gold coming back to Heretics.
And G2 are eating good right now. I mean, you've got 3 plates gone on top, you've got 4 gone on bot, you've taken 3 in mid as well. G2 are completely out of control. I mean, we're 12 minutes into the game and look at the gold lead.
I mean, it's
6,000 gold.
6,000 gold. So for Heretics, they need a miracle, a couple of maybe over-eager plays. What have you thought of G2's objective setups in other games? Let's disregard both Draven matchups. What do you think about their setups, vision, etc.? I'll give you a second to think about that. As Broken Blade fancies a small shot. Is going to be threatened for now, and maybe doesn't have the damage, but here comes Mickey as well.
Yeah, I think G2 are one of the best teams at playing at the map when they have a lead. So this is where it becomes very terrifying as Broken Blade goes aggressive.
Jankos is here too, sees Mickey, sees Hans Sama. Cocoon connects, at least slows down the Draven for now. Venomous bite in and repel up. Ebby's the target of Mickey. Hans Sama finds himself the kill with the help of Broken Blade. That little root will land once more, leaping forward onto the minions, and yet another kill to G2, as well as the dragon on the other side of the map.
And this is what I was about to talk about for G2. They're one of the best teams at using those tempo advantages to keep the plays rolling, and it ain't gonna stop us. Ruby will feel a little bit of hurt coming through from Yike, but they're able to move around so effectively on the map that now they've already got that top lane turret going for themselves. They're gonna look towards mid lane as well. Like, this is how they keep snowballing their leads with these quick picks and catching people unaware.
Of course, rotating the Fed members is just doing wonders. That gold lead continues to balloon. It's over 8,500 gold. And for G2, second time we've seen Hans Sama and Mickey popping off. I think the two of them cannot be allowed to get a Draven lane again in Winter, because it doesn't matter what the opposition is so far. They have demonstrated they can absolutely dumpster.
But it's the fact that they're playing so aggressive, and I know that's what a lot of people are hoping for when they saw Hans Sama and Mickey being reunited, was this is going to be a kill lane. This is someone who wants to go aggressive, and we're getting level 1 double summoner spells burn just to try and put pressure onto the opposition. That's exactly what you need to try and do in a situation where you don't have the stronger early game jungler, but you can force a very uncomfortable bot lane that now gives that advantage to your triple threat on G2.
Oh man, such a great start, such a great game. And of course, a lot of it coming from Yike backing up the advantages that the bottom lane was able to build up. Now, Destiny has been channeled. Where does Caps want to throw it down? Stepping forward. Jankos repels up into the air. Cleanse already used from Jack Spectra. Summon a heal used to keep him alive. Teleport is being channeled. Zebi will join the fray. Nobody's died just yet. That's a great knockback and stun. All of a sudden the damage is there, but Jack Spectra's so low, he cannot get into the fight. Ruby wasn't able to join either. Teleports on cooldown. It may have been interrupted. That's a flash away from Jack. Yike turns his attention once more, and Broken Blade brings the hammer down. Another kill, 3 in the bottom lane.
And they still had Handsome in mid. They were just able to take that mid turret off that play as well. G2 are taking leads everywhere. We get bot turret just off this. That's all outer turrets gone. And when you're looking at third dragon in just 3 minutes time, how do you try and push forward as Heretics here to contest this?
I mean, it's I don't know if it is possible being this far behind against especially champions like Bel'Veth and Draven, who are already very oppressive and challenging. They need to have some sort of pick play, some sort of vision opportunity, or alternatively punish G2, which is going to be very, very challenging to do. For G2, it is not even 16 minutes in game. They've got 2 minutes before their next dragon. They've pushed all of the outer turrets down, so it does become a little bit more risky to push deeper into Heretics territory. So I would imagine for the next few minutes, the game will likely slow down just a little bit.
Well, I think you're going to have Rift Tower coming up here, right? So already you can see they're trying to get position on this. They're actually moving Broken Blade down with the rest of the team towards this objective, knowing that Ebby doesn't have the teleport available. So Twisted Fate going to push in top. Now they're able to establish that control by having a numbers advantage, by having that push in mid, get that vision control in, and then it's an easy pickup here for G2. And now it's a case of how do you want to try and push this forward? I imagine you keep this for, you know, a minute and a half's time. You plonk that Rift Tower down in mid. Now you've got pressure mid. You've got control over Dragon. It makes it so easy now to continue this game plan forward as, honestly, actually, Heretics have just completely lost their top side. They're going to lose this tier 2.
They are going to be trading it for at least a bounty in that bottom turret. Ebby will be trying to push that wave out as much as he can. There's such a significant item disparity between these two teams that Heretics are definitely not looking for a full-on skirmish or team fight. They just don't have the stats or the damage to back it up. So listen, we've got a moment or two here. If anybody missed the Baron Tank's session video from earlier today, the deal that Romar proposed and actually got some form of approval on was if G2 were able to kill Jankos 6 times today, and I believe kill Herc 6 times tomorrow, if I recall correctly, then they will be able to get an all G2 analyst desk. They are 1 kill away from the first milestone of killing Jankos 6 times.
I mean, this is probably going to happen. I'd be very surprised at this state of the game if Jankos doesn't die one more time minimum. So then it just becomes a case of like, how can they then just, you know, perma push mid jungle, just try and kill Bo and Perks over and over again? I think that's going to be such a banger game. But here we go.
Well, Evie's the target for now. Destiny was used there by Caps, so now the kill secured. The 17th in 18 minutes of gameplay.
Look at the amount of point Remora that
there
are here.
There are so many little manta rays pushing this bottom lane. Another tower has fallen. And I was anticipating G2 maybe slowing down, maybe playing the lanes a little more. They don't need to. They are so far ahead. The Heretics simply cannot stand toe-to-toe. The inhibitor turret is now taken down. The inhibitor will follow
they just
suit.
go to the end?
5 versus 3.
They're just going to the end.
They're going to push for the Nexus turrets. Sub 20 minutes. Stat team, what's the quickest game we've ever had in the LEC? Another kill secured as Jankos is popped for the 6th time. The Nexus turrets are now being focused as well. Will we get a dancing Rift Herald? I think we might. The Nexus is being focused at 18 minutes and 40 seconds. G2 dominate Heretics.
We had a dancing Herald in the LEC. What is going on? G2 once more bring out this Draven pick. It looks absolutely incredible. Yike is able to play around that bot side, and I'm speechless. How is it over that quick?
Flawless game from G2. They absolutely accelerated, but I think crucially as well, they moved that advantage around. It felt like perfectly. They got the Heralds, they kept applying pressure. Even at 16, 17 minutes, as soon as that wave started to crash top lane, took the tower down and immediately moved bottom lane. I mean, the wave control was just exquisite.
I mean, in my opinion, G2 are the most terrifying team that we have in the LEC with the lead. right? They're very good at snap decision making, all turning as one, making sure that they're able to use their tempo advantage, effectively trading the map. So it always feels like even when you think you're trading 1-for-1, they're getting extra across the board. Like, it's so difficult to manage that against G2. And now we're seeing a very similar story here for G2, where coming into this, they've been a little bit upset yesterday against SK. I think they looked very angry coming into today, but we'll have to see now if anyone can try and take them down again.
I can't believe it. I mean, yesterday, SK taking down G2. Today, G2 absolutely dumpstering Heretics. I have got confirmation from our stats team that this is the second fastest win in LEC history. Do you want to know what the fastest was? What? G2 taking down Origin in a split final a few years ago. Absolutely incredible. G2 holds that number 1 and number 2. I think turn our attention very briefly now to what this means for the standings, right? With the results that we've seen, with BDS picking up those wins, SK picking up a couple more, Heretics now drop to this little differentiating brackets that they're now closer to Fnatic and XL, who are sitting at 1 and 3. Obviously, they're now 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, for Heretics, it's kind of heartbreaking, right? I think there's been a lot of hope that's been placed in this team coming in. I mean, obviously, Ebby coming across from the LJL. I think Ruby was hyped as well, coming up from the ERLs and his time in the LPL, but it just hasn't quite come together for them. And I mean, Jankos tried to bring out this Elise pick, tried to play around the early stages, but it just wasn't enough.
It wasn't. Didn't get a chance to because of that bottom lane impact. So nevertheless, player of the game nominees, head over to Twitter at LEC. It is Yike, Hansama, and Mickey to potentially take that one away. Fantastic game. Very impressive. There's not a lot more to be said for that one. And I do start to think a little bit around, like, what are these priority picks that you cannot allow at all? Hansama's Draven has to be one of them.
But the thing is, there's so many other picks that are there, right? The Draven is one, but you've got like Heimer, Varus, Maokai. There's so much that has to be banned. Caitlyn as well. And now you just add the Draven in the mix as well.
And of course, the game plan. If the Draven is allowed through, how on earth do you actually counter it? Because today, the answer wasn't there. I think, let's also give some credit to Mickey. I think Mickey's had some very stellar performances. And unfortunately has been a little bit outshone by some of the other players. We'll get a chance to talk about that a little bit later as we're heading to the post-match interview with Hansama.
Thank you very much. We're just waiting for him. Oh, he's right there. Hi, Hans. He's just got to get a mic. The game was so fast, so, you know, we got here really fast. But yeah, what a bounce back, GB, after yesterday.
Right, yeah, because there is nothing to bounce back from, at least how the game started today. But yeah, from yesterday, you know, yesterday they did not have the prior lanes they kind of needed and had the G2 that we were so used to knowing. All of them were kind of under their own tower. I think this is what we expect when they're allowed to play the game. And yes, Hans, you can come. Yeah, come sit down. And I think this is just super, like, this is where they're super scary. This is the G2 where we're like, wow, is this the same as 2019? At least when we made those overreactions. And I think today this really showed now.
Yeah, Hans, it was actually the second fastest LEC game of all time. The second fastest was G2 versus Origin, LEC Spring Finals of 2019. So that's cool, right? That's a cool milestone.
Yeah, that's really cool. I mean, my team was really trying to set up the Belvet with the second Herald, and we tried to end the game really fast. That was kind of fun. And, being the second fastest team. Well, I wish that we were the first one, but
you have more games, you know. You can still try. As to Goldberg's point, what did you think your most important adaptations were, both in draft and approach to the game, comparison to yesterday versus SK?
Well, today it was more like leaving the Lucian Nami up, because honestly, I feel confident to play against it, and trying to they kind of outscale us, but we can be very strong in early and have a few windows, and we did those. Got to play Draven again, and that's the difference, I guess, from yesterday. Yesterday was more of more like scaling type, and well, a little bit disrespecting the dive of Elise level 3, or didn't like think about it too much. So it was not a good plan. We didn't really have a proper plan yesterday, but today we had a better plan.
Yeah, it seemed like it, because when I was watching this draft unfold, I thought that everything was perfectly calculated from your guys' side. I think there's a misconception with the Lucian Nami. Quite often people feel it's a lane where you just go all in and you win, and that's not necessarily true. You play around the CDs and the burst that's come out of it, and once they've used their ability, you can legit just run them down. And I think that's why you left the Lucian Nami open with Draven specifically as well for the first few levels, right? Right. And I think also, sorry, I'll go on. And I also think like coming through with the TF pick on 5, like you could have easily gone for like Syndra into Victor and just played a normal mid lane matchup. But I think coming through with TF was so intelligent as well because you could bridge it down towards the bot lane pressure. Was this part of your guys' game plan as well with the pick coming through?
Yeah, definitely. Having these champions, well, Belvet and TF, they are a very good champion to lock down the Lucian. And Draven, Nautilus trying to play as aggressive as we can in the early game. And well, if we couldn't get any kills or anything, it's not like the game is over. You still have some tools in order to get the Lucian in the mid game. If he dashes in once in the mid lane, I think we had a pretty good plan against the Lucian so far. And the picks were nice.
They were.
Agreed.
Lore told me to ask you about the way the lane works between you and Mickey and how much you are micromanaging him, if any.
I mean, I always try to have a habit with Mickey before the game, like what we're gonna do in the lane. Even if it's maybe the not best way to play the lane, I always try to have a small plan with Mickey, and we play accordingly to it. And towards the game, it always changes, and I'm always trying to be on the same page as with my support. I think it's a really good thing to do because sometimes if nothing is being said and you start kind of autopiloting or doing random things, I think it's pretty hard to play. Always trying to make things happen together. So I'm like, oh, go here, maybe we can do that, do this.
So you're saying in this game it was just like kill, or what was?
Oh wait, this game, I think it was something. What I said to Mickey was, I'll get 2 axes from the blue, and then we go to lane. And if he uses spell, then we can probably all in, which was what we did.
Yep.
And we forced their summoner. And after that, it was just pretty easy. Just go for the dive. And who thanks, blah, blah, blah.
yeah.
So I recently saw an interview with Mickey as well, where he was kind of reminiscing, thinking back to when he used to play with you back in 2018. And one of his points as well was that, you were a lot more quiet back then, and the big difference from playing with you now is that you're a lot more vocal. I've also seen the mic checks from G2 where you will straight up just yell and call for your own plays as well, specifically from the Ashe game you guys had on the first week. What has this journey kind of been like from you, from a personal point of view? Has this been something you've been focusing on personally and putting a lot of impact and time into? Or is it just like coming natural to you throughout all of these years?
I think it comes natural, especially with this team when plays are always a high chance to be successful because I guess everyone is so good mechanically. So I'm always trying to see if there's an opportunity to do something together. So I guess it's natural for me to talk a bit more in the game.
Right.
Especially with Mickey and Yike. We do a lot of plays together. I think it just comes naturally. I think, before I was very silent. I wouldn't talk in the game. But over the years, I just shall call a bit more.
Right.
I know a lot of things, and I can help a lot of things for my teammate to succeed.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for that, Hansama. Great bounce back from the start of G2. We love to see it, of course. And we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with Game 4.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega, porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the LEC ahead of Excel versus Fnatic. The audio mixer froze. Now, I know it's cold in Berlin, but that happens. And don't worry, it doesn't mean we're getting into picks and bans later.
I kind of liked lo-fi LEC.
Yeah, it was nice. Seeing them set up, a little lo-fi vibe. I'm fully relaxed going into this one. I fear that Fnatic and Excel are not going to be as relaxed. They have had a nightmare of a start to a season. I think we can put it bluntly like that. If you look at the expectations for both rosters, not saying they were expected to top the table from the get-go, but to me, have been caught lacking, both of them.
Yeah, 100%. I think like with the name power, the star power on these teams, you of course expect them to be doing better than 8-9th with 1-3 records, just barely above Astralis. Like, we're now at a point, right? Like, this is the halfway point today in the season, right? In terms of BO1s, where you have to turn it around because at the moment they are battling to make it out of 9-10.
At this point, they're going to be one setting up for that, like, not tiebreaker necessarily, but at least being the one that's going to go towards the 9th place here. And I think it's crazy to see that BDS and SK all the way up towards the 4th place, and it's Fnatic Excel down where they are.
Down where they are, indeed. We want to play a little draft game, or rather fix the draft game. We're going to start with Mad versus Excel yesterday, and take a look at kind of what you liked out of the draft and how you think you could have fixed it, and then maybe fix the game.
So what was really weird to me in yesterday's game...
this is Fnatic BDS.
This is Fnatic. I mean, we can...
How about you take it then?
there's a couple things we wanted to break down. Just kidding. We're back over to Excel. You're on.
Just trolled.
Hold it. All right, let's go. What was really curious to me in like yesterday's draft was not necessarily the first 3 picks, like they're pretty standard, and I kind of get it. But what was curious to me was when you got to the second ban phase and I started seeing top lane bans. Initially on red side, when I see this, I think that's because you're going to blind pick a top laner. You're just making sure his blind pick becomes easier to play due to the fact that, you know, you're banning away the champions. Then you can leave your mid lane counter pick open on 5. But that's not what happened. You banned the top laners, you banned Jax and Jace, which I thought was like, okay, they'll 4th pick Cassandra themselves. No, they 4th pick the Akali, and while it's still a fine matchup into the Azir once you get past level 6, he just never had any pressure. Then the counter pick came through with the Gwen into the Cassandra at that point, and it didn't work out. It wasn't a counter pick. It was just neutralized by the pick itself. And I think if you swap this around, if you started by taking the Cassandra 4 here instead, allowed V2 to know what he's picking into in the mid lane, I think he would be way more comfortable as well. I think we've already seen Odo on Cassandra. We know what he could do. And I think V2 might need this last counter pick as well from the way he's been playing so far, because he didn't look too comfortable on the Rift while he was refining the matchup, where he didn't necessarily pick into that specifically.
Yeah, and a big talking point too has just been like simplifying drafts, right? If you're a team that is struggling to get wins, and at the moment they are, I think it would be much simpler if you go the tank route. You're playing front-to-back team fights as opposed to, oh, you know, the cocktail draft. We've got Akali coming in here, Gwen trying to find a flank, Wukong trying to set up. Like, every champion on Excel kind of wants to play on their own. They're all sort of the superstar, whereas Mad Lions have like the perfect front to back, so easy to execute, and at the end of the day, it's just not a very easy game for Excel to win unless they're stomping through lane.
If you'd had to theorize, when I look at the members on the teams of both Fnatic and Excel, as you said already, very experienced players. In fact, some of the most experienced players we had. Is that maybe keeping them from saying, all right, we'll just keep it super simple and do that?
No, it's not, because if anything, they should know that the first week of usually spring split, now winter split in LEC, you always go for late game scaling team fighting. It always works.
Counterpoint. Last year Vitality, they thought they could go for the, like, play whatever they wanted to. It never worked out for them. And I think it's a trend, like, when you're a new team coming together, just start building up foundation, and you do that with easy comps.
Maybe they'll prove us wrong and just do the same thing and win. Let's take a look at then Fnatic versus BDS and their draft yesterday. I remember last week, you know, when they got the win at the end of the week, it was a death ball comp. They had the Sivir. It really worked out. Did we have as much of that yesterday versus BDS? It's coming to
no. Honestly, I think that this draft showed some big holes in the Fnatic game plan and the prep overall. The first thing coming up, and Crowny talked about this, playing against the Ashe Ezreal, they were under no pressure in the bottom lane, and the fact is they had the option to take Ashe and Heimerdinger very early on in this draft. Heimer for Mad Lion, or for BDS rather, doesn't come in until 4th pick. So not only did they not pick it as the bot lane option, they also were not banning it in the second phase. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe Reckless doesn't want to play the Ashe, is instead going for the Ezreal. And then also because they take the Cassante on 3, and then BDS have a Wukong, they're getting double banned in jungle, which makes you think, oh, we're going really far down the jungle pool. And with the early jungle bans of Sejuani and Maokai, it limits your options. But it shows us again, does Razork not want to play the Elise, or is he late to the trend here? Because 2 picks of Heimer and Elise not coming in for Fnatic are kind of stunning.
And I think Elise could have been great in a lane where you know it's going to be about the bot lane to kind of tip the scale in your favor. I think bot lane very much so right now with picks like Ashe that can stack up a sickle so fast because of the way that they trade. Heimerdinger as well with the turrets is alpha omega, because once again, you get your ward item before anyone else, you start getting that low econ going before anyone else, it's super easy to play. I also think that there's a misconception with the Ashe into Heimerdinger, because yes, it can be a counter pick, but it's so much about who gets on the first wave and who gets, like, if Heimer gets to set up turrets, really didn't matter if you picked Ashe, because you can't get into the bushes and get control of them. Yes, you can try and get them with your W in the beginning, but that's like a 10-11 second cooldown when you only have 1 point in it. So I also think in the beginning, like, when you come into it, you really need to know what kind of draft you're going for, and you know you need how to play it, not just in the late game, but like for the first wave that you're going into the bot lane.
We're getting into the draft now, which is awesome. In fact, we already have some of our bans.
All right, I mean, interesting to see that Excel are already taking the Ashe off the table, and Fnatic also fixing some problems of yesterday. Heimerdinger, of course, we just mentioned, fell all the way to the second phase, but they're going to remove that very quickly. And with a couple of support bans, this makes me think jungle is going to be left wide open, so Sejuani Maokai up for grabs.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And just a trend in general that's been with Fnatic so far is that I think they are the team that I've seen that bans the most bot laners in their first 3 rotations. They're really doing everything they can to set themselves up for success down with Reckless and Rocks, but it just doesn't always work out, bless you. And I think it's going to be curious to see if they're still going to go down that trend, because I think you have a very valid point here in that you leave open a lot of the power picks that's already been there, and they are taking away the Maokai.
Yeah, as soon as Excel banned the Sejuani, you almost have to match with the Maokai here, of course, leaving things up like the Lucian Nami. And as far as Excel are concerned, I think it's a great idea to try and attack Fnatic through the bottom lane. You can maybe try to match tanks towards the top side of the map. Again, if we're trying to simplify draft, that's probably what Wunder and Odo end up going for, is some kind of Cassante blind.
Yeah, Dacta spoke about it in the draft earlier, but it's the fact that you can take away the Nami now, you can pair it with an Ezreal, you can pair it with other champions if that's what you're looking for as well. Looks like they're just going to be going for a standard rotation on meta right now, which is that AD carry and jungle.
This is good though, getting their jungler early on. Again, I was not looking forward to seeing Razork get banned out in the second phase one more time. And with the 2 big junglers off the table, Wukong rise in priority, Vi as well, so it's not going to be an Elise option for Xerxes, but a Vi, one of those champions that can dive so far towards the enemy backline. This is, all of a sudden, I'm thinking maybe we need some more gap closing power out of both top lane and mid lane, so that Xerxes is able to find fights in the mid game. Because if you're not aggressively ulting off of cooldown on the Vi, the pick just, I don't think shines quite as much as something like a Wukong can later in fights.
Wow, okay, I was really debating what they would come up on third. It pretty much had to be a support, or else they would trim out the support pool too much. I was thinking like maybe you wanted to go the Lulu route and just playing Enchanter and try and scale with an on-head Varus into the game. Looks like they want to go for the same kind of stylistic that we just saw G2 go for earlier, where it's you want to contest the early waves. And this brings a lot of pressure on the junglers as well already, because they need to be down there and influence it from the early game.
100%. And I also think Fnatic trying to build back some trust in this bot lane, put Rux on some kind of engaged support. Forget the enchanters, right? The unkillable World's Leona is back for them, and finding early all-ins, a lane that Razor can play around, is a great option.
Yeah, definitely. And I really like the fact that Fnatic this time around, they banned the Jax. Excel now in their second ban rotation, you know, we just criticized them for it earlier. They ban away the Cassandra here. They're not looking to play into it on 4 instead. Normally, you would see a Jace ban as well, maybe potentially from Fnatic, but they've actually been one of the few teams who's been playing this in the mid lane themselves, and that does leave open a flex if that's what they're looking for. And instead, they're going to continue to take away some of the weak siders for Odo instead here.
Yeah, I mean, happiness for Wunder here is potentially going back and playing a Gragas. I I also think Azir is going to be really important in the second phase for either mid laner, especially Fnatic if you're trying to outrange the Lucian on the opposite side can give him some problems in the later team fights. With the Syndra getting banned away, I think that Azir does spring to mind. And the question is, do Fnatic decide to just blind pick top lane? I think they will, and then give Humanoid the counter pick, but they might think Azir is important enough.
There we go. Now, I definitely think it's fine. If they go Azir, you still have Azir in the back pocket that you can bring out, and then you just handshake the matchup and you go for that. Azir right now...
Victor, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You said Azir twice, so...
Sorry, yeah. Victor into Azir, of course.
Azir, yeah.
Handshake that matchup if that's what you're looking for instead. And I think mid lane priority will be super pivotal.
Sure.
Because mid lane priority is bot lane priority, and that allows you to come down with your mid laner and jungler to influence that. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of a Renekton into a Gnar. It is easier to play now when you can go for the Blade of the Rune King into Prowler's Claw, but traditionally speaking, it's a matchup that Gnar has been happy to play into.
I will say, though, as a Vi in the jungle, I'm very excited to see a Prowler's Claw Renekton in the top lane versus a Gnar. That's a lane I can play through super, super easily at really any point in the game. Similar story for mid lane. This is exactly what I wanted. Some mobile solo laners that give Vi more options to play around. Sylas also on the roams trying to fight in river alongside Xerxes Vi is a great way, I think, to close out this second rotation for Excel. Now, it's not the easy front-to-back team fight scaling option for Excel. This is much more mid-game aggression, but it's a very cohesive draft.
Yeah, but I also think while there is early game in the fact that you have a Lucian Nami and Renekton into the now on the top side to play for, playing the Sylas into Kassadin doesn't leave much room open for the kill pressure to come through. This can be a very safe lane, especially if you go TP as well. You can go Unseal Spellbook, on Humanoid if you want to have some kill pressure yourself, swap to that Ignite. And I actually think this is a very favorable Kassadin draft to come through. The only worry that there would be is the fact that if Kassadin gets pushed in, as he so often does, it allows Excel to play for some of these lanes that they want to get ahead in the early game. So for Fnatic, it's really crucial that nobody ints in the early game.
Yeah, I think for Fnatic, avoid inting, especially like Wunder has to be careful of some ganks around that Renekton on the top side, but also I do want to see Fnatic try to take control over bot lane early. Early levels are going to be a test. We'll see if Rux has downloaded the Mickey X strategy. If he was watching how Mickey X plays Nautilus on the Pro View, we'll see.
Absolutely. But overall, I feel like, by the way you've been talking about these two drafts, that you're definitely happy with the adaptations we saw from both sides and should give us, hopefully, a better matchup coming out of these two teams.
I think so much is riding, especially for Excel, on how active Xerxes can be playing around his lanes early on, especially the level like 6 to 11 window. He has to find value on the pick.
Yeah, outside of the tidal wave though, Excel's engage is very singular. That means like you're super good at finding one pick and just getting ahead, but it also means if you would fall behind, it's really difficult to come back.
Can be difficult. Let's see how it plays out. Excel versus Fnatic.
And welcome to Summoner's Rift as XL are taking on Fnatic. I'm Quickshot, joined by Dagda at the caster desk. And I want to build on something that I heard from the analyst desk. Fnatic don't int early, don't concede kills, and I think that's because when I look at the XL composition, it definitely feels to me like it comes online earlier, and I think it needs to find kills.
Yeah, and especially that's where my eyes are focused on Xerxes, right? I want to see this guy now be super proactive, because one of the big things that we've seen from Xerxes at the moment is that he hasn't actually been able to get involved in the lanes particularly much, and I think that's been a big failing when it comes towards XL. And when you're looking at Patrick and Targamas on a Lucian Nami, when you're looking at Odo on this Renekton, both these side lanes can be hit hard and they can be hit early, and that's exactly what I want to see Xerxes go for.
Of course, if XL aren't able to do that, when you do think of some of the scaling options here on the side of Fnatic, very scary. I think a lot of pressure on BTO as well. When we look at the initiation tools for XL, very single target focus primarily with the Renekton and the Vi. Yes, obviously their tidal wave can help, but I think there's a lot of options that you can hijack away. Chain of Corruption, the Cyclone, the Gnar. So Vitio, if he's able to get rolling with this Sylas, can also have a significant impact in those objective fights.
You'll also notice that every ult you named was elsewhere. When it's against the Kassadin, this is the big problem for Kassadin, for Sylas against Kassadin, is that you don't really get to play into the Kassadin particularly well. Like, the Rift Walk isn't great if you steal the ult. It's very easy for the Kassadin to stay at range and just try to farm it up because it's another melee champion. So the big one that I want to see from Video is, okay, you should get push. Let's work with Xerxes. Let's move towards those sides, create numbers advantages, and start to snowball this game for XL.
Well, can he do it? Just currently pushing that wave in. We saw in the bottom lane, Reckless and Rux trying to land.
Strange to me, because a lot of the times you'd see at the moment, like Varus with the Karma, where you get a ton of push, or even with an Ashe, right? Even back in the day when we used to see more of the on-hit, it was like, we're going to go with a Tam Kench, keep the Varus safe. Varus isn't someone that can really go toe-to-toe in the early stages with Patrick and Targamas, especially as level 3 is about to be hit. So this feels more to me like Fnatic are kind of giving up on trying to find innate synergies between the champions and more looking for, hey, let's get comfort for Rux. Rux traditionally has been a big Leona Nautilus player. We'll have to see now if you can bring that into pressure on this bot side.
I mean, when I take a look at Rux's all-time games played, Nautilus is his 5th or 6th most, 22 games. Significant win ratio. Right now, he's being pushed back all the way to the tower, as is Humanoid and Wonder. If you look at the minimap, all 3 lanes for XL pushing very aggressively, and this will allow Xerxes some backup if his lanes move first. Stepping into the jungle here will spot out Razork on his blue buff, but literally it's a high and a buy, places the ward and gets out.
Yeah, but this is again Xerxes trying to see if he can spot out where Razork is. If he can take this bottom scuttle, Razork might try and steal it, but I think the big one here is trying to keep Xerxes on this bottom side. You can see his Krugs are up and the wave is bouncing out on bot side if they want to try and make something happen, but it looks like at the moment he's happy to just kind of handshake and reset.
I really want to see XL make use of these pushing waves as Patrick gets caught out by Rux, ignited as well, starts to step back, gets the heal out of Reckless. No summoner spells used from XL's bottom lane. But the reason that I talk about that is we've seen Razork and Fnatic be bullied and punished a little bit as they lose control of their jungle, as Razork gets invaded on. With these waves in favor of XL, there's some pressure on Xerxes to make a move, and right now he's coming in here behind Reckless and Rux.
Yeah, wants to try and go for the dive here. Look at the video as well. He's actually just TP back into mid, could try and make his way down, but wave is about to crash.
It's not a huge wave, and Reckless will be the target. Flash forward, taken down. First blood secured by Targamas. Teleport being channeled as well. Humanoid level 5 will jump forward onto Xerxes. Fnatic get themselves one back, and it lands with Kassadin.
And that was actually a big turnaround play from Fnatic. Humanoid hadn't backed first in mid. Video just TP'd in towards the mid lane, so couldn't match the play. Humanoid now picks up a kill, and it's a good answer for the early aggression Xerxes was attempting to put down into this bot lane.
And of course, with Targamas picking that up in that bottom lane, not the most advantageous. Odo being bullied by Mini Gnar, flashes forward with that Q. Here comes Vitio. He could teleport to that middle lane, knowing that Humanoid wasn't there. Unfortunately for him, the wave was not in a position where Wonder could be punished. So flash for flash in that top lane. And looking at the mid now, there's a number of wards placed just behind the Fnatic jungle. So Xerxes, as well as the rest of the squad, taking advantage of these pushing lanes. But we do need to see Xerxes finding those opportunities, but ultimately not conceding those deaths.
But I think the good news here for like Reckless and Rux is that they were actually winning out on that lane pretty substantially, right? Because when we look across at Patrick and Targamas, they haven't exactly been the most dominant of bot lanes thus far in the LEC. And already you could see Rux finding those hooks, trying to make sure that he can make Patrick and Targamas uncomfortable on what should be an aggressive lane for XL.
I mean, you see both of the stats for Patrick and Targamas ranking 8th and 9th respectively for their role. Obviously the team sitting at 1 and 3 makes that a little bit more difficult, and they will be the target of another gank. Razork and Humanoid here as well. Xerxes only level 4, but the minion wave is slowly being cleared out. Patrick's going to use that relentless pursuit backwards. The tower is targeting, and Rux will go down. Targamas gets his second kill of the game, and all of a sudden it's XL with the numbers advantage. Targamas escapes, and Vito arrives to join. Humanoid will get taken down. It's another for XL's. Fnatic have got one back. The fish is down. Fnatic get punished for the dive.
You had one job, Fnatic. It was to not int. You didn't have to win. You just had to not int, and they immediately try and go for this play in the bot side, and it's turned around by XL. Suddenly that's 4 kills to XL now. They're getting the gold onto some of these carries that they needed to. Now, Targamas does pick up 2 of the kills in the grand scheme of things, which isn't great, but there was no need to try and go for this play. They see the videos picking up the wave in mid, but I mean, Kassadin has no damage at the moment. Razork's still level 5. And even Reckless here, he's pushed out, and there's the TP coming from top to make it all even as well. This was messy play from Fnatic.
I really like seeing Vito obviously responding. He tried to push top lane, didn't find any opportunities, is responding in time with Humanoid's teleport to at least get himself on the board with that assist. And as we jump back into the game, it is now Rux and Reckless continuing to push forward. They've got a small CS advantage, but they're playing into the 1-1-3 for Patrick's Lucian. He still has that flash available, and with all of the shenanigans on the Rift, XL were the ones that were able to read that and respond to it. And that's great for them, but it is still only a 500 gold lead into a team composition that they want to generate more control and a larger advantage.
And I think we'll end up seeing XL try to play a little bit more heavily around mid to unlock Video now to get that play rolling, right? Help Xerxes, help Video to move down bot, look for things like Dragon, try and snowball this game before Fnatic really get their footing underneath them. But I like what Rux is doing here, just mirroring mid lane, making sure that there's no way Humanoid actually gets caught out by Xerxes with that ultimate now available just as he goes to push in the wave.
Yeah, Razork and Xerxes both hit 6 at the same time. In the mid lane right now, Razork's going to at least sneak through, but Patrick and Targamas have roamed their way up. Reckless is catching that wave down bottom. Patrick uses that E to escape and waiting for Xerxes to join. Another Rift Walk forward, chunks out some damage. But there's no further engage. Some poke goes out, and Fnatic get the trade for now.
Yeah, Xerxes still on the Rift Herald, though.
Oh, the re-engage, the bubble, throws up Rux, and the culling takes him down. That's Patrick with his second, just catching Fnatic unawares.
And I'm really surprised that we're seeing Fnatic go for these aggressive plays, because Fnatic have actually been really good in their early game. It hasn't been that much of an issue for them, where traditionally, in the first few minutes it's it is going poorly in the first few minutes, but as the game goes on, it starts to get a lot better. So we're still seeing that trend from Fnatic, where their early game hasn't been as strong as it used to be.
No, it hasn't. Take a look at the numbers there, Dag. That's exactly what you're talking about. At 14 minutes across Fnatic's games, excluding the G2 one. I wanted to have a little bit more of the competitive ones. Down on average 1.7k at 14 and 20 minutes, but they have been able to bounce back throughout some of their games. Right now, though, they're going to continue to lose, as Wonder will be the target, as Odo picks up a kill in the top lane with Xerxes and Vito helping out. 1,500 gold lead. They got themselves the Rift Herald, they got themselves the kill top lane, and then Fnatic replied with the Dragon.
And this is what I wanted to see from XL, getting Xerxes involved in kills, getting Video out on the map. I think this is what a lot of people were expecting to see from the squad coming into the split. It's just sad that it's taking a week and a half for them to finally get to this stage. Now, though, against Fnatic, they're showing up, they've got that lead, they just need to continue stepping forward and getting more of this gold onto the cards.
Yeah, I think for XL, this is one of the strongest early game, strongest showings we've seen from them.
By far, yeah.
Especially because of how much movement there has been. We're 10 minutes in, and we've had pretty much everybody traveling around the Rift thus far. Fnatic, on the other hand, continuing to struggle. That Varus, as well as Nautilus, had a small advantage in the bottom lane, but they whiffed it on those dives. And now they're in a position where they need to, once again, regain control. They've got at least one of those dragons under their belt. But I think for Fnatic, how do you see them now coming back into this game? Razork will have his flash and his ultimate available and is starting to clear out his jungle.
I mean, the big thing for them is just slow down the pace, right? We've got this poke Varus coming in the bot side, can wave clear all day long. You stick Humanoid in the side lane, he's just going to farm up, and you just want to get those Rod of Ages stacks come in and let that be your late game win condition. The problem is that Fnatic have been trying to, jump the gun, try and be the ones that are more proactive, but that's not what this composition is designed to do. So as long as they can kind of set themselves up with both side lanes there, and you've also got Reckless in mid just wave clearing, you've already got one Dragon there, there's no need for you to try and over-force plays again.
Right, so then we might be settling into a slightly slower passage of play, unless Xerxes and XL can create opportunities. A number of wards in that bottom lane. Xerxes setting up a lane gank, potentially. Could also look to go into the jungle as this wave is cleared out by Reckless. He's got himself that Yomu's Ghostblade, and instead just going to drop the Herald and step away. You do have to keep a close eye on where Xerxes decides to play, because with that cease and desist, there's the ability to instantly blow someone up. And response, Humanoid and Resort making their way down to this bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think XL are just going to back away, though. You're not really going to be able to force much more. Xerxes now has the bot lane, though, moving with them, so maybe they're thinking of something, but, I mean, Razork is here. Razork has read this really well.
Well, that's a flash forward. The dredge line will be dashed away from. Tidal Wave not going to connect, but the Chain of Corruption does, and all of a sudden Xerxes is the target taken out by Reckless. Fnatic get their 4th kill of the game. Humanoid is making his way through the jungle. Do they fancy another dive?
I don't know if you want to go for a dive. Patrick and Targamas, well, should back away. Should is a good word, though, as maybe they do just stick around here.
Sticking onto it for now. Razork takes a couple of shots from the tower, and the minion wave was cleared. He escapes with his life. Dredge line used by Rux. Reckless, no mana. Flash and heal. Gonna need both of those in just a moment. Patrick gets caught up by the dredge line. The wall, the whack, and the damage from Razork is too much. Targamas trying to go some portal combat. He's got himself one, but he can't get more. Ends up being a 1-for-1 in the second fight.
Nami's the most fit person on XL right now. 3 kills over to Targamas off this, and it was a little bit messy, but I think the fact that you don't get those kills onto Patrick is pretty huge for Fnatic. They still get that kill as well, so I mean, this has just been a bit of a, slobber knocker, to be honest.
Can you explain what slobber knocker is?
Yeah, you both just basically throw haymakers back and forth over and over again until one of you falls over, but I'm really not sure who's winning right now.
Well, right now, small advantage to XL, at least as far as the gold is concerned, but this is now the back half of the fight where Razork just takes so much damage from that fed Nami.
And I think this is a bit of miscommunication from Fnatic. Humanoid had moved back in towards the mid lane, so Fnatic thought they had numbers advantage to go for this dive, but I mean, Reckless, you're on hit bars, have no mana, and I mean, it is a really good turnaround there on towards Patrick, but Targamas just able to finish off Reckless at the back of that.
Managing to at least get that 1 kill back. And I think once we get back on the Rift, I want to take a look at the standings, because these two teams are in a position that not many people anticipated. Both at 1 and 3 in that dangerous zone where they might not advance to the group stage. If I can get the standings on screen now, production, that would be great. Because I think at this stage, we're halfway through the regular season, and preseason expectations now have to be recalibrated, have to be reassessed. And even when you look at the decision-making within the course of this game for now, there are still some question marks to be made, especially when you're seeing how the likes of BDS and SK are developing over the last couple of games. So there's a lot of pressure on these teams to avoid that 9th, 10th, meaning they don't advance to group stage, and more importantly, actually live up to the expectations that many had preseason.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams were kind of ranked in that A tier for a lot of people, myself included. And I think when we looked at this squad, from Fnatic's side, it was like, okay, you're bringing in Reckless and Rooks, you're not changing your top half of the map. You still should see that decent amount of coordination, but that really has been lacking. And when you look across at XL, I mean, we're just not seeing the team gel well at all. It feels like a lot of people are on different pages, the communication isn't there. This is the first time we've actually seen a bit more of a proactive early game coming out from Xerxes.
And it has worked. Managed to at least generate a minor gold lead, a kill advantage. This will be the first dragon for XL, and it was not contested by Fnatic.
But this is one of the problems with Fnatic, right? Because when you look at what they should be doing right now, yes, you don't fight for the dragon, but they're all just kind of standing there watching. What they really needed was Razork to start moving up towards topside, use the fact that Wunder had that push in mid, and take away the Rift Herald, like constantly cross-map. And this is where I think a lot of teams are falling down when it comes to taking picks like the Cassin. There's like, you know, falling behind and then hoping Cassin comes on, but there's also a case of losing gracefully.
Yeah, right now, Fnatic are trying to stem the bleeding. Wunder's been jumped on by Otawamne. Flash for flash traded once again. There is a little bit of potential support. Xerxes making his way up. As you mentioned, that Rift Herald is available. And of course, Patrick has been reassigned. He's now covering the mid lane, while Vito, with that teleport, is down in the bottom lane. This team's splitting focus on opposite ends.
Again, though, you're kind of seeing Fnatic or XL going, okay, well, we're going to go for the Rift Herald. We're going to make sure that we're keeping the pace of this game rolling. But Fnatic, they try to go for this bot lane. Vito is already reset, so he's not available for them to try and dive. Now, they should be able to get a turret in response, but I wouldn't be surprised if XL, you can see Xerxes on the same boat, immediately move mid, throw down the Rift Herald. They know that there's no one in this mid lane right now, and that's going to be 2 outer turrets now going in favor of XL.
That is going to be crucial if XL can push into the jungle of Fnatic. As long as that Kassadin had that sort of base of operations and safety zone, can continue to scale up. But I think at 16 minutes, we've now seen a number of towers falling. the advantage doesn't feel significant enough in my eyes for maybe what XL could have done. But as we now move into this mid-game phase and the teams start moving around, how do you fancy the 1-item, 2-item power spikes, and which composition is going to perform better?
It's definitely still in XL's hands, right? Because the fact that you have this control over the jungle of XL is going, or sorry, Fnatic is going to make it very easy to look for things like the next dragon that's coming up to try and put more pressure down. What I'd really love to see them do is to like push in mid wave and immediately start to group on towards this top side so you can threaten that tier 2 and top, and then you can just kind of drift back and forth between mid and top. You've also got this bot tower as well that is very vulnerable. If anyone on Fnatic tries to save it, immediately just go and dive there. So you have a lot of options here for XL, and this is where it does get very difficult as Fnatic, because you end up giving over that second Rift Herald. Now you have that turret gone in mid, and it's very difficult to hold on to your base.
The observer's just highlighting the vision differences there. The wards from XL in this northern quadrant, giving them the information to play with. And of course, in terms of that top lane, I think crucial to call out that Onuamne is currently up 1,200 gold. And it's matched by Humanoid in that mid lane, up 1,300 as Humanoid jumps onto VTO. Small trades, but a number of champions inside the jungle, setting up. There goes the cease and desist. Rux is caught, thrown into the air by the tidal wave. He's forced to flash over the wall to dodge the Aqua Prison. Throws out the ulti onto Patrick, who's culling. Is body blocked by Razork. Continues to tank it up, and the flash forward from Patrick secures the kill. Now Razork will be the next target. Humanoid Rift walks forward, may need to force the flash and does so. XL continue the chase, continue the pressure, and they catch Fnatic in their own jungle.
I mean, Onuamne just moved across from top side as well. He's pushed in mid, threatened that mid turret, so really nice job from XL to spot out what Fnatic were doing. Trying to make a pick onto bot side, and XL end up coming out on top.
I mean, it's felt like almost every proactive play from Fnatic this game has been punished in some ways. The tower dives have been answered, the invade was answered, and take a look at this. Razork and Rux may have been setting up some sort of play with Humanoid, but just get caught out.
Yeah, they basically thought that you're going to see XL go for what we were talking about, push in mid, go for a play on top side. They expect to see Odo on that top wave, so they're like, okay, let's try and trade for a tier 2 of our own, but they weren't expecting XL to actually be playing a little bit further back and moving in, and now Humanoid is in a lot of trouble.
Oh, he's stunned in place. Teleport coming down from Wonder. Humanoid continues to get burnt down and chunked out. It's going to be secured by Odo, but now multiple members of Fnatic could have looked for a re-engage. Instead, 1-for-1 trade. And we need to keep an eye on where is the rest of the members. Reckless making his way from that mid lane. But another opportunity where XL managed to find the kill. They've got that vision in the jungle to fall down into safety, and they just push the wave. Fnatic are on their back foot constantly.
And this is the problem for Fnatic, right? We kind of talked about losing gracefully. They've tried to keep making proactive plays when they're not a composition that should be going for that. This is where you play reactive, you look for cross map, you don't try and force anything against XL, but the early play is not going their direction. Now you've got XL hitting their stride, making sure they're keeping pressure on the map, and Humanoid just massively overextending the top side there. There is no safe spot for you if you're that far up the lane.
Not at all. And of course, Patrick, despite not securing those kills early on, has got the highest damage dealt to champions in this game. 3, 2, and 4. 2 items completed. Reckless, similar. Gold is pretty even, and it looks like for this dragon, XL already in position. They're starting to push those wards forward, and Fnatic nowhere to be seen. Instead, they're going to try to commit to that top tower.
Yeah, but you can immediately see that Onuamne backs away. So again, this is the cross maps that they should have been doing a little bit earlier. Now, I still like that they're trying to go for it. It will give them a tower. They should be able to answer for bot. And as long as you're trading tit for tat, you're okay. But the problem now is you have no outer turrets remaining. So it becomes very difficult now for Fnatic to try and push past the safety of their tier 2s, to threaten things like Baron, to keep control over these next dragons that are coming up. So, I mean, the window of opportunity for Fnatic is very quickly closing, and Humanoid is still level 14, a long way away from being that big menace.
Okay, but that implies that XL are taking advantage of the fact those outer towers are down. They have done a very good job throughout the course of this game, pushing Vision into Fnatic's jungle. They've moved responsibly, and we've got another siege being set up, another engage. Razork and Humanoid jump onto Xerxes, instantly traded back on by multiple members of XL. The tidal wave will split up Fnatic's members. Another kill goes over to XL.
And this is the thing XL are able to do, as you said, like move into the jungle, find these picks, make it uncomfortable for Fnatic. And the big problem that you're seeing is that these point-and-click CCs are just devastating for Reckless, for Humanoid as well. Even the fact that Video consistently has been stealing away this depth charge from Rooks has made it terribly hard for anyone here on Fnatic to really push forward.
And as soon as they lose one of those members, the swarm of XL just push the advantage further. That's the 4th tower secured, 3,000 gold lead. And it doesn't feel like Fnatic have been able to create an opportunity that goes unanswered. Almost every single engage or fight, there's a reply back from XL, and it also leads to like a tower or an objective, and that's why they're in control right now.
And they're going to be able to keep this up, right? You've seen Odo Omne hasn't really been a force in these fights for a little bit because he's just been constantly keeping these waves and checks in side lanes, making sure that XL are like, okay, now we can start to creep that vision forward. Now, Fnatic have cleared out all that vision off that last push, but this is where you're going to see XL grouping up once more, pushing sideways out to try and get control once more, or even pick off Wunder here.
There's that hijacked ultimate. Vito holds on to it. I was holding my breath in case they decided to engage. Humanoid's got his teleport available, taking a look. Both are up for XL. And they're starting to, again, take advantage of the fact those towers are down. Just gives them that freedom to move between the lanes. For XL, now starting to turn their attention. They've got 2 dragons under their belt, 22 minutes into the game. The next one's up in 3 minutes' time. So what objective do they want to prioritize?
I mean, for XL, you're definitely looking at Dragons. I really like Dragon kind of being as a way to force fights against teams that don't really want to. Because when you get to 3rd Dragon, when you get to 4th Dragon, it becomes very, very difficult then for Fnatic to really be in a position to contest if they're already behind. But XL, moving up towards this top side, they want to pick Video. Fnatic are reading this.
XL once again, a little bit of a numbers advantage. They're already jumped onto Razork. He's dropped for now. That Cyclone does very little to slow them down, and it is just another opportunity, another example of XL getting the better of Fnatic. The single target CC, the damage follow-up, and once again, now they are in the driver's seat. They've started off the Baron. There's a little bit of support here from Wunder and Rux. Wunder's going to go Mega Gnar in just a moment. Needs to be huge, but look at that damage! With the Nami-empowered double shots on Lucian, Wunder gets chunked out. He's about to Gnar out. As Vito has stolen the ultimate away. They've at least stopped the Baron, but it's starting to look more and more dire for Fnatic.
There's a lot of poke on Fnatic between Wunder and Reckless, so XL kind of feeding the brunt of that. They will back away, but nice pick again. You got wave push on bot side, so Fnatic are still losing out while they try and go for these plays as well. And this is just a great call from Xerxes, right? Immediately turns back, ends up connecting on Razork. The kill goes over, and Fnatic have got to run for the hills, but this is the problem that you're seeing with the Fnatic comp. It's very difficult to try and run into the Nami, the Renekton, the Vi as well. And a lot of these mobile carries, like the Castle that they're trying to rely on, can be quickly focused down when you've got this point-and-click CC.
And more importantly, just the communication and the target selection, as you mentioned, everybody's on the same page from XL. So they're starting to push further and further into Fnatic's territory, setting up for the bottom inner turret. Vito's hijacked away that Mega Gnar, has the ability to engage with it. Fancies the shot, manages to double stun. Wunder's gonna Gnar out himself. Vito goes golden under the tower. The rest of XL start to back away. This time round, XL bite off more than they can shoot. Humanoid is teleported in. Can flank and jump around the 4 remaining members of XL. Got to be very careful though, because that single target damage and CC will be a lot. Humanoid's able to escape for now. Rift walks and flashes to safety. Unfortunately, they only get that 1 kill. They do defend the tower. And with 35 seconds to Dragon, Fnatic may fancy a shot.
Great flash punch from Xerxes to actually get onto Humanoid there. Now Humanoid has to back away. XL trying to hold on. They will have that TP, as you pointed out. Humanoid.
Look at the movement speed and the combination with Nami. Patrick gets his 5th kill of the game, takes down Humanoid, and now XL will have a numbers advantage for about 40 seconds. TP was used in that previous fight. So they're going to start off Baron. Razork is making his way. He's just crossing the mid lane right now.
Video TP's in towards mid lane. I think you're just going to see Fnatic trade this. They're just going to go straight for the Dragon instead of actually trying to contest for this. But Video and Odo Omne are still there. They still could try and just put some pressure down, but it looks like it's just going to be a trade of objectives at the moment.
Bigger advantage, obviously, to XL, who have been able to control the waves and been able to push Fnatic backwards. Dragon will get secured. 3 members of XL stepping forward. Rux is going to use that dredge line to some form of safety and will continue to get bullied and beaten down. Odo gets his 3rd kill of the game. Dragon was secured by Fnatic, but now Baron empowered minions can allow XL to push this even further. I mean, it's just, we looked at the standings a minute or two ago. Both of these teams at 1 and 3. Both of these teams realistically could not advance to the group stage. Right now, Fnatic on the verge of getting taken out by XL. And as soon as the Red Bull Baron power play disappears, I want to take a look at some of the next games because Fnatic are starting to run out of time.
I mean, especially when, as you say, potentially looking down the barrel of 1 and 4, they still have Heretics, Mad Lions is going to be a big contest for them, and then Astralis SK. So at least they still have some of the teams that are in that bottom of the table with them to try and push themselves up into that 8th place. But I mean, this hasn't been a strong performance for them at all.
No, what if Fnatic are one of the teams that don't advance? We'll find out next week. So obviously we've still got more games to play, and technically Fnatic can still find a way back in. It hasn't felt like they've had the opportunities because I think XL have been responding very well. I think XL are using their engage tools effectively, and now with the Baron Siege, going to take down their 5th tower of the game.
Humanoid has level 16 and now has his Zhonya's completed though. This is where he can play very aggressive, as you can see, pushing forward onto Video, knowing that he has that safety in his back pocket. But XL, they just want to play this slow, use that Baron, make sure that they're keeping Reckless as the sole person that can really clear these waves, pushed underneath his own tower.
There's a hijack chain of corruption available to Vito, throws it out, starts to lock down members of Fnatic. Cease and desist goes out, and Rux flashes forward, throws down the ultimate. They've got Patrick! They've got Patrick! Fnatic need to find more though, as Odo is running amok, and he takes out Razork. All of a sudden, 4 members of Fnatic start to back away. It's a 1-for-1 trade. They stop the bleeding.
And crucially, they get the AD carry there, so kind of takes the wind out of the sails here for XL on this push. So instead, they're just going to be able to back away. I mean, nice job from Fnatic to get onto the backline. Razor getting in over the wall, catching out Patrick was crucial to Fnatic's success there.
Now let's talk a little bit about comeback potential here, because as we get onto the steps of the inhibitor turrets, Lucian's the only real tower threat in terms of those straight up attack defense moments. If XL can play the side lanes, obviously that's one of the ways, but with that limited number of champions to hit the tower short range, Fnatic do have opportunities to engage like we just saw.
I think the big win here for Fnatic as well is that, okay, they can basically give up next dragon. That's 2 minutes 30, right? Then you add another 5 minutes until that dragon spawns, when now we're looking at 7 minutes, and then they can try and contest, right? And I think at that stage, I mean, Humanoid should be well underway towards being a much bigger threat when it comes towards his items. You're gonna have a ton of poke that's coming out from Reckless. Wunder and Razork should be in better shape as well, where they can actually start to get towards these later levels. So there is an opportunity for Fnatic definitely to try and come back, but I think they have to be more careful in how they approach this, because Humanoid, we saw him go in very aggressive, get turned on. If that ends up happening again, this opens up XL to try and win these fights.
And so have to execute it well. Right now, XL have pushed that top wave. It was caught and answered by Fnatic, who have a small numbers advantage for the moment. VTO's teleport is available. He was pushing that bottom wave. We're 1.5 minutes to Dragon, 2.5 to Baron. And as we mentioned, both of these teams haven't been able to take absolute control of these fights. It's been very scrappy. Almost every single engage has had multiple casualties on both sides, as Humanoid will be forced to use that Riftwalk to safety.
I mean, if I'm Fnatic here, I just go, right, look, Dragon up in a minute. I'm going to send Wunder or Humanoid up towards this top side. At this stage, Wunder beats Odo, Humanoid beats Video in side lanes. So just try and play a 1-3-1, give up the Dragon so you can buy that tempo through those lanes, and then try and play through that stall, because I feel like if you just straight up try and fight XL right now, you're going to end up in a bad space. But if you can actually start to threaten these inner turrets, I mean, eventually get this mid lane turret down as well, maybe then you can actually start using the fact that Wunder and Humanoid should be beating out their counterparts.
And again, just one of these expectation readjustments when we've seen the teams that have been able to generate advantages and how quickly they can run away with the game. Neither XL nor Fnatic have really shown us what their true potential is this winter. We're continuing to set up this mid lane pressure. Tower still standing for XL. Fnatic are going to try shove this wave forward, but it has been answered. And we're just going full ARAM. Razor can flank, ultimates up, and no flash available.
And if you can try and get on towards Patrick, that's going to be the key carry here. Video almost has his Rabadons completed, but Patrick!
Chain of Corruption doesn't end, and Tidal Wave splits up Fnatic. Vito's got flash, as well as that hijacked Gnar ultimate. Fnatic stepping forward, Wonder about to gnaw out himself, and Razork gets the knock-up onto Patrick. He immediately flashes away, starts to channel the culling, finds the kill onto Razork. Humanoid will at least get one back. That's Patrick down, but what can Odo and VTO do? They're trying to chase down Wonder on the back end as Humanoid is the target of Xerxes. Rift walks away to safety. 3 members of Fnatic stepping back, allowing Reckless the time. He takes down VTO. Berlin is behind Fnatic, but Targamas and Odo continue to be a threat. That is a gigantic burst of damage. And Reckless is channeling, charging, will not land the next shot. Fnatic can turn for that dragon.
I mean, you got TP on Humanoid, he can come in immediately. That was the fight that Fnatic needed. Patrick playing too far forward and thought his team would be able to save him, but there's so many dive opportunities for Fnatic and there just wasn't enough in the tank.
Teleport's now coming in here on Wamne. We'll try to thwart Fnatic's third dragon. Potentially have another fight on our hands. Wonder does have TP available as well. He's stepping forward. And again, one of these initiations where this time round, Patrick goes down, Fnatic are able to split up XL and crucially survive that single target damage.
And the big thing for XL is like their composition works as like a combo, right? If Humanoid goes in, cool, Targamas get the wave out, Cersei goes on towards the Castle. You burst down the Castle, you've even got Odo there for the CC, and the wave prevents the rest of Fnatic from following up onto the Castle. But that was not what we saw. Patrick takes one step too far, then a second one, and he gets bullied. Now though XL on towards the Baron, Fnatic are collapsing.
I've got that tingly feeling in my tummy. Fnatic trying to stop this Baron. Wonder and Razork, it's stolen! It's stolen! Fnatic managed to steal the Baron! It is at the cost of Razork's life, but that is huge at buying time, stalling out, closing this gold gap. And Fnatic are finding some momentum here, Dagda.
I mean, the fact they even got the last dragon as well means that now they're the ones that can actually try and contest for this. So Ocean Soul, in this scenario, probably not going to be massive for Fnatic. It's very much kind of a burst-orientated squad here in XL. But still, the fact that they're getting these objectives, stalling out the game, slowing it down, is crucial for them.
Man, it really feels like the Berlin crowd is sitting on Fnatic's shoulders. They've been able to find some fights in the last few minutes that have gone their way, but now they still need to find a way to become proactive. They've only got 2 towers secured. There's standing gold on the map available to them. That mid turret is still up, so that must be a focus for them.
Yeah, I was worried when I saw the Wonder had gone into mini form here. I was like, how do Fnatic try and get this? But Razork sets up with the smite, Wonder over the wall with the boomerang. And the fact that they managed to steal that away is huge. You can see there, they know how big that one was.
Is it enough to close back now? That gold gap is shrinking, and they are starting to push out these waves. Take a look at the bottom lane. Odo shoving out bottom, while Wonder with teleport is in the top.
And the way Fnatic got their win over Koi was trying to play it through these sides, trying to play the map, trying to make sure that they could find these moments to fight back against Koi. Now they got to do it again against XL.
That's a lot of damage onto Targamas. Humanoid gets chunked as now Targamas steps backwards. Level 18 on that Kassadin. Wonder continues to push the top lane. Engage onto Rux. He isn't going to flash over the wall. Chain of Corruption lands and starts to spread. Rux stays alive for now. BTO's incredibly low. He's about to be taken out. It is! It's Humanoid that finds another kill. All of a sudden, Patrick, Odo, and Targamas need to step back. A double for Humanoid. Wonder is in the fight after the teleport, and there's going to gnaw back Odo. The GA is now propped, and all of a sudden, Patrick is a target. Humanoid gets some damage out with the help of that tower. And Razork finishes it off. 3 kills to Fnatic. 4. They're looking for the ace, Dagda. This is the lead that Fnatic wanted.
Screw the ace. They're looking for the end. Look at mid lane. They're just barreling down. They know that they can do it. Late game Kassadin comes online and Fnatic come on with them.
What was this game? Fnatic could not find a play that worked for 30 minutes. And in the blink of an eye, they take down XL with 4 members dead, turn their attention to the turrets. There's no one alive to defend. Fnatic will come from behind to take down XL.
It is becoming the story of Fnatic. Losing the early stages and then somehow trying to bring it back against Koi. Now again here, they're able to bring this game back, but that was a hard-fought victory for the Fnatic squad.
I think you have to be honest and acknowledge that the way this game played out is a indication of why these teams are at 1-3, now 1-4, 2-3.
Yeah, I mean, it's Fnatic definitely being able to kind of stall out the game, get some of these key objectives so they can go towards the late game helped out massively. But I think as well, just being able to exploit these little mistakes coming through, you know, overextension in the bot lane, Razor coming in over the wall with Humanoid to get the kill onto Patrick. We see the same happening in the mid lane. It was just finding these quick windows where they could just slow that momentum that Excel had built up.
I think Excel's early game is the best that we've seen this winter. The transition to mid-game started off relatively well, especially their responses to what Fnatic was throwing at them. But it stalled out once we got to those inner turrets. They weren't able to push lanes effectively enough, make use of that Baron in a way that allowed them to break into the base.
And I think this was actually something that we saw from Fnatic as well against Koi, right? Is that they are actually quite good at setting up their waves. So then even if they end up losing a fight, but the push is already set up there, where now you've got to go right the way back to the start and slowly build up these waves to try and make these plays happen, to try and get on towards these turrets. But because of that, Excel couldn't use the fact that they got that initial Baron buff. They couldn't use the fact that they had control over side lanes. And Fnatic then slowly but surely stall out and get to that late point where they needed to.
Now, Humanoid taking over once he hit level 18 is one of the nominees for your player of the game at LEC on Twitter, along with Razork as well as Wonder. I mean, interesting game. I think, again, we keep looking at these things, keep looking at ways in which the teams are developing and growing from week 1 to week 2, but also ways that the teams need to continue to put work in. I think specifically that bottom lane drafting champion pool for Reckless and Rux is going to be something that will be interesting to watch over the coming weeks.
Yeah, especially as we kind of saw like the Heimerdinger was still left open. We get the Lucian Nami coming through. It did look, honestly, like Reckless and Rux had a good answer though. I mean, the Nautilus and Navaris were doing well at the level 2, level 3. That was kind of the big stalling point, it felt like, on that bot side. So, I mean, at least this game, it did kind of work out, but we'll have to see if teams can exploit it in the future.
I think both of these teams look ahead. They're going to play both Astralis and SK, as well as Heretics over the course of the next 4 games. Looking at how those games play out, who's able to pick up the wins, it's going to make the advancing to group stage very interesting, because you don't only want to avoid 9 and 10 because you're eliminated, but you also want to be higher up the standings to try and get a better seeding, to try to avoid being picked in that first round.
Yeah, and that's the big problem that you're more than likely going to be seeing for at least some of these squads, is that for Fnatic, yes, the win is crucial. Yes, they can pick up their second one, but I mean, this is a squad that a lot of people are looking at being in the top contenders, right? And it feels like they're still a long way away from that. Same when you look at Excel.
Yeah, definitely the case. Both teams, though, have a few more games to play before the regular season is over. Right now, we're going to head over to Law with Razork.
Thank you, guys. Lots to say about this game. First, congratulations, Razork, on taking down Excel here. First impressions after this game. Tell me, how do you feel right now?
We are so bad. I mean, these are the first impressions. I think we're struggling a little bit right now with the meta and stuff, but I'm a bit relieved that we actually got a win, because this is like really important to give us more time to improve at the things that we actually are really bad right now.
Yeah, you mentioned the meta. Is there anything else that doesn't work, you would say? Because again, you brought new team members compared to Fnatic last year. Is this a synergy issue, communication issue? We talked about this last week, but I just want to know how things are progressing right now for you guys.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I think we are just not good at what's like strong right now on the meta in some positions. So we are like struggling a little bit, like how we want to approach the game, the draft and stuff. So it's been a bit hard.
All right, let's focus on the good moments, though, because even though the early game didn't go so well, it took one team fight and a Baron still also to come back into the game. I want to roll the clips, please, because I want to know about the communication that led to the third Drake you took. Tell me what happened here and how you managed to pull through.
Well, we kind of said before, like, we just wanted to go on Lucian. That's kind of the only way we can win, because he was like really strong. So we got his flash, so I just saw an opportunity. I died for him, and then, yeah, the rest is just my team kiting back their melees. And we managed to win the fight, yeah.
It was beautifully done. And that led to you guys taking the third Drake, but also this?
I mean, we only win when we steal Nas, actually. Oh, it was 63 HP, and then Wunder took it, yeah. We didn't talk about it, actually. I said, I just go. Yeah,
but you look really proud of your top laner in that moment. Yeah. Well, you said that grabbing this victory, of course, is relieving when you think of Fnatic and the games you have to come, but I want to focus on the standings here for a bit, because even though you grabbed this one, this was an important victory between two teams in the lower part of the standings. But when you look at the 4 games you have left, how confident are you in your ability to lock in the top 8?
Well, I mean, in the end, we are Fnatic, right? We always try to like make it hard for us. I don't know, we just like it. We always start like trolling a little bit, and then we suddenly become good when we approach the best of fives, best of threes. So hopefully we will actually make it to the next stage. And in the best of three, we will have a different version of Fnatic.
Yeah.
I mean, there is new patch soon, so it will probably help a lot.
Yeah, I was about to say maybe the new patch will be more fitting for you guys. That's all for us here about Fnatic, but we have match of the week coming up right after the break. Malrong versus Elioya. Any hints on how this matchup jungle will go?
Well, I actually don't know. I think whoever gets Maokai will win the game. If Maokai is banned, then 50-50.
You had good words about Maokai last week. Once again, Arzog, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Congrats on taking this one. And that's all for us on this side of the stage. We'll be back in just a couple minutes for the match of the week, Koi versus Mad Lions. Stay tuned.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I won! I did it! I won the LEC! Finally, after all of these years! If it wasn't for my Malzahar in Game 5, I wouldn't be here! But I am! And I won! So screw you to all the haters!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Carzzy, Hissing bot lane. They have two really crazy players.
They might just be completely linked.
I think they're going to be crazy bot lane.
Yeah, they're quite wild. Either going to go 10-0 or 0-10.
Flash away from Neon. Kaiser, of course, doesn't have flash cards. He just needs a couple more orders from the...
Look at that! The Gale Force as well! We've got this team that you feel like coin flip life right, left, and center, but instead we're actually getting a team that is very cool, calm, and collected. Almost looks like a completely different roster. We've got a team that can play slow, but also a team that we know when the chips are down, they have the pop-off potential.
I think when they get together, both of them are overall very smart players.
There is not such thing as too aggressive or like too passive. I think there is good and bad player.
Exit kick gets out from the laser cards, he flashes forward, one more shot does it!
LEC here as well to continue the fight. Might just look for a flash play here, instead just looks for the hook and lands it. Jonghoon takes a magical journey out of there, but all he can do is see day or die in front of his very eyes.
You can't go anywhere! Caught between a rock, a hard place, and a Bright Alliance. Mad Lions dominate! For Koi, this is a chance for them to show once more that they are the dominant team in Europe. Show once more that it wasn't just a fluke that happened in summer and that they are here to gain more titles and put more than just one in their cabinet.
It blows that we didn't go for 3-0, and that's something that I'm like kind of ashamed for the fans. If it's not gonna be like a mental boom kind of split for us, then I think that we're gonna do really, really well anyway.
Comp and Trimby want to beat you in lane, they want to hammer you down, and they want to come out and show that they are better than you.
Comp is so incredibly low, so Rocket now healing out Comp. They're trying to cut him down with Patrick getting burned. Trimby to bananas! Oh, that is not what you want! Flash banana, flash banana! Oh! Either trying to smite this Shio, charging the Q, has to go back in, but they just give it! It's just a big leash! Koi say, thanks for the leash, thanks for the fight.
When you look across at 2020, Mad Lions dominated that year, winning both spring and summer. It feels like there's a lot of vendetta for this team of Mad Lions to prove to Europe that they still belong at the top. And taking down the kings of Europe right now is exactly what they need to do to show it.
I expect a lot of fighting, a lot of ego fighting, honestly, between Hille and Trimby. So I'm really excited to see.
It's Carzzy and Hille, and they're both good, but I just want to make sure that people understand that when it comes to laning, I want to be high up there, and I don't know if they are high up there. We'll see when we play them.
So far we haven't been challenged too much. I think it will be nice to see harder matchup on the bot lane. I hope they start a fist fight.
Hope that the rivalry will be there, and I would like to make sure that we'll be on top of the rivalry.
Well, it is the LG Ultra Gear match of the week. Mad versus Koi. There's a lion.
He's killing the fish.
The clownfish has no chance. They can find a Koi shirt, I
Director's
think.
cut. Big Nemo.
I know we saw this already, but I wanted to show it again because my producer Evan told me that Hillesang is actually in his free time. He likes to go fishing. So that's probably where that idea came from. But it is our LG Ultra Gear match of the week. The best rivalry in the LEC currently. Mad winning the LEC back-to-back in 2021. Koi, formerly known as Rogue, are reigning champions, a series that has always delivered in the past. And hopefully this best of one will do the same. That is the hope, that is the want, that is the ask. Koi yesterday, not convincing, versus Heretics Goldberg. Mad coming off a great win versus XL.
Yeah, and I think yesterday as well was a little bit of an outlier for Koido because it was one of those games like as soon as you were past the 15-minute mark and how the game was going, you could already kind of tell that you were just not coming back into this game. Like, it was a bit too much early focus-oriented with the Elise, and once she never got the first few ganks going for her, never really got
Devil's advocate. Maybe they aren't as good as we thought they would be. Maybe they won't hit the ground running as much with this roster, and for me, this game for that is a great indicator.
I mean, I think that's valid, because they are not as good as they used to be on the Rogue. This is not the reigning championship team, while through, like, Orc with Rogue to Koi, yes, it still is, but through playstyle, it's not really showing that same thing.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Malrong in the early game the other day on the Elise, it was just absolutely insane. Like, I think at one point he was level 5 when the enemy AD was up to level 7 because he just wasn't doing his camps. He was just spamming, looking for ganks. A lot of focus around that bot lane as well, trying to find some opportunities, picking up the scraps. But he is your classic gank, non-stop type of player. The stats, Well, okay, we don't have the rankings next to them anymore, but like they are in the dirt. Malrong's stats always look terrible, but the influence he finds is always so big. I think yesterday was a bit of an outlier where it wasn't quite up to the level that we usually want to see out of him, and that ended up costing them as the rest of the team was kind of relying on him to sort of bridge them into the late game.
Yeah, I've said this before, but sometimes with Malrong, you get the highs of what we saw in the LEC finals, and sometimes you get the Lee Sin we saw at Worlds. But nonetheless, his jungle style is the fact that you skip camps and you just focus on your laners. It's always been the Malrong style. We don't have to reiterate it. I think that when you go for a playstyle like this, though, when you drop the ball and then you don't find the ganks, that's where you see the really negative impact on it, because then it's only a lose-lose situation.
And that brings us into the context of this matchup where they will want to get their confidence back up and show that they are still on that same level. And Malrong is up against someone that is considered one of the best junglers in the LEC, Elyoya, who has been on a tear.
Yeah, I mean, they both are, right?
Yeah.
These are like the two best junglers in the LEC last year. So here we have the comparison in terms of the stats. But I think like Elyoya has been a player that's like a little bit less focused on like the permagang champions or like the engaged champs. Maokai obviously going to be a big pick, but he also has really loved a lot of these like team fight junglers as well. The Wukong especially coming to mind as something that can have a big influence in the early game, but also as a big way of setting up for his team in the fights.
Yeah, I think it's going to come to the fact which bot lane is going to go ahead to get that pressure for your jungler, and then really from there, that's where the game is going to go.
Here's the huddle, meaning we are so close to those picks and bans. I'm super fired up for this game between Koi and Mad. Let's head over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Sharks. Welcome back to Casters for your match of the week. It is Koi taking on the Mad Lions. And interestingly, for the last couple of minutes, Mad Lions have been joking and laughing and playing obviously at their PCs, whereas Koi, they stepped off stage. They had their huddle. They're getting the game faces on. It is a big match for two of arguably the most exciting rivalry that we've had here in Europe for the past couple of years.
I agree. I mean, it's been an absolutely gorgeous rivalry to watch as well, especially when you look back at 2020. Felt like the year Mad Lions. We then come to 2021 summer and finally we get Koi picking up their first title as well. But it's always been a matchup that has been so fun to watch regardless of what year it's been.
Can you make any predictions on what these teams might want to focus on in the draft? We're about to load into picks and bans. I imagine that the meta champions will be banned away, but we've seen both players like Hylissang and Trimby popping off and taking control of the game.
Yeah, and I think that's where I'm going to be focused on is that bot side, right? Especially when you look at Comp, 100% ban rate of the Caitlyn. They do not want him getting control of that bot side. And I think Comp and Trimby have been absolutely exceptional at getting and working with these pushing lanes, especially when we know that Trimby likes these more enchanter styles. Whereas when you look across a Hilly and Karzi, I think a lot of people were expecting this lane to kind of fall apart, especially in the meta that we're in at the moment. But honestly, they've been absolutely incredible. And I mean, oftentimes coming out with a goal difference at 15, that's positive for Mad Lions. I want to see now if they can do it up against the caliber of Comp and Trimby.
And they're definitely going to be the potential for blood and action during the course of the laning phase. And no surprises yet. Yumi as well as Caitlyn, Maokai removed from the pool already. Of course, both of these teams fairly flexible in who and where they can lean on players to carry in game, but also both of these teams struggling a little bit over the course of this winter split. Still looking to find their stride, looking to hit their peak potential. Heimerdinger will be banned away, so what? Lucian up, Zeri up. What the direction
Rise,
going?
Jax, like there's still a lot, especially for Shigenda. You're hyper-focused on these more carrying-oriented top laners, right? He's gone towards the Jax in a lot of situations. You also look towards like the Aatrox, you've seen the Fiora from him as well. So I think that's where Mad Lions are trying to eye up, okay, do we get rid of the Rise, which I think is, the Jax since the Rise is already gone, or do we try and pinch that jungle pool a little bit more, get rid of something like a Wukong, or even the Sejuani as well. Actually, the Elise, okay, going to be taken away from Laura.
So that means both Lucian and Zeri are available. The last two games that we cast were Lucian first picks. And I think for Comp, it's his third most played champion, 74% win rate with 19 games under his belt. The Mad Lions, what direction do they go? Because we've seen Zeri's up, Lulu's available as well. Number of options available to them.
Yeah, I think something like an Ashe Varus could always work out here as well. Like we've seen a lot of teams kind of default back to that to push back against the Lucian and the Nami. You can even look for picks then with the Arrow, which makes that lane very difficult for Comp and Trimby, but could even go towards something like the Karma as well if they really want to. But I imagine Elyoya will go towards his jungle here. The Sejuani is going to be the pick, and I kind of like this because Maorang has really wanted to get involved in the lanes early and try and be a big nuisance, but all three of his picks now have been taken off the board that we've seen him play thus far. So you're kind of curious to see what the backup plan is for him. Does he actually just default back to something like a Jarvan or something along those lines? Just prioritize focusing this Ashe in team fights.
Divine is also available if Malrang wanted to go that direction. We saw it having significant impact in the previous game. And for Hylissang and Kazi, let's find out who's going to be piloting that Ashe in a moment or two. Shigenda will be locking in the Cassante. That will be the first time for him this winter. And of course, that will now also be the 5th unique champion across the 5 games that they've played. So now where's the answers here? Mad Lions, if they lock in that Varus, it's exactly the duo you're anticipating. Varus Ashe for Kazi Hylissang.
And now Malrang's going to be pinched even further. You look at the jungle pool, Vi could be taken off the board here. And then I'm kind of curious to see what the game plan is after that, because you're going down into the likes of like a Poppy, maybe something like an Udyr, although I don't particularly like it here against the amount of, CC and slows that are coming in with the double frail yard here on Mad Lions. But I really don't know what Malrang is going to go for. I think you get rid of the Wukong, you get rid of the Vi, and then maybe the Jarvan is the call. Coming in on the opposite side, though, for Koi, I think trying to focus this top side, getting rid of things that Chasey could potentially bring out into Shigenda on this Cassante is probably going to be your best bet.
Seems to be the case for now. And the second ban from Mad Lions. Do they target another jungler? You would assume so. It will be the Vi remove from the pool. So I think in terms of the junglers that we have seen thus far, the Graves, the Viego, are the things that do come to mind with the fact that Sejuani, Release, Maokai are removed from the pool. And Koi, you would anticipate removing another top laner here. There we go. The Renekton denied to Chasey. So for Mad Lions, I would assume you take your jungler here, or what else would you...
Maybe the Azir or the Victor kind of opt into one side of the matchup, but I think for Mad Lions, like keeping the counter pick for mid is probably your best bet. But if you want to just take that power pick in the Azir, could work out. Option is as well, okay, Chasey actually going to take the Fiora into that top side. We saw Shigenda try and pilot this the last time, but it does mean when you look at Mad Lions that they do want to try and play some sort of side lane game. So maybe a Twisted Fate can come in, but with the Jarvan now locked in, this immobile backline of Mad Lions is suddenly under a lot of threat from this Jarvan.
And what will the final champion be here for Koi? Larson has a number available to him, but when you look at the engage options and the go forward buttons from the rest of the squad, he now has locked in the Azir, the ability to both stand far back, use those sand soldiers, but also disengage tools in case a Sejuani or Fiora jump on him. Niski, what is the answer to this comp that's been put together?
It'll probably be the Victor just by default. Niski's kind of gone back towards that, but I really want to see them lean more in towards side lanes as well. Like, I know a Twist of Fate wouldn't quite work out here, but something along those lines, but actually going to be the Sylas. So just kind of opt into that, hey, we can play 4 sides if we want to with the Sylas, try and look for dives alongside him. But I think right now, the biggest thing is that you've on Mad Lions is a lot of range, a lot of poke, great engage, a lot of opportunities to just set up for a Chasey if he can find these early leads to take over in a 1-4 split push scenario.
For Koi, on the other hand, how do they handle this? Because I think both sides have got the ability to both go forward, but also to peel backwards. So vision, control are going to be very, very crucial. You cannot afford to be surprised because both sides can obviously instantly blow you up.
It does feel like for Mad Lions, though, they need to get the ball rolling early. Like in a straight up just front to back team fight, I heavily favor Koi, right? And I think this is something that Koi has kind of learned from themselves as well. When we looked over the last few games, they've been missing that, big engage tool that Odo brought to the team. We've been seeing Shigenda go towards more of these carry-orientated split push styles, and then the team fightings take a hit as a result. Now Koi have said, all right, we're just going to go and play for team fights. Let's see if we can bring back some of that magic that we had in summer.
I also like the fact that Malrang playing on the Jarvan will be your primary initiator in terms of setting up those fights, looking for the flag and drags, the cataclysms, and then going to be followed up by the Lucian Nami. We've seen Comp and Trimby play forward, play aggressive. They can also be tools to help run down these members of Mad Lions.
And I think that's basically what Koi are trying to do here. Malrang knows that basically if he can play around the spot side, get the Lucian set up, abuse the fact you've got a Varus and an Ashe that don't want to be anywhere near a Jarvan, they can get into a good shape and play through the strength that has been Comp and Trimby so consistently on Koi.
Let's find out how this early game plays out. We're loading onto Summoner's Rift for Koi versus Mad Lions. take quick stock of where everybody is positioning. No meaningful shenanigans as of yet. Just stepping a little bit into the river for some vision. I'll give you a little quick stat. This is Hylissang's first ever professional game of Ashe. And we need to see how he handles Comp and Trimby in that lane. Obviously the range and the wave clear is going to be very good. But right now it's just a bit of emote spam, and I think there was a little bit of vision garnered there as Niski will spot Ashigenda and Larssen.
So I want to see how Koi play this early stage, because it feels like in a lot of situations, like up until level 6, they're the ones with a huge amount of control in these early stages. Larssen has push, Comp and Trimby when they hit level 3, we're able to do some serious damage. Malrang as well can be a serious threat if he tries to even make a move in mid, in towards bot side as well. And we know what Malrang's like. We know that Koi's early game is incredibly strong, and I want to see them abuse that fact with the composition they have.
Well, right now, using those minions to block any potential damage from Kazi and Hylissang. A couple of autos, as well as that volley thrown out. While that's going on, already doing trading here in the top lane. Chasing on that Fiora, and similarly, taking a look in the mid lane as Larssen is already shoving forward.
But look at Malrang's pathing here. He's gone for a completely weird one. He's not going buff to buff. He's actually just taken his wolves. Now he's going red. He'll be able to clear out his Krugs in the backside, but maybe even just look for level 2. Good ward from Mad Lions, though, expecting some sort of early play here in that Tribe Rush to see if they can spot Malrang.
I mean, Kazi and Hylissang are playing on the front foot. Still level 1, so much damage being traded. Summoner heals blown from both Kazi and Trimby. Malrang is on those Krugs. If Kazi and Hylissang stick around, maybe there's an opportunity. For the time being, it's going to be Larssen under siege. Alyoya dashes over the wall, level 3 available to him. The Niski is low from the poke.
Malrang's realizing he won't get anything on bot side, though. He's wrapping back up towards his Raptor, so might be here for the play on mid lane.
Oh, very, very close. Alyoya is still sitting, waiting for one of those movement abilities to be used. That's Niski dashing over the minions, will not find the chains. Larssen flashes over the wall. And as Malrang shows up on the ward, no further follow. So Summoner spell blown, that is still a win for Mad Lions.
Yeah, nice attempt from Niski. I think he was trying to predict where that movement from Larssen was going to be, either with the shuffle or with the flash, but doesn't quite get it. Still, flash blown in the mid lane leaves Larssen significantly more vulnerable, especially if Alyoya goes for that flash Q into mid. Easy setup for Niski with his own flash as well.
Yeah, once he gets to level 6, got the ability to reposition Larssen with an Emperor's Divide as well. And for the time being, Malrang and Alyoya looking for opportunities. They've both spent a fair amount of time just lingering or shadowing where the lanes could be. And look at this, Kazi and Hilly, after they've shoved in to Koi's bottom lane, immediately just step into the river in case anything was going to happen. So decent start here from both sides. And Shigenda and Chasey continue to just trade blows back and forth.
Yeah, Malrang's such a bro. He's just standing there at the side of the river going like, no access to mid lane at all for you, Alyoya. Even though he wants to try and move back up towards his top side to clear out the camps that he didn't get on his first clear, he knows that he has to let Larssen crash that wave or it's going to be a disaster. But does give Larssen a little bit of a CS lead, but now Larssen needs to play safe because Alyoya will be gunning for him. Doesn't matter if he needs 6, he doesn't need anything. He just needs both flashes and Niski Alyoya to punish Larssen before he gets to that 6-minute mark.
And I really like how Hilly and Kazi are playing this lane, using the angles to their advantages, continually chunking down Comp and Trimby. So they're always lower on HP. The wave is once again pushing into their tower, but Malrang is sitting in that middle lane for now. So it's going to be a little while before either team will be in a position, but Comp and Trimby with level 3, they could look to chase. They've got to get through the barrier of Hylissang if he's the target.
But this is what I mean about Malrang being a bro. He hasn't gone for those 2 camps on top side. He's immediately moved back down towards the bot. He actually dodged the vision there as well. He flag and dragged over. He's going to wait until his flag and drag is back up, and they're going to look for the dive here.
This is exactly what Ender was talking about on the analyst desk. Stats be damned. The impact's what you want. Comp and Trimby go forward. First blood secured by Hilly. Immediately countered by Trimby. As it is supportal combat on the way. Malrang gets himself the assist, but it's Mad that get the bonus bolt.
Yeah, I mean, it's assists on both sides, right? Both AD carries not quite able to get the kill, and at least the wave crashed, but here comes mid.
Alyoya looking for the stun, flashes forward for it, and that means Larssen's in trouble. The slide, the glide, no Emperor's Divide underneath the tower though. Niski takes a shot, and he manages to escape. So close, 68 HP, and Niski gets out.
Where's Koi though? Malrang's on the hunt. Niski moving back in towards the mid lane. He can't crash this wave. He needs to get immediately back to his own side of the rift.
Mad Lions bounce back with the gank of their own in the middle lane. Larson so nearly made that work. But unfortunately for him, not enough tower shots connecting onto Niski's Silas.
You can see both game plans though for Elyoya and Malrang. Malrang, we talked about punishing bot side, tries to make the play happen, ends up being a 1-for-1 with Comp going a bit aggressive, but in the mid lane, that's the repeat gank I want to see. Now, does get significantly harder as we just crossed the 6-minute mark. Larson will hit level 6 off this wave, so trying to make these plays work with the Emperor's Divide and also both flashes on mid and jungle down is going to be more difficult, but I want to see if Elyoya now can turn his attention to countering Malrang's plays on bot side.
Right now, he's showing his face in a moment to the top lane. Shigenda's got that all-out available to him. Both top laners level 6, and Malrang is just crossing his blue buff. So Ghost has been thrown down, sidestepping some of that CC and uses the all-out to put some distance between Elyoya and Chasey. But again, successful getting that summoner spell. Elyoya had a more meaningful impact on these opening 7 minutes.
You can see though why oftentimes you don't need to take flash on this Cassante. It's so hard to lock you down. You got so much mobility when it comes towards your E, especially in the all-out form. The all-out being knocked back as well makes things easy, but Niski...
That's the Emperor's Divide on both sides. Malrang is thrown in the face of Niski as Elyoya steps forward. Now all of a sudden the fight's in the bottom lane. Comp is just obliterated by the poke and the range of Kazi and Hylissang. Trimby forced to use that heal on himself, steps backwards, and he escapes with his life, but that's another kill to Mad Lion's bottom lane.
And a kill pre-6 as well. You just get to repeat this. I mean, Cleanse is still there for Comp, but I mean, when you've got the Ashel, the Varus Chains of Corruption, a Sejuani as well that come down to bot side, suddenly this becomes a very easy kill into Dragon setup, into keeping this game rolling over in favor of Mad Lions.
And if Hylissang is able to use those Enchanted Crystal Arrows, can allow both Niski and Chasey potentially down the lanes like we've seen last week already from those Ash Arrows.
I think this is just a really good showing from Karzi and Hylissang though. We talked about how these guys have been so good at being consistent in their lane, but I mean, Comp and Trimby have been one of the big shining lights for Koi. This bot lane has been so strong for so long in the LEC, but I mean, Karzi and Hilly just getting the better of them with this combo.
And also, you know, picking the duo into the Lucian Nami. Lucian was that first pick. They immediately responded with that Ashe and then Varus on the third one. And it's just, we're in a very tense situation, and it's interesting to see Mad Lions in the lead because these two teams have got a head-to-head of 18-14, with the regular season being 9-3 in favor of Koi, formerly Rogue, of course. Those additional wins and losses come from playoff series, where Mad Lions are 3-2 up in playoff series. This is part of the reason we're in this match of the week. Both of these teams sitting near the top, middle of the table, and contesting for as high a seed as possible, looking towards the group stage.
This does feel like a different version. Oh,
that's the Ash Arrow. Talked about it immediately. Chain CC and easy peasy. Mad Lions kill Lawson.
I mean, he had flash, he had the shuffle, he had everything he could, but just couldn't move at all. Great arrow from Hilly from downtown. Now Chasey looking for a bit on top side.
Stepping forward, got the flash available to him, held on to the grand challenge. But that's what we've seen great Ashe players do, surprising their opponents with those crystal arrows, and it sets up just a really easy kill.
And an easy Rift Herald as well. You've already got push on bot for Karzi and Hilly. They're going to move up towards the Rift Herald as well. I mean, you've got ults still available for Karzi as well. Hilly's is nearly back, so you can't really contest this here as Koi without actually running into more and more CC that Mad Lions offer.
I mean, right now, Koi is starting to just stagger and fall further behind. It's a 2,000 gold lead. If you look down the CS numbers, small advantage in the top lane for Chasey, but it's even everywhere else. The problem is here, the kills that are being secured, the assists that are going around, it's just accelerating Mad Lions.
And this is exactly what I wanted to see coming from Mad Lions as well. We said they needed to get off the bat early so they could try and play it through these side lanes, not run afoul of the team fighting that could be brought to the table from Koi. Well, I mean, arrows like this, setting up plays like this for Mad Lions is exactly what they need to do. Look to take the map early, play for picks, play for vision, and make sure that there's no way that Koi can actually find these big team fights.
I mean, Mad Lions, they got themselves the first blood, they've got themselves the first dragon, they've got themselves the first herald. Now they're going to potentially use that to look for a tower. We've seen some lane swaps now as Comp and Trimby are now stepping forward with Malrang, who has that Cataclysm available to him. Riposte buys some time. Chasey's able to escape. three members of Mad Lions now pushing on the bottom lane. So we've got a little bit of split map happening.
The thing is, though, you've double AD carry on the bot side, right? So you're going to be able to take that turret significantly faster. You also have the Rift Herald as well. So Koi can trade for plates, but it's going to be a losing race. Chasey.
Oh, that was very, very close. Chasey steps forward to try get some of that experience to the minions that are being denied. While that's going on, the bottom tower is falling. 3 plates already secured. It's going to fall in just a moment, and Chasey is literally dodging, dipping, ducking, and diving all of the skill shots and the CC thrown at him.
I mean, this is fantastic play from Mad. Shigenda doesn't quite get clipped by the Chains of Corruption. Malrang has reset, though. He's on his way. Azir's on the way. We're getting the fight.
Cataclysm available, not thrown just yet. Larson steps forward, has got that slide and glide, picks up a kill onto Hylissang. The Rift Herald was dropped and takes the tower. While that is going on, the top lane is still under pressure. Comp and Trimby continue to try chip away and try to at least answer back. But Chasey's doing a good job of pulling their focus. The culling goes wide, doesn't do enough damage, and this tower will stand.
I mean, it's a good call from Koi to punish the greediness that Mad Lions were going for. They don't turn down the Rift Herald immediately. They don't try and take the tower. So instead, they're like, okay, Malrang can come down here. Larson is pushing mid. Let's defend this. So yes, you get the tower. One more arrow, though, is a swing and a miss. But this is still Koi doing a good job of trying to find windows back into this game.
And it's a little bit against what we were expecting, because Koi's early games throughout the course of Winter have normally been a little bit better. We're taking a look at one of our replays being set up here.
Yeah, I mean, we're just looking at where Hilly and stuff are moving right now. You're looking again to see if they can move down towards that bottom half of the map. JC once more has control, but I want to see what this composition is going to do for Mad Lions, because I think one of the big things that I've seen from Mad Lions is that they've been very impatient when it comes towards objectives, where they'll try and go that bit too far forward, you know, won't take their time, and ends up causing the major issues where not everyone is in place, or maybe they don't find the right person at the right time. This is a composition that you need to be patient with. You need to find these picks. You need to be playing around vision. So this, for me, is a composition that Mad Lions are kind of testing the water with to learn those thoughts.
Well, for the time being, they've used it very well. They managed to pull Chasey back. He's survived long enough that his tower is still up, at least for a moment or two longer. Moving their resources around. Mad Lions still maintain that 3,000 gold lead. Alyoria tried to go fishing in the middle lane. Didn't manage to clip Larson, however. Now this tower is under threat. Hylissang is nearby. Does he fire Enchanted Crystal Arrow or not? There's no real support just yet until Alyoria gets a little closer, though, so don't think an engage will happen.
No, especially when you've already got the rest of Mad Lions moving up here as well. So they're perfectly happy to just keep this one going. Hilly is here just for moral support. Realistically, Karzi wants to be in the mid lane so then he can continue to just push this forward. You've always got pressure then for Dragon that's in a minute and a half. And this is where you can start to use the fact you've got great pick and great push with Karzi, where shove mid, immediately dip into Fog of War, and just fish for arrows constantly onto Koi.
Now, Koi also are not particularly comfortable in the deficit. If you take a look at the gold differences throughout Winter this year, normally up 1,000 gold. Then at 20 minutes, only 800. And then it starts to dip. For any long-time viewers, you may remember Rogue Time. There's a little bit of that coming into effect.
Definitely is. I mean, our stats team called it the coin flip at the time, which I think is a great name for this. But I think the big one for me is kind of looking at how this feels like a very different Koi as well. We had Shigenda come in, play for these split push, play more carry as I'm watching this arrow.
Ash Arrow!
No way! No way!
All of a sudden, the Empress Divine is hijacked, and now Larson will, by some time, get stunned once more and sniped! Sniped by Sejuani!
Bird is the word today for the Mad Lions, and they are eating it well. Every time this arrow's up, it seems to be hunting for Larson. Now, though, they need to get back down towards this bot side. They have to try and contest for this Dragon. And you can already see Koi in a position, trying to see if Malrang he can fish for a pick, but a lot of vision in the river still established for Mad Lions.
There's a couple of wards near that red buff area of Koi, so Mad will have a little bit of info to play with. 2 teleports available to them. And just a friendly reminder that this is Hylissang's first professional game on Ashe. He's landing those arrows from unique angles, places you're not necessarily anticipating. And I think all of the focus onto Larson is why he's down 1,000 gold. He's down 20 CS. He hasn't even completed his boots just yet. So if a dragon fight breaks out, Niski's in a significantly better position. Yoyo's going to get caught by the bubble. Tidal wave, cataclysm, everything thrown, but there's just not enough damage. And in fact, it's going to be Malrang that's taken out. Now the slows applied to Comp. He manages to dash away from that piercing arrow. Sand Soldiers put a lot of damage onto Hilly. He flashes over the wall, but Mad Lions should have control of the river.
And they have control of side lanes. I mean, Niski's just been pushing topside this whole time. Chasey in the same position. So you end up going for Koi, trying to outnumber people in the mid lane, and they're still the ones that are coming out behind. This is really well played for Mad Lions. They are not letting up on this pressure.
Second dragon about to be secured. A 5,000 gold lead for now. Still maintaining all of their towers, and Koi do have some bounties to play for. But I think Dagda, now I want to keep an eye on how Mad Lions play this next passage of the game. Where do they push their vision? How patient are they? How well do they set up for the objectives? Because they have all the tools available to them.
Rift Herald is definitely their next play because they need to try and crack open this mid lane turret. They want to try and establish vision on Koi's side of the map and make sure that Koi aren't really able to set up properly to get answers for Niski and Chasey in the side lane. Already you can see them getting into a solid position, but if I'm Koi, I want to try and match this right now. Like before this gets out of hand, we've Gale Force for the Lucian. You don't want to give over more pressure to Mad Lions, and this is your moment to try and find a team fight. Waves aren't in a bad position, but I mean, look at where Larson is. They're not really looking to try and find a fight right now, so Mad will happily take this one for free.
Well, they will find an opportunity on Niski as Malrang is waiting just behind the hijack. Sets up the counter punch! Niski obliterates Comp. Now Malrang's the target. Stepping forward once again. Flag and drag over the wall, gets a small heal. The blast cone gets Niski close, but he needs to land the CC. Helisang steps forward. He's a little bit alone, but no one's going to turn on to him. And with the Rift Herald in the middle lane, there's pressure in the top lane. Mad Lions are in absolute control.
I mean, Niski's getting frisky. Mad Lions are coming alive here as well, pushing in towards the mid. You've got pressure here for Chasey on top side. Across the board, Larson, you can see he's only just reset now. So Mad Lions, I mean, they're just destroying Koi.
Well, they don't need to be patient for objectives if they can create opportunities. That Rift Herald takes 2 towers down the mid lane. Chasey takes the top inner turret down as well. And that was just phenomenal from Niski.
That was so well played. And I mean, look at all the vision that's been left on the way out as well for Mad. Like, they're making sure that they are getting that control that they need to continue putting this pressure down. Niski now back in this bot lane. He's going to start pushing in once more. He does have to be careful though, as the rest of his team has reset. He is quite extended, but should be able to just clear this wave and move along nicely.
I mean, take a look at all the vision set up on the western quadrant of the map. Koi's jungle around blue buff is completely littered. We're 18 minutes into the game, and Mad Lions are in complete control. The thing that's very impressive with how they've played this game out was just how proactive they have been. They have been in the face of Koi, using those Ash Arrows, moving Elyoya around pretty much every single lane, and then Niski was just a fantastic outplay as well.
Yeah, and I mean, for Mad, they have been one of the teams that have been relatively okay at trying to like play through side lanes in 1-3-1, but we're really stepping it up a notch here with this one, where they're just so good at finding these quick picks, like using Elyoya, using Hilly, and just making sure they can continue having this dominating control over the entire map.
Now, how do Koi bring themselves back into this? We've seen a number of times they simply don't have the damage when they do lock down a target. If they are able to obviously get to Kazi and Helisang, it'll be significantly easier to kill them, but the problem is you need to get through a Fiora, a Sejuani, and a Silas.
Well, one of the things that really impressed me about Koi in summer was their ability to very quickly overload one side of the map, find a quick pick, slow down the pace of the game, and then try and play for their late game team fights. But it feels like their team fighting hasn't been as strong as it is in summer, and we just haven't seen them going for these quick plays on side lanes either anymore. So I wouldn't be surprised if Koi try to find a pick somewhere, but where do you try and go for it? I mean, vision is everywhere right now for Mad Lions.
Also, the entirety of this last 4 minutes of gameplay, Chasey has been playing solo in either the top or the middle lane. As Mad Lions are grouping up to apply pressure somewhere else, he's still generating that lead. He's got that teleport available to him. So Mad Lions are playing on multiple lanes at the same time, and it's even more difficult for Koi to find an answer.
Yeah, and Koi are trying to see if, hey, if Shigenda pushes out this top side, maybe we can then just play off of 2 lanes, very quickly collapse onto 1 lane, like punish Niski or Chasey if they overextend. But this is what we were kind of talking about with Mad Lions being much more cool, calm, and collected than I think a lot of people were expecting, where they're not overextending in side lanes. They're not giving people that opportunity to catch them out. And I mean, it's working wonders for them right now, where Koi have been trying to see if they can maybe get someone on a side lane, but every step of the way they're spotted.
I mean, take a look at the itemization. It is still a gigantic deficit for Koi. They are down 7,000 gold. We're 30 seconds from the next dragon. And the thing that I do appreciate is as Mad apply pressure to an area of the map, they leave behind a number of wards for a potential next play. So they've got some vision inside Koi's red buff if they want to go for that dragon. Right now, clearing out some of that Baron vision and setting up another line of wards. So multiple options here available to Mad, just depends on what direction they want to take it.
And that's where I'm like, okay, how many members of Koi end up at dragon? Because if they end up fully committing to trying to fight for this dragon, well, Mad just give it up. They just go straight for the inhibitor or go for the pick.
We're going to go for Calm. He's got the cleanse available to him, finally using it. Actually not just yet. Finally escapes with his life. Teleport committed from Chasey. So a couple of ultimates thrown in. Don't find the pick thanks to that flash, or the cleanse rather. And instead now Mad Lions decide they're going to fancy a shot here at Baron.
And you're looking at Koi immediately TP from Shigenda down towards this. They want to try and fight. If they can get on towards the backline, that could be devastating for Mad.
All right, Chain of Corruption is up for Kazi. Hijack just became available for Niski. Did Mad Lions rush this? Did they need more patience? Niski waiting in that blue buff area, can come over the wall. Gigantic piercing arrow, does so much damage as the Hijack culling doesn't find a kill just yet. Chasey, however, will take down Lawson. All of a sudden, Kazi finds one back. Now it's Chasey stepping forward once again. The Mad Lions absolutely crushing once more. This time, though, managing to find the different angles to engage.
And there was no way that Koi were able to find anything. You see Larson chuck himself into the backline to hope beyond hope that maybe this Emperor's Divide could turn the tide of this, but Mad Lions are ruthless. They're going to take the Baron. They're immediately going to go for Dragon. They're taking everything.
So question, Mad Lions just completely hit Koi with their wallets. It felt as though even in a slightly rushed engaged situation, the item disparity, the damage disparity, it just meant that Koi were at a massive disadvantage right from the beginning.
Yeah, I think it's very much a case of you have to try and work together for Koi, where it's like, okay, let's try and get on towards Karzi. We got the 1-2 punch of Malrang lock him down. Larson then take him out alongside Comp, kind of filling in on that damage. But if you actually watch how this fight kicks off, Karzi's very far positioned the back line. Malrang is going for the steal, while the Rex the Koi are trying to go for the fight instead. So Karzi's just free to start poking away. He's under no real threat. Chasey now on the side as well with Niski, and the second they end up split up there as Koi and they're running for the hills, that's where Mad can pounce.
I mean, ultimately Mad come away the victors, but do you think, with what we were talking about in terms of the objectives, the pacing, do you think they rushed that? Do you think that was the right call, just in terms of philosophy? Because the rest of the game has felt really kind of tempered and cool, and this one felt very urgent.
I think Mad knew what they were capable of. They got the near pick onto Comp, right? They forced him back, so cool, we can just immediately turn over towards the objective. There's not really going to be much of a contest that can come through from Koi in that time, and that forces the pressure onto Koi to have a rush decision, make sure that they actually can fight against them and not really give Koi angle into this game.
Well, for Mad Lions, it's kind of been the summary of this game. 24 minutes in, 3 Dragons, Baron, gigantic gold lead. They have absolutely led from minute 1. Kazi and Hilly were trading inside the bush. They got control of that bottom lane. And then all of a sudden, as soon as they start moving their members around the map, towers have fallen, and it's just been, again, a fairly one-sided game. Once the team has generated a lead, have been able to run away with it.
And I mean, the problem is that, Comp and Trimby were supposed to be your bridge alongside Malrang to the late game, but they fell behind so quickly. Malrang couldn't really stabilize that lane, especially when Oyoya started to cause issues in mid lane as well. So Mad have just done a really good job of keeping their stranglehold on this game. And again, very slow pace, very cool the way they want to try and approach this, and making sure that they aren't giving an opportunity for Koi to come back into it.
I mean, the crazy thing is the pressure has not let up at all. Every single dragon from that first has been on spawn. The Baron attempt and the vision setup, deliberate, clear. Mad Lions haven't taken a moment, and that means they haven't given Koi an opportunity to scale up and get themselves back into this game.
And now you're in a horrible spot as Koi. Karzi's knocking at your front door. He's got poke. We've got arrows going left, right, and center. And as well, Hilly as well with that poke. It makes it so hard to hold onto the base alongside that Baron creep wave. So now Koi trying to collapse on mid. this gives an opportunity for JC to get a bit of damage on top. See if you can put some pressure onto bot lane as well.
And of course, if you try to engage on any of the 2 or 3-man stacks, there's a lot of disengage tools for Mad Lions, and that just allows JC, who's been the primary split pusher, to push into that middle lane, take the inhibitor. Now all of a sudden, Hylissang steps forward, fires out the volley, piercing arrows from Kazi, not landing just yet. The second inhibitor in this bottom lane will be the focus. Koi, what will you do? Do you start to fight? Can you pull off a miracle? Marang and Shigenda stepping forward. Good damage onto Chasey from Comp, but not enough. And they do at least defend that bottom inhibitor. But Mad Lions back away. They got a lot of money to spend. And they will be able to come back and use those super minions to help them in their split push journey.
Yeah, Koi are just hunting for anyone who's lagging behind. Maybe find a pick that could buy them a bit of space. But again, Mad Lions doing their due diligence, pushing themselves back into river before they look for the reset. Koi can shove out these waves, but as you say, double our super creeps in the mid lane. You can just have Chasey start to poke away and prod away at that inhibitor on bot side, while the rest of Mad Lions look for the play on top. And the second you end up, pushed underneath your base here as Koi, well, there's the Mountain Soul coming up in 2 minutes. Mad just get to fall back and take that while you're cornered in your base.
I mean, look at the item disparity between the mid laners. Death Cap completed as well as the Everfrost. He's got the Seekers for now and the boots, and right now, Arson's been under so much pressure, hasn't even been able to upgrade those boots just yet. Only built that Banshee's Veil a little while ago. I mean, for Koi, it's another game where there are some struggles. Obviously, gigantic deficit because of Mad Lions' early game. Koi likely to lose this game, meaning that their next 4, SK, Vitality, G2, and Astralis, those are the teams they're going to be looking to beat to try and reclaim their title, the moniker that they built for themselves as the regular season kings.
Especially when Vitality and G2 are looking like 2 of the strongest teams we have in the LEC right now. This is a bit of an uphill battle for Koi. These are the wins that you would hope that they'd be able to pick up to try and reclaim that title as the regular season MVPs, but it's really not working out for them right now, and Mad Lions are putting on a clinic, making sure that Koi is just kept out of that pond.
They are, and again, it started from this bot lane of Hilly and Kazi being able to generate an advantage for themselves, but then crucially, I think Elyoya is still doing things that Elyoya does, engaging for Mad Lions, setting up all of these fights, and despite multiple ultimates being thrown out, Kazi's just going to flash over the wall, gets to safety. Marang buys some time with that stopwatch, and the SRO will slow down the engage. Shigenda can't find anything more as Niski is now jumped on inside the base. Chasey's taken out the top inhibitor, and Comp's trying to clear the minions. Chasey gets his kill onto Shigenda, the second of the game. 3 members still standing, facing an army of minions, and all 5 members of the Mad Lions.
And Mad Lions are happy to clean this one out. They're looking for more.
They are. They're going to fountain dive. Comp is being chunked out. Trimby's getting the heals, not taken out just yet, and some Sand Soldiers by the time. Minions are hammering away on the Nexus turrets. 1 and 2 have fallen. Now Mad Lions turn their attention to the Nexus. Comp's doing what little he can. Chasey steps forward and continues to chip away, but they took too much damage on that fountain dive, and Koi will live for a few moments longer.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a voluntary dive from Mad Lions. They take a step bit too far forward, and Larson will respond. They're going to try and fall back towards the dragon. Koi have to deal with their base, though. Super minions are spewing in 2 by 2 across the lanes, and it will give the opportunity for Mad not close out the game, but will get a soul that will put them ever closer.
Give themselves a little bit more damage numbers, a little bit more to the KDA. Secure the soul as well. And it is a expectation of a mere formality with no Nexus turrets, no inhibitors, and of course Mad Lions in this gigantic position. I mean, I think, look, we'll take this time just to look a little further ahead, because Mad Lions will be playing again tomorrow, right? They will be playing BDS, and of course, looking ahead to week 3, Fnatic, Heretics, and G2. So we've got ourselves the Monday games. We've got ourselves 3 more before the regular season is closed out. And with Mad Lions looking likely to go 4-1, they are sitting at the top of the table.
And that's where you want to be as well, avoiding the fact that you can get picked into some of these top teams as well. But for Mad Lions now, immediately over towards the Baron, they know the super creeps are doing the work for them, where they don't really have to worry about putting pressure on the base or Koi trying to respond to this, because, I mean, they're just on sweep-up duty in their own base at the moment.
Yeah, it's just interesting scenario to be in when you look at the adaptation to the new format, the new season, the new patch. Mad Lions have put a pretty dominant win here today, and they do need to keep this up, as we've now got 1 more siege to go. Koi, on the other hand, Haven't given up just yet. Alyoya split off on the side, dashes over the wall. And with so many super minions and the Baron and the Soul, Mad Lions can look to do this stylishly. Hijacking the tidal wave. Trimby's the first target. Alyoya goes in, throws out the prison. Chasey and Niski hammering on the Nexus. And no kills will be secured as Mad Lions take down Rogue.
I mean, who needs kills when you can just go for the Nexus instead? I mean, Mad Lions, that was beautiful. Really, really well played. Controlled from start to finish, not giving up any inches to let Koi get back into the game. Like, this is what you want from some of the top teams in this region.
It is one of these things that once a team starts to move around the map and they accelerate the pace of the game, it becomes so untenable for the opposition to come back in. They get suffocated out of the map.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you look at the way that this composition was operating, right? I think you've got Fiora, who's going to do wonders in the side lane against this K'Sante as the game goes on. You've already massively snowballed your bot lane as well because they're taking over. And then just playing around vision, looking for picks with this Sejuani, with this Ashe, making sure that you're always setting up that vision deep into the enemy jungle. And the fact they got the double Rift Heralds makes it so easy for them as well.
Now, Mad Lions, G2, and Team Vitality sitting at 4-1 at the top of the table is going to put some distance between them and now the 4th, 5th, 6th teams. Interesting scenario, but also very interesting to look at how these teams are developing and evolving, because I did not expect that from Mad Lions today.
No, not even a little. I think the big thing for me is the patience factor we kind of talked about with Mad Lions, where when I was looking at it a lot was when they got to objectives, they'd kind of, okay, let's start it up, let's try and force a fight, let's try and get the ball rolling somewhere. But I think this game kind of showed that they do have that other side to them, which is we can actually play this very slow, we can play this methodically and make sure that we're just choking out our opponents. But when I look across at Koi, I think we're still seeing a lot of the issues that we saw against, you know, Fnatic and these kind of teams are able to make these big comebacks, but now they're also starting to fall behind the early game. The mid game isn't coming together with those team fights like we used to see. It feels like Koi are really struggling to find that identity that was so core to them in summer.
I mean, for Mad Lions, the way this game played out, once they garnered that lead from 16 minutes to game end, they was just pedal to the metal. They were playing multiple lanes, they're playing for all the objectives. They forced Koi into a position that they couldn't do anything. And that was impressive because it started slow and controlled and then advanced to just absolute domination.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I love to see it from Mad Lions, especially when we kind of were looking at G2, how dominant they were earlier on today in some of their games. The fact that we have Mad Lions really starting to push themselves up, looking like they're going back for that 2020 split as well, will be really great to see.
Very, very interesting, of course. Player of the game nominees at LEC, Alyoya, Niski, and Hylissang. Go vote right now. Don't forget that we have another show day tomorrow, 17:45 Berlin time. That'll round out Game 6. There's only 3 more to go before we close out the regular season, and there's starting to shape up which teams are managing to adapt and looking good and which ones are struggling. Dagda, I hear the interview's ready, so we're going to head on stage with Laura standing by with Kazi.
Thank you, guys. And Karzi, thank you for joining me for this interview. Congrats on taking Match of the Week. First question I have for you is about bot lane, because we keep on seeing a huge prior on Lucian Nami, and it's not doing so hot right now. 2 and 4 for Lucian. What's your take on how strong this bot lane is right now compared to how high in prior it is?
So I think that Lucian Nami is really strong.
Yeah.
It's just the early game which is rough right now, because Keria showed that you can play a lot of crazy stuff into it. So people started figuring out that you can actually do this and just survive with heal and barrier and win the all-in when they dash in.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I think Lucian Nami is still really strong. If you survive the early game and get into the mid game on even items, then I think it's still really OP.
And I'm very glad that you mentioned Keria, because he's been doing some weird stuff over in the LCK if people haven't been able to follow Caitlyn's support. Yasuo, Kalista. And when you know that you're playing with Hylissang and how mad he can be sometimes, having the nickname Professor Healy, how worried are you as an AD carry that he would flash this pick at any point?
And I'm kind of worried when I imagine Hylissang Ashe or Caitlyn or something like this. So it's not something that comes up to my mind when I imagine Hylissang. So I was kind of worried, but I think that he played really, really well today. So I'm super happy.
He really, really did. And it looks like the bot lane is working really well right now, which was, I don't want to say a concern, but coming into the season, we were wondering how well you two would be doing. So tell me a bit about the synergy between you and Healy. Who's calling the shots and how you guys are doing right now in comms?
So I think me and Healy have great synergy because I think we fit well together as personalities. We are not really afraid to talk about our mistakes and issues. And I think that Healy, like when I do something wrong, he always wants to talk about it, so that's like a motivator because I never spoke about mistakes we did with my former supports that much. So that might be a big case why we are performing well.
That's amazing, pushing each other. When you think about Mad Lions and you returning to the team after spending a year with Vitality, how different is the mood now compared to the times you were playing with them, coaching staff-wise and everything? How much different is Mad Lions?
I mean, I enjoyed my time in Vitality. I had fun with the players, but it just didn't click on the Rift. So that was kind of unfortunate. And to coaching stuff, like in Mad Lions, there is a really big coaching stuff, which we don't have in Vitality, so I can't really say, but it's the coaching in Mad Lions is just a lot better.
I know, you guys have been praising the coaching staff from Mad Lions for years now, and you guys have been doing really, really good for the first week of the LEC. Let's take a look at the standings here to see how well Mad Lions is doing, and I want you to give me your input on the state of the LEC right now, and would you say that your results and your place in the standings reflects the work you've been doing backstage?
I don't think so, but I take it because we are playing really well on stage, so
all right.
That's nice.
That's amazing then, and it echoes to what Elioya was telling me yesterday. I'm gonna be a bit of a snitch here. I don't know if you heard the interview we had together, but he was calling all of the team, I quote, a bunch of monkeys, and telling that his bot lane was very specific, very particular. Elioya is waiting on the other side of the studio for PGL right now. Is there anything you would like to say to your jungler?
But he was calling monkeys us or the other teams?
His teammates.
Ah. Well, I think he's right, so it's fine.
All right, he knows you guys really well. Cardi, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Good luck on the last game of the week, and that's all for us on this side of the studio, and we will see Elioya in post-game lobby in just a minute. Stay tuned.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome everyone to the LEC post-game lobby. We've got Ender and Elyoya. What a match of the week. It was so convincing from you guys. Really crazy. And yeah, maybe starting at what do you think kind of the key was to winning today? Because from a viewer perspective, it did not look that hard.
I think our draft was our comfort. Like, we got 5 of the picks that we really like to play. So we knew what to do in game. We executed it. So the game went pretty well. Also, Haley got some pretty nasty arrows. So I was just being there, you know. That was all of my job, just be there.
He calls when the arrow's coming in, you're there for the gank. I think they also got a 2v2 kill in the bot lane as well,
Yeah.
so it seemed like pretty easy from there. I mean, that play was
this was
sick
crazy.
out of Niski. Absolutely loved that from them. But I also saw, like, later in the game, too, I really liked your objective setup on Nash. Actually, this play right here, where you're kind of like 3 in river, and then Niski and Chasey are both looking for flanks on opposite sides, and you just, like, crunch down onto them. I thought it was really nice.
Yeah, I think we executed quite well the flanks here, because with Fiora, Sylas, you mostly want to flank into their comp. We just were ready for them. The moment we have the vision, it was quite easy.
It's also nice because, like, Azir is like, which direction do I ult? There's people coming at me from literally every single angle, so...
He just sees arrows coming at him, like, it's arrows, Sylas from here, Fiora from here, my ulti, like, going through the window.
He was scared after that, I'm sure. Super convincing out of you. And when we were introducing the match of the week, we were talking about the fact that Koi has dropped a couple of games. Of course, you guys dropped 1 game only as well. But maybe that we were wrong in our assessment that Koi would have an easy time sliding into the season and getting that regular season record that they did. Maybe there was more than meets the eye in that top lane change. I think nobody's saying that we didn't think it was going to be a big change because Odoamne is an amazing player. But what's your vision of, you know, how Koi is doing now and how they can grow, or what's going wrong with them?
I was also expecting more convincing performance from them, to be honest. But I'm not sure if they just got really confident after winning, or they just didn't are starting slow the season. They are not putting so many hours now, and they wanna grind in once the best of 3 starts, once the BO5 starts. But I was also expecting a better gameplay from them. But yeah, I mean, because it's what you mentioned, that even though we are not saying that Odoamne is not a great player, the core of players that they had, it was Comp, Larsen, and Malrang. These 3 were playing really, really well, and I don't think they are showing the same level this split so far. So I'm not to change. I can't see like watching the games. I cannot think of any player that is underperforming. Mostly, you know, I think just them as a group are not clicking. I'm not sure if Odoamne was doing a great job in terms of communication, of syncing the team, or what is going on. But yeah, they are not showing the same level as they were.
Yeah, I think one thing that I saw was like the first week, it was like a lot about playing through topside, which was like a different look for Koi, so maybe not quite as used to it, but also they picked up their first 2 games that they played. But then even like the game yesterday, it felt like a little bit odd because Malrang just like kept looking for like a gank angle that was going to work, and then it didn't work, and he's like, okay, I'm behind. I could farm, but I'll still be behind. No, I'm going to try another gank. And then nothing showed up there. He just kept trying and trying, and he was level 5 when enemy AD was level 7 at one point, and I'm just like, this is so sad because the rest of his team just wants to scale, and he's left in level 5 for half the match.
Yeah, that game we saw it obviously in the office, everyone, and his pathing. I could see the ideas. I just think that he either, I'm not gonna say that he disrespected, but he was a bit optimistic on the gank attempts, and he really fell behind. And yeah, as an Elise, falling behind and not being able to contest many objectives or keep snowballing the game, I think it's something you cannot afford.
Yeah.
And it showed up, and even then they still had some chances. And on late game, as I said, don't think they played as good as they were playing last year.
Yeah, I think that's a good note for Malrang, definitely. It feels like last year they were often saying, oh, we're going to figure Malrang out, the enemy teams, and it never really happened because they won. Maybe this is it, but I don't think so. I think they'll bounce back.
Yeah, I'm not worried. That seemed like more like a game where just like
Yeah.
a few things went wrong and they just kept going wrong for him. That doesn't seem like it's the end of Malrang for me. That was just a rough
That would
game
be
for him.
very overblown for sure. How do you feel about the jungle meta right now? Overall, I hear a lot of sounds of like, oh, you know, the meta's maybe a little bit stale. But in the jungle, we've seen recently, of course, Elise also piloted in the LEC, etc. How happy do you feel?
I'm pretty happy with this meta. like it's been a bit Wukong, Vice, Johnny that others have stayed there for long, but LEC is coming in. Maokai is also really, really strong. There is some other picks that are being seen in scrims that maybe show this weekend in LEC, but I'm pretty happy with the meta that it's right now. I think it's quite good, yeah.
Yeah, I think with Elise showing up this week, I was like, okay, like
That's
now
fun.
we've got like another really cool option because it didn't seem like week 1 was like so much. It seemed about like either level 2 ganks or invade enemy jungle and just like steamroll ahead on Graves or something like this. But now the Elise is just another layer where it's like, oh yeah, we've got turret dives in the equation too. Like these super squishy bot lane champions, like you lose prio, third wave it stacks up, Elise is just there and you're dead and you're like, yeah, I'm playing Ashe, but okay, yeah, I guess I'm just dead instantly.
You can't play Ashe against Malrank Elise. He's gonna be there on every wave. Like he's gonna be there.
Yeah, I played Belveth today as well. Where is she in the tier? Or is that one of those things where it's just one of his favorite champions on which he has a great record?
Velvet always does good into range champions, but into Elise, I'm not sure. I don't personally like it, but it went pretty well for him, so maybe I'm not counting in something. Also, I would say Mickey had a pretty insane game on Nautilus. So everything went pretty well for them, and the Velvet looked really strong. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be so snowballed, because if Velvet gets going with Rifts and everything, this champ is really, really annoying to play against. I don't think this champ is as strong as the others, but they made it work, so props to them.
Indeed. I want to pull up the standings because things are a little bit wacky in the LEC. I think some things at the top of the table are as we kind of expected them, probably. I want to say G2, Mad being near the top, Vitality, which was quite the question mark. What is the craziest thing about the standings to you, Aljoya?
Mad Lions being...
They were always going to be number 1, obviously.
For me, it's Excel, actually. I was not expecting Excel to... watching their team and even watching them scream, just 1-4, I think it's a result I would not, never guess. Also, I think SK has actually had some really good games. Like, they have defeated G2 and Vitality, the two strongest teams in the league. They defeated both of them, so SK is looking really strong. I think those are my 2 biggest surprises.
Yeah, SK, I think, deserve a lot of props. Yeah. In any game, there's always the opponent who obviously doesn't play optimally. But in the both games that they won, you clearly saw that starting from the draft to the game plan to the follow-through, which for me was the most impressive, that they definitely deserve being up there in 4th place, which is a huge success with over halfway of the games played in the split.
No, it's amazing. And I'd actually bundle them right there with BDS too, because their week 1s were not fantastic, right? Like SK especially was like, ooh, I guess we've got our 9th, 10th right here. You know, that's what I was thinking after week 1, but they just came back in such a great way. I think Adam on BDS was looking fantastic. Their bot side of the map as well was showing up. So those two stepping up has made the 9-10 question so volatile for me, because I thought it was going to be some kind of battle between Astralis, BDS, SK, and I'm like, okay, is it XL Astralis? But at the same time, Koi, Fnatic, and Heretics are all in danger of falling down there, because you saw how quickly BDS and SK turned it from week 1 to week 2. From week 2 to week 3, it could be a similar story with any of those teams.
Yeah, it's nuts. So who's it going to be? What's your gut telling you? Who falls out of the top 8?
Ooh. I don't know. I think
it's going to be Excel and Astralis.
Yeah. Okay. Part of me is wanting to be spicy and be it could be Fnatic, but they just beat XL, so I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. They have head-to-head, so I think they're probably fine.
Excel played from an Spectre point of view, I'm not sure. I think things might not, I don't think they are going quite the path they wanted to. Just from watching their faces, they really don't seem like things are clicking, or however you want to call it. So they seem pretty down the hole, and it's 1 more week, 4 games. That's the thing, that you cannot bounce back. You don't have that much time to bounce back. Before, I would probably say another team. But just thinking that there is 4 more games left, so I think these two look a bit rough.
I also feel like they've come in and they've now picked, I forget which team they played against, but their comp from today was like the same that they played in week 1, just swapping out a Silas for an Ari in mid lane. And I feel like these comps for them that almost force them to play a little bit more actively in the early to mid game are maybe not the right idea for them. We see a lot of teams picking like more scaling options and just sort of being able to cruise past them. And I haven't seen this team be able to find the right fights around like second, third Drake that they need to be able to like snowball with like Avai in the jungle, for example, next to a pick like Ari. It's just not, they're not finding the fights and then like the picks in enemy jungle they need to make those picks work.
I agree. I think something more late game, more scaling for them would suit them much better. Just especially, I think BTO is a player that when you give him resources and you give him time, he usually performed. I think this split hasn't showed up as he did before, but he's still a great player, and I think they should put scaling, play for Patrick and BTO, just get to 2-3 items, work on those team fights, and they can still be a really good team. They have Odo, they have BTO, they have Patrick, Zerze, and Targamas. Like, if you see this lineup, you would never say they are the 9th place of LEC.
And maybe that is exactly the issue with these losses that have come. Also, the comeback that Fnatic did. Those are like very hard games to lose from a mental perspective. So hopefully they can clean it up. I don't remember now, but have you played G2 and Vitality already, or is that all next?
Only Vitality.
Only Vitality. So what do you think about Yike and Bo? Because I feel like those are the 3. Of course, with Malrang, he just had an off game. But what do you think about kind of the jungle hierarchy and who has impressed you most, including yourself?
To me, the best jungler is. I'm not 100% yet, but I would say the best mechanically is by far Bo. I think Bo is insane. Like, this guy plays really well, team fights and everything. Like, he's really good. You can see that. But I'm not sure if he's keeping up his game to the mid game and the late game. I think there is, like, at that point, there is an edge on which other junglers can for sure reach him. Even on early game, his early game is not perfect. And yeah, it's like his team is also not playing perfect around it. So for now, I would say that the strongest is looking Yike. But I don't think he's the best jungler of the 3. I think actually me and Bo, I would say Bo is number 1. I would say I'm the number 2, but I think Yike is the number 3. And I have to say first that for now, Yike has performed better than me. But from what I've seen, I don't think he's a better player than me.
You're playing G2 the last day of the regular season, actually.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's cool.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I can get on board with that sort of hierarchy there for now. I think for me, with Yike, I think it's so much like the way that G2 played their early game, it's like almost playing through him, right? Because it's like bot lane will like all in level 1, get prio, and then Mickey just walks into enemy jungle with him.
Yeah.
So I feel like he's playing it like exactly how he needs to, but I want to see like more games where like that's like not the situation he's put in, right? Like when he's put on the back foot or they don't have perfect prio and he has to find opportunities for himself. That's the challenge I'm still waiting to see for him to prove that he's like actually like all the way at the top.
I have the same feeling as you. I think that he has one of the best laners, or if not the best laners, the laners are really, really strong, and they are making a lot of work for him, but he's also there and he's doing the job. Like, I'm not taking credit from him. I think he's playing really well, but I think the conditions in which he's playing well are easier than some other teams, if that makes sense. And also in some of the games, I saw him getting caught and doing some small mistakes that, for example, when the 2v2 against Astralis, in which Caps flashed the Silas E and completely saved that 2v2. That would have been a big disaster. But Caps kind of saved that play, and this is what I mean, that he's been playing really well, and he's been like, in order to be to show up as good as him, you need to be there, and he's like playing there, like he's doing the steps right. But I want to see him while Mickey is having a bad game, when Caps is having a bad game. Then is when I see him step up, and if he steps up and he can carry, then I have no like ego to say that he's better than me without any problem. But for now, what I've seen is that he's playing well when his team is also playing really well around him.
To be like a truly great player and a truly great jungler in particular, I think like you have to have like that flexibility, right? Because there's a million different variables in League, right? They're going to be thrown your way, how the early game goes, and it comes from like bouncing back when you're behind, finding opportunities. Like even if like you came into a game and you're like, I want to play through bot lane, but they lose flash at level 1 and you change your mind. So now you have to either invade topside, gank mid, whatever it ends up being, like reacting on the fly and adjusting as things go opposite to how you expected. That's how you prove yourself at the top. And unfortunately, we just haven't seen enough games yet. So this isn't even anything I think we're like holding out against Yike. It's just we want to see more games. When the BO3s come around, that's when we're really going to see him put under the test.
Yeah, and to your point also, you know, junglers for BDS and SK, you know, of course, Markun had like a great outplay today. But when it's
been so good.
Yeah, but teams that are struggling and that you really need to find solutions, I think there is where you really see the value also. But we could talk about this forever, but you have another game tomorrow because we have 3 days now. So let's take a look at the schedule. We have XL versus Astralis, in fact, to kick us off, which has very high stakes because if you lose that one, it's looking very, very bad.
That's a good matchup. That's like, oh my god. That's so important. Like, I feel like Astralis, if they want to have any chance of making it out of 9-10, they have to win that match. XL, maybe you lose and you're still under play, but if you go into last week with 0 wins, like, I'm sorry. The odds are just not there.
Miracle run.
So who's winning it? Who's your...
Look, I went all in on Finn this morning. Like, Finn showed up like 3 hours before game time to record our ready check for us, and he absolutely hyped me up with the practice coming into the week. So I still got. Oh, but then it's Odo on the other side.
Yeah, he's also.
No, I don't want to choose.
You don't want to choose?
You have to choose. You have to choose.
No, I'm not on the show tomorrow. I don't actually have to choose.
He can just get away like that?
Yeah, I can actually. That's how it works. You're up versus BDS, and they have been soaring.
Yeah.
What have you thought about how they played, and has that made you extra vigilant going into that matchup?
I saw his level 1, and like, yeah, I'm very scared that a monkey appears from a bush and just smites my red level 1. So we will make sure that doesn't happen to us, hopefully. But yeah, they played pretty well these last 2 games. So I'm quite excited to play against them. Also, Karzi against Labrov. There is narrative there.
That's a grudge match.
Grudge match.
So who's your take on this?
I mean, obviously the Mad Lions, you know. I just think this guy raises a lot of great points over here.
Yeah. There's also G2 versus Vitality, which first we were like, oh, it's not the match of the week, it's the match of the new week. But then Vitality went and lost, G2 went and lost. But now they each only lost 1. So it's a grudge match. It's back
they're
on.
They're keeping it even coming into the match.
Oh, but this graphic.
I respect that. Oh, that is good.
That's good. That doesn't get old.
Also, I feel like I've said caps and I've meant to say perks and said perks and I've meant to say caps like 10 times already since coming back. It is not helping me that they're on the same screen.
Prediction.
G2 takes it like... I mean, after today's game, I was going to say maybe close, but I think G2 is going to win pretty hard.
Look, jungle diff is lane diff. And I'm sorry to say it, but G2, they got the lane diff. So... It's G2.
That's a great note.
Which lanes?
Which lane?
I'm sorry. I saw the stuff.
That's a great note. All right, let's take a PGL selfie so then we can let Elioya go.
But which lane's bot lane? Mickey, that's an early MVP candidate. I'm going to say right now. Mickey for MVP.
Oh.
Okay, here we go.
Such a boomer. Why do you look so... You're not. These are my heels. Oh, it's because he's so tall.
I'm just a freak. I'm sorry, guys.
Awesome.
Nice.
Thank you very much. That was all from us. Remember, we'll be back tomorrow. There's another day, and there's G2 versus Vitality, and there's XL versus Astralis. So we'll see you then. Get some sleep.
Drill and Dracos hope the Barons can help with saving a falling Titan. But will the Barons buy into their plan?
Legacy Dynasty Kids! Oh no, here it comes. Oh no. Let's not get bogged down with schedule. Let's listen to this song. You ready? The song is going to be so cringe. F is for friends who do stuff together. N is for anyone. I should not have done this, but you did.
Should fall here. That's a stun. Nuke now going to follow up. Should just hold on to the Ash Arrow, grab the kill, make another play to follow. And BDS tying up the gold score. That bot lane devastation not going to be able to continue any further.
Oh, the arrow from bots.
Arrow from downtown. Now one spin coming in for the Wukong. Good damage. Second spin now going to come out.
Fnatic trying to stop this Baron. Wonder and Razor gets stolen. It's stolen. Fnatic managed managed to steal the Baron. Yet another kill to G2.
I don't know how Heretics are supposed to try and respond to this.
Is it needing a UK player? Dots needs to go back to base, get more wards, get his health bar back up. Certus finds Photon.
They will find an opportunity on Zaniski as Marang is waiting just behind the hijack. Sets up the counterpunch. Niski obliterates Comp.
Alt coming out. Nuke just moving in pretty fiercely here. Curtain call already coming in. The follow immediately from Adam. Love the play. The three-member combo there. The Stylus, the Jax, and the Jin just doing work. BDS, big win. Clearly deserving the win.
I think I need you to get 6 kills on Jankos at least, and also another 6 kills on Perks at least.
Those terms okay for you?
Deal.
We can push your hand, by the way. Okay, but don't int it. Yeah. Just play Lucian.
Another kill secured as Jankos is popped for the 6th time. The Nexus turrets are now being focused as well. Will we get a dancing Rift Herald?
Dancing Shelly. And wait, what? Shelly, what are you doing, Shelly? Good job. Nice.
I believe we got a great deal.
Hope you all enjoyed your brief reality TV break.